Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876 The Last Battle. Dong Shengting looked at the ancient battlefield and said, "Take the magic eagle away." As soon as he finished speaking, someone went to take the magic eagle away. Many of the 10 great geniuses sat cross-legged and started practicing. It was obvious that their minds had been greatly traumatized. You have been able to hold on for so long, and you are worthy of being the strongest group of geniuses in the 13 states of Dongshen. Now, I will announce the rankings for the second round. Dong Shengting looked at everyone and said, from the 1st to the 10th place, they are Hua Takesu, Gu Shianqi, Qin Wentian, Yu Wang, Li, Mo Wen, Jun Mengchen, Zi Qingxuan, Tata, and Yi Qianshan. In this round, the consciousness is cut, which is a tempering of will. It is extremely cruel. You can hold on for so long. You will become great in the future. Dong Shengting said cheerfully, with a resounding voice. As for the inside story, there was no trace of it, as if there had never been any so-called inside story. Everyone was treated equally and had the same experience. On the ancient battlefield, all the strong men witnessed it with their own eyes. Catcha! Jun Mengchen clenched his fists and stared at Dong Shengting in front of him. However, this time even he did not speak, but just sat there. There was only one round left. In a real battle, no one could influence the outcome of the last battle. Everything that happened before, even if he fought, was meaningless. This was Dong Shengxianmen, and this was Dong Shengxianmen's assessment. So, from this moment on, prepare with peace of mind, just for the last battle. It seems that everyone is tired, so let's take a rest first. Come on, send the wine and wait for the last battle to start and decide the ranking of this fairy banquet. Dong Shengting waved his long sleeves, and the maid standing behind him took the wine and walked to the battle stage. This wine was fairy wine, which had medicinal effects and could heal injuries. Zhu Xianjiao was not polite. While adjusting his breath, he took the wine directly and poured it into his mouth, drinking it very happily. Come again. Jun Mengchen drank a pot of wine directly and spoke loudly. In the first round, he ranked 6th, and in the second round, he ranked 7th. Jun Mengchen came here for the top 3. The 2 rounds of such tragic results made him feel extremely angry and he wanted to vent it out. At this moment, he was like a volcano. Once it erupted, it would be very terrible. The atmosphere at the banquet was peaceful. There was no debate or doubt. Those who knew pretended not to know and smiled as they discussed the geniuses of the fairy banquet. Gu Shianqi and Hua Takesu, I feel like they are both going to lock in the top 2 seats. An immortal king said with a smile. Yes, these 2 people took the top 2 seats, and the fighting power of Gu Shianqi and Hua Takesu is obviously not bad. As long as they both enter the top 3, the first and second will be in their pockets. As for the other one of the top 3, it is very likely to be Yu Wang and Li. Yu Wang has a greater chance. Well, the number 1 genius of Zimazhao is very strong. This time, Gu Shianqi, the number 1 in Dongzhao, rarely has an opponent. Yu Wang of Zimazhao is unruly and outstanding. And there is Yunzhao. An immortal king mentioned Yunzhao, and then sighed, Yunzhao, it's a pity. Yes, it's really a pity for Yunzhao this time. 3 geniuses have made it into the top 10. Such a grand occasion is unprecedented in ancient times. Another person sighed. In the direction of Yunzhao, immortal King Xiannian looked towards the battle stage with a little resentment in his heart. He also vaguely felt that the atmosphere was unusual. Qin Wentian and others seemed to be targeted. Especially when he combined the situation of the confrontation between Yunnin Immortal King and Qin Wentian, he could of course guess something. According to them, Qin Wentian had disobeyed the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor had given him a chance, but later abandoned him. If Qin Wentian was allowed to enter the top 3 this time, it would be somewhat embarrassing for the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Therefore, the Eastern Saint Court did not want Qin Wentian and the other 3 to enter the top 3. Xiannian Immortal King could only sigh in his heart. He knew that there was an inside story, but as a member of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, he could not openly question the Eastern Saint Court. He could only sigh for Qin Wentian and the other 3. Really, will they miss their top 3? However, in the Yunzhao camp, only Xiannian Immortal King, The others were gloating, looking at Qin Wentian on the ancient battle stage. The top three, the three of them, would have no hope. Moreover, the Eastern Saint Court and Jiutian Immortal King both disliked them. If they could not enter the top three and could not become the saints and worship under the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, what status would they have? Even if they joined the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, they would never yield to the Immortal King Jiutian with their personalities. That would be more fun. Of course, they could also choose not to join the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Such an ending would be considered good, right? Now the Immortal King Jiutian was very quiet. He did not argue with Qin Wentian, nor did he provoke him. His disciple He Fen was killed by Qin Wentian in front of everyone. He was provoked by Qin Wentian and others several times. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to hold back. However, the Immortal King Jiutian endured it. He just watched Qin Wentian and others struggle and make great efforts, but in the end everything turned into nothing. Moreover, after this immortal feast is over, they will pay the price for their actions. If Qin Wentian and others want to join the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, he, the Immortal King Jiutian, has too many ways to kill Qin Wentian and others. Time is still moving. Finally, the Eastern Saint Court's eyes fell on the ancient battle stage again and said, "Have you all rested well?" The 10 great geniuses opened their eyes one after another, and dazzling rays of light shone. From the selection of various states to the once-in-a-century feast of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, everything is for this moment, this final battle. However, a few people have already developed a decadent feeling, such as Qin Wentian and Tata. They ranked slightly behind in the first 2 rounds. Knowing that they have little hope of being in the top 3, they are afraid of disappointment. However, since we have come to this point, only the last battle is left, so we must fight vigorously and happily. If we can defeat the heroes and shine on the ancient battlefield, perhaps there is still a chance. Among the 10 great geniuses, even Gusu Xiangqi, who has been forbearing, his eyes are also extremely dazzling at this moment. Obviously, he has been looking forward to this duel for a long time. After this duel is over, he, Gusu Xiangqi, will be the first in this fairy banquet. He ranks first among the geniuses of the entire Eastern Saint 13 states. Even if Gusu Xiangqi grows from the halo of being smaller than him, this honor is still dazzling enough. 10 people stood up one after another and stood on the ancient battle stage. The breeze blew, ruffling their robes. An invisible fighting aura swept out in all directions, as if the immortals in the distance could feel their strong fighting spirit. As expected of the 10 strongest geniuses, their fighting spirit is so strong that even I can feel it deeply. An immortal king smiled and spoke with a burning gaze. This battle, which only happens once every 100 years, will be the last battle of the immortal banquet, the final battle, and the battle that determines the ranking. Although the rankings have been determined in the previous 2 rounds, the ranking in this battle is more important. For example, although Gusu Xiangqi and Huo Takesun performed outstandingly and strongly, if they're ranked last in this battle, then they would definitely not be ranked first or second, and even could not enter the top 3. How could they be qualified to enter the top 3 if they performed the worst in the most important battle? And before, there was a match where Qin Wentian, who was ranked at the bottom, had a chance to become one of the top 3 figures if he could defeat all the other geniuses in this duel and shine brightly. This was the importance of this final duel. Realm suppression. Dong Shengting said. Above the void, the light of the treasure swept down, covering the entire battle stage, as if a layer of rosy clouds covered the bodies of the strong men, and a little bit of light rushed into the bodies of the geniuses. Realm suppression. The 10 great geniuses, suppressed in the same realm, the battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. There are no rules for this battle. You can fight as you please, and you can turn the world upside down. The only thing is that siege is prohibited. Dong Shengting said, "Now, start." As soon as Dong Shengting finished speaking, a suppressed atmosphere swept across the vast ancient battlefield. This ultimate duel was a chaotic battle. The terrifying strong wind was howling, and Qin Wentian stood still. The others also stood in various positions, and their sharp eyes swept through everyone one by one, like prey, thinking about how to attack. "Brother Qin, since they let us rank behind, let's fight this battle to clear our names." Jun Mengchen said, "How do you say we should fight?" "Sweep one by one, Mengchen, Qixuan, you choose your opponents first," Qin Wentian said, making everyone look condensed. These 3 guys are so arrogant. The top 10 geniuses, the 3 of them, and the other 7, none of them are weak, all are extremely powerful, and he dared to say that he would sweep them one by one. "I choose you, Qin Wentian," Qin said. "I'm Tata," Qin Wentian said. "Okay, I will protect you. After you fight, we will change," Qin Wentian said. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian walked towards Tata. He put on the king's battle armor, and the shadow of the supreme ancient king appeared behind him, like a peerless king, as if at this moment, he could vent his fighting to his heart's content. Qin's body was shining with a golden flame divine eagle, and a huge figure with wings appeared. In a flash, her figure went towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he walked towards the center of the ancient battle stage to fight. He had a temperament of who else but me. When his eyes swept over, he looked down on the Xianjiao as if they were nothing. That kind of momentum, as if he was the only Xianjiao in the 13 states of Dongsheng who was invincible. Even though he had been ranked at the bottom before, at this moment, the endless edge on his body had a pressing intention. Tata roared, as if he had turned into a god with infinite power. A violent airflow raged on the ancient battlefield. Tata's footsteps shook, the battlefield trembled, and the turbulence swept across the world, violent and boundless. What did Qin Wentian think of him? To establish his authority? Qin Wentian, he was unrestrained and boundless, and the sword energy on his body swept the void, turning into a terrifying sword energy storm. The final decisive battle began, and Qin Wentian and his 3 brothers directly launched a violent expedition. Chapter 877 Clearing Your Name. Qin Wentian and Tata started the bombardment mode. Qin Wentian's attack power has always been extremely strong. He transformed into an almighty king, and with the power of the king's figure behind him, every attack he launched was earth-shattering. Tata was a strong man from the Celestial God clan, and he had the innate talent of the Celestial God clan. His body suddenly grew to 10 feet, and a 1,000-foot star soul appeared behind him. The evolved star soul was like the star soul of the Celestial God. When he attacked downwards, the heaven and earth trembled, and he wanted to bury a piece of space. At this moment, endless attacking power was seen falling towards Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian roared angrily, and endless brilliance seemed to appear behind him. His roar shook the heaven and earth, as if a violent turbulence that shattered the void emerged, tearing everything apart, and actually resisted all the attacks that came to kill him. He's gone berserk. Qin Wentian is using his power to destroy everything again. Many immortal kings in the immortal banquet looked towards Qin Wentian. Once this kid went berserk, there was almost no solution. Even someone as powerful as King Aoli was knocked off the stage by his punch. It was too violent. The battle between Qin and Qin Wentian was also very exciting. Qin seemed to have transformed into a divine eagle, as fast as lightning, but Qin Wentian's sword was no slower than his. Qin Wentian was a pure sword cultivator. His swordsmanship was so exquisite that the star souls and the stars and celestial phenomena were all born for the sword. In an instant, he could cut out more than 100 sword lights, and sword marks stretched across the sky, as if he wanted to kill everyone in front of him. Moreover, each sword was extremely powerful, like lightning or thunder. Qin's speed and attack were at their best. It seemed that only his shadow was left in the whole void. However, she seemed to be suppressed by the sword light. Qin Wentian's swordsmanship was perfect, impenetrable to wind and rain. Whether it was attack or defense, it was impeccable. When fighting with Qin Wentian, you couldn't be distracted for a moment. A sword cultivator would kill you with one sword. He wouldn't give you any time to breathe. Just a moment would be enough for him to decide the winner. Qin Wentian hadn't found an opponent yet, but the others were also aggressive and full of fighting spirit. Everyone was concentrating and going all out, not daring to be negligent. Li's eyes, which were full of terrible hostility, swept over Qin Wentian, who was standing there guarding the 2 duels. The demonic energy on his body rolled, giving people the feeling that he was powerful and terrifying, extremely dangerous. The moment he stared at Qin Wentian immediately felt a suffocating oppression of fighting spirit sweeping over him. Then, the demonic power on Li's body rolled, and he walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. Li, the disciple of the undefeated Demon King, is going to attack Qin Wentian. Everyone was still a little concerned about Qin Wentian. This boy's previous performance was extremely outstanding, but in the first round of the final battle, he came in last. This battle will be his last chance. Buzz! A magic spear appeared in Li's palm, and the magic power was rolling and the momentum was overwhelming. On the magic spear, there was a terrible rune light flashing, revealing an extremely powerful momentum. The attacks of demon cultivators have always been violent. They practice the magic skills. They have strong bodies, extraordinary combat power, and powerful strength. They have terrifying demon power. Qin Wentian looked at Li. The battle on his body was activated, and dazzling lights shone on his body. In just a moment, Qin Wentian stood there, as if he was an unshakable god of war, and the terrible battle pressure swept the world. At the same time, the immortal demon body refining technique was running, and the dazzling light condensed by the sky demon oracle bone flowed on Qin Wentian's body, making his body even more dazzling and terrifying. In Qin Wentian's hand, a spear also appeared. It was condensed from the power of the stars. The spear in his hand also had a terrifying rune light flowing, and there was a faint and astonishing power emanating from it. A cold light flashed in Li's eyes, and he rushed out towards Qin Wentian. The magic spear in his hand directly hit out with a terrifying whistling sound, as if the void was about to explode, and the magic power was like a long dragon, sweeping out. His magic spear had a terrifying power that penetrated everything, and a monstrous magic power gathered around him. However, almost at the same time, Qin Wentian's spear also came out to kill, and the spear light pointed directly at the opponent's spear. The two spears collided in an instant like lightning, and the spear tips were directly aimed at the spear tips. In just a moment, both of them felt an extremely powerful force. Kill! Li shouted, and his whole arm seemed to be pierced with demonic power. He rushed towards the demon spear. Qin Wentian's arm trembled, and a terrible force of suppression bloomed. At the tip of the spear, a roaring sound exploded. Li's footsteps actually took a step back, causing him to frown suddenly. However, at this time, Qin Wentian took a big step forward and shot out another shot. This shot was faster and more powerful, with a momentum of breaking bamboo. Li shouted angrily, "How could the demon spear retreat?" It collided with Qin Wentian's spear again. There was another roar, and Li's body retreated again. The demonic power on him was surging, and ancient demons appeared in the void. The demon had held a heaven-shaking spear, and was invincible. Qin Wentian's constellations also bloomed, and only the suppressing constellations were madly transmitted to Qin Wentian's arm. Boom! Li stepped on the ground, and the ancient demon in the void roared. In an instant, it seemed that thousands of demons appeared, all holding magic spears, and rushed towards Qin Wentian to kill him. It was simply a riot between heaven and earth, and they were determined to kill Qin Wentian on the spot with one blow. But at the same time, Qin Wentian's figure turned into millions, and the suppressing star soul in the void bloomed with endless divine brilliance and sprinkled down. The Jiutian immortal demon art was released to the extreme, and the long spears in Qin Wentian's hands all swallowed and spit out the overwhelming power of suppression. Thousands of Qin Wentian's figures also fired a shot, as if tit for tat, whatever tricks Li used to attack, he would directly counter with a similar force to the opponent, gun skills against gun skills. Endless suppressing brilliance spread all over the world and across the sky. When the demon power swept down, the extremely violent Jiutian gun technique broke through the air. This collision was earth-shattering. A frenzied destructive air current swept through. Li felt as if he was being suppressed. His endless demonic might seemed to be suppressed. With a roar, his body flew out. The demonic spear in his hand suddenly pierced the battlefield. A terrible hissing sound was heard. The demonic spear passed through the battlefield, sparks appeared, but it was not until the edge of the battlefield that his body stopped and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "You lost." Li raised his head and saw Qin Wentian, who was shining with a long spear, pointing at him. He said coldly, with an extremely arrogant attitude, "I can still fight." Li's voice was extremely cold, and a demonic might on his body swept the world, as if it was even more violent. "You will still lose if you fight again." Qin Wentian shouted loudly, with supreme demonic might on his body, as if there was a temperament of a demon king who dominated the world bursting out to compete with a demonic might. Li's eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. He practiced demonic skills and attacked violently, but he was defeated. He was unwilling to accept it. Li, the disciple of the undefeated demon king, will still be defeated. Although his magic skills are overbearing, Qin Wentian's triple battle decision, plus his own strength, is too terrifying. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian, who stood with a spear in his hand, like a descendant of the demon king, and a terrifying god of war, unshakable. Qin Wentian's battle was also over. He burst out with that powerful and boundless magical power, as if an ancient breath bloomed from his body. Infinite power gathered in him, the king, and defeated the powerful Jiutian clan's strongman Tada. Tada's power was already extremely terrifying, and even when he attacked, There was a faint magical rule power, but he still lost to Qin Wentian. At this time, a sharp whistle sounded from Qin Wentian's side. Jiutian's swordsmanship pushed Qin Wentian to the extreme. She bloomed her powerful bloodline, like a golden flame eagle, and shuttled through the sword energy, shocking the world. Her palm smashed out, just like Jiutian's sword attack. Even though Jiutian's swordsmanship was exquisite, he was still defeated by Qin Wentian. 3 people, all one. Everyone was a little surprised to see this scene. Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian, they attacked other Xianjiao at the same time with an arrogant attitude. In the first battle, the 3 of them fought against one Xianjiao each and defeated their opponents. Such a record is much more dazzling than their previous ranking. Looking around the battlefield, Yu Wang, he found Mo Wen fighting. The two were fighting fiercely and violently. Yu Wang, the king of the Yu demon clan in the western desert state, had a very terrifying offensive power. Mo Wen transformed into the Cold King to compete with him, and the surroundings of the two people's battle turned into an ice world. Now, among the 10 great geniuses, the only ones who did not fight were Gusu Xianqi and Hua Taixu. They did not collide with each other, but they were surrounded by fighting spirit and looked at the battles of others. "Senior brother," Qin Wentian shouted. "You fight Jiutian, Qin Wentian fights Taida, change people." Qin Wentian said. "Okay." Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian nodded one after another, and seemed to respect Qin Wentian's words. They really exchanged opponents directly. Qin Wentian walked in front of Jiutian, and Qin Wentian walked towards Taida. "Asshole!" Taida shouted angrily, treating them as stepping stones. After Qin Wentian defeated him, he changed people again? Jiutian's expression was also livid. He was the #1 prodigy in Qian's Hao, the peerless swordsman, Qin Wentian. He was asking Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian to trample on him to prove himself. This was simply a humiliation to them. Buzz! The sword energy swept across the world, becoming even more violent. Jiutian held a long sword and walked towards Qin Wentian. Taida roared like a god, staring at Qin Wentian in the void. Fight! So crazy, he wants to fight one by one. The 3 of them want to challenge the other 7 prodigies to prove themselves. In this way, they can wash away their bad record of low ranking in the first 2 rounds. The eyes of the immortal kings were burning, staring at Qin Wentian on the battle stage. The 3 of them seemed to be dominated by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was arrogant and irritable, and Qin Wentian was calm and serious, but both were willing to listen to Qin Wentian's command in the battle. As for Qin Wentian himself, he stood in the middle of the battle stage. Who else but me? He had defeated Li before. I'm afraid he would challenge Hua Taixu and Gusu Xianqi. P.S. Thank you Brother Mufang for the reward. I have updated 3 times in a row in the past 3 days. Are you all numb to the 3 updates? Compared with before, Wuhan is working harder. I hope that brothers can lend me a helping hand and push up the monthly tickets to let Wuhan see that hard work can be recognized. Chapter 878 Arrogant Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian fought Jiutian, Qin Wentian fought Taida, and the 2 exchanged opponents. Yu Wang was still fighting with Mo Wen. Yu Wang was the young king of the Yu Mo clan, and Mo Wen was the body of the king of cold, like an ice goddess. Gusu Xianqi walked towards Li, the disciple of the undefeated demon king. He, Gusu Xianqi, was first in one round and second in another round. In this last battle, if he was first, he would be first in the end, and if the first place was taken away by Hua Taixu, then he would not be able to be first. In this last battle, he must take the first place. Fighting against Li, the disciple of the undefeated demon king, was his first battle. Gusu Xianqi's body, a blazing light like the scorching sun bloomed, and above the void, rounds of suns appeared. 9 scorching suns gathered in the astrological furnace, which seemed to be able to burn everything in the world and possessed supreme destructive power. Li's demonic power was monstrous, and an ancient demon appeared, holding a pitch-black magic spear, revealing the majesty of the devil coming to the world. Gusu Xianqi looked at the demon with a calm expression. Since Qin Wentian could defeat Li, how could he not do it? He wanted to be the first, and Qin Wentian had to be trampled under his feet. However, in his opinion, Qin Wentian, Hua Taixu, and Yu Wang were relatively more threatening to him. Above the furnace, the supreme divine aura burst out, and it was like a dazzling flaming spear, shining on a person's body, which could directly pierce and kill the person. The demonic power on Li's body rolled, and his palm waved, and a terrible black magic shield emerged. He let a blazing light shoot at him, and his body did not move. Gusu Shianki pointed his palm towards the void, and 9 rounds of scorching sunlight shot into the furnace crazily. The void furnace rolled, and it actually made a terrible sound of clattering. Then, in the furnace, a flaming spear like the sun slowly appeared, descended towards the sky below, and fell into Gusu Shianki's hand. This spear was full of endless blazing divine aura, and flames were burning around it. Taking a step forward, Gusu Shianki's body burst out, and his spear burst out directly. The terrifying sun spear penetrated the sky and earth, wanting to destroy all obstacles in front. The ancient demon in the void roared, and one black spear after another burst out. However, when Gusu Shianki's sun spear swept through, everything was annihilated. With a loud bang, the magic shield shattered until Li's spear and Gusu Shianki's spear collided with each other, and then the attack was blocked. However, Gusu Shianki stood in place, with a battle decision emerging from his body. He waved his hands towards the void, and in an instant, sun spears continued to emerge from the terrible furnace, making people feel deeply awed. Facing Gusu Shianki, Li is obviously defeated again. Everyone thought in their hearts when they saw this battle. Gusu Shianki is too strong. He is the #1 prodigy in Dongzhou. He has been passed down for 9 generations, and each generation has produced an immortal king. His achievements are at least to the level of an immortal king, and he is a natural king. Although Li, the disciple of the undefeated demon king, has unlimited potential and strong combat power, he lost to Qin Wentian in the first battle, and will lose to Gusu Shianki in the second battle. There is little suspense. In this way, Li's ranking is actually out of the top 3. The battle between Yu Wang and Mo Wen is very fierce. A group of immortal kings looked at another duel. In the ancient battle sky, 4 directions, 4 Xianjiao duels started at the same time, which was dazzling and exciting. At this time, Yu Wang seemed to borrow the power of the starry sky, like a starry sky demon king. His wings were dazzling and revealed terrible runes. Mo Wen's body was suspended in the air, like a goddess of ice and snow. Her coldness was completely released, and a world of ice appeared in the void. She seemed to be in an ice and snow world, fighting with Yu Wang. Jun Mengchen's battles have always been the most direct. Yu Qianzhen's swordsmanship is superb. Jun Mengchen breaks the sword with force. He turns into a peerless king. His roar makes the world tremble. It seems that a monster is sweeping across the world. The chariot crushes the void, like a torrent in troubled times. It is powerful and incomparable. Although Yu Qianzhen's swordsmanship is strong, he is still in danger under that strong attack. He is in an absolute disadvantage and is suppressed. The battle between Zi Qingsun and Tata is also exciting. Zi Qingsun turns into a divine eagle, while Tata is like a god. In terms of attack, Zi Qingsun is obviously not as good as Jun Mengchen. She can't fight like Jun Mengchen and fight against Tata. She can only use the speed advantage of the divine eagle to continuously attack the god like Tata. The speed of the golden flame eagle was too fast, especially when Zi Qingsun released the power of her bloodline and her divine power bloomed, as if the shadow of the golden flame eagle covered her whole body. She flapped her wings 100 times in one breath, like a stream of light, constantly blasting out the terrible light of the eagle to attack, and Tata's attack on her as a god always passed by her. This kind of aggrieved battle made Tata go berserk, and the stars in the sky suppressed the world, wanting to bury and destroy this piece of heaven and earth. Zi Qingsun flapped her wings, and countless eagles appeared in the void, sweeping out at the same time in an instant, heading towards Tata. Tata let out a shocking roar, and his palms hid out violently. The big palm print covered the void, like a real god. The rumbling sound was endless. There were constant divine eagles that seemed to commit suicide, falling towards the endless palm prints. There was another roar, and a terrible golden flame divine eagle hit Tata's palm print, but at this moment, the palm print was directly penetrated, and a stream of light went directly to Tata's head. Tata's expression changed drastically, and his palms protected his face, but he saw that the stream of light grabbed directly from his chest, tearing out a piece of flesh and blood, and then flashed away. When he opened his eyes, Tata looked down at his injuries, and then looked up at Zi Qingsun in the void, and said, "Your speed advantage is too great, my attack is not inferior to yours. But you lost." Zi Qingsun said indifferently, she only cared about the ending. "I lost." Tata's face was livid. He lost 2 consecutive duels. It was a shame. He had no chance to be in the top 3. At this time, Yu Qianzhen let out an unwilling roar. His body was knocked out and he was also defeated by Jun Mengchen. Taita and Yi Qianqian were very miserable. They were first selected by Qin Wentian and Zi Qingsun to become stepping stones. In other words, they were selected by Qin Wentian. Of course, there was nothing they could do about it. Qin Wentian and the other three had very low rankings in the first 2 rounds and were targeted by the rules of the Eastern Holy Court. This was the last battle. They had to appear in the strongest posture. Even if they could not stand in the top 3 in the end because of the conspiracy of the Eastern Holy Court, at least they had no regrets. They did their best and did their best. In the first 2 rounds of this final battle of the top 10, they could not control themselves. This final battle was the only one they could control. Of course, to do their best, no one could stop them. Brother. Qin Wentian saw that the battle of Zi Qingsun was over, and shouted to Qin Wentian how to fight next. At this time, Qin Wentian saw that the battle between Yu Wang and Mo Wen was also over. The battle between the two was earth-shattering and very tragic. In the end, Mo Wen, a disciple of Xianfu realm, was defeated by Yu Wang, the young king of the Yumo clan, the arrogant first prodigy of Sima Zhao. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp. The 2 battles between Qin Wentian and Zi Qingsun were enough to leave a deep impression on everyone. Next, for Qin Wentian, he needed a heavyweight victory. Wentian, you fight Yu Wang. Yu Wang, he has already defeated Mo Wen, and Yu Wang will definitely fight Li next. As long as Qin Wentian finishes this heavyweight battle and defeats Yu Wang, then his opponents should only be Gusu Xianqi and Hua Takesu. The rest can be ignored and there is no need to clash with Mo Wen. Okay. Qin Wentian's eyes were dancing with excitement. Fighting Yu Wang, he could of course see that Yu Wang was a relatively strong existence among the top 10. This challenge made him excited. So arrogant. The strong men at the fairy banquet were all amazed. Qin Wentian's battle made Qin Wentian challenge Yu Wang, domineering. Yu Wang saw Qin Wentian walking towards him step by step, with a very sharp look in his expression. The purple gold wings on his body flashed slowly, and there were dazzling lines on the wings. His wings were indestructible divine weapons. When fighting with Mo Wen just now, they posed a great threat to Mo Wen. Qingsun, you fight Li. Qin Wentian said to Zi Qingsun again. Okay. Zi Qingsun nodded and walked towards the disciple of the undefeated Demon King. Li, he already had 2 defeats. This guy, the final duel of the top 10, seems to be connected by him alone, almost deciding most of the battles. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. He stood there watching Qin Wentian attack Yu Wang, and Zi Qingsun also challenged Li. In just a moment, the 2 battles became extremely violent. Especially the battle between Yu Wang and Qin Wentian. Both of them were like kings. Yu Wang's purple gold wings flashed and attacked continuously. As powerful as thunder, Qin Wentian roared, the void rioted, the power was able to shake the sky, it was extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian saw the 4 people fighting, his expression was calm. He couldn't see Wentian's trump card clearly, but it was definitely super strong, as if he could use a supreme power to increase himself. Even if Yu Wang was very strong, Qin Wentian believed that Qin Wentian could defeat his opponent. He had tested Li's combat power, although it was strong, but Zi Qingsun should be able to win, and both battles could be won. As for himself, of course he couldn't fall behind. He walked back and looked at Taita and Yi Qianqian. They stared at him coldly, with strong anger in their eyes. Angry. Qin Wentian glanced at the 2 and said, if you are angry, come together. Although the rules do not allow encirclement and suppression, I am willing to fight with both of you. One person is not my opponent. Boom. As Qin Wentian's voice fell, Taita stomped the ground fiercely, roared, and the void shook, as if a god had descended. Yi Qianqian was swept by a raging sword storm. As both of them were the top 10 geniuses, Qin Wentian arrogantly asked them to come together. One person was not his opponent. Chapter 879 Qingshan World Map. You are so arrogant. Taita's voice was rough. His body was 10 feet tall, like a god, overlooking Qin Wentian. Behind him, there was a 1,000-foot-tall phantom of a god, which could crush all living beings. Taita was the second most arrogant person in Western Desert State, and the most arrogant person in the powerful tribe of Western Desert State, the Gaud clan. On the day of the decisive battle, he lost 2 consecutive times. Now, Qin Wentian boasted that he would fight the 2 of them, and he was so arrogant. Yi Qianqian was surrounded by endless sword power, and walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. Their rankings in the previous 2 rounds were not high. They were also full of strong fighting spirit, holding their breath in their hearts, wanting to prove themselves in this last battle, so that even if they really couldn't worship the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, they would have the opportunity to be accepted as a disciple by the powerful Immortal King. But now, he has become the object of Qin Wentian's trampling. The two of them were actually preparing to encircle and suppress Qin Wentian. This was what Qin Wentian said himself. At the Immortal Banquet, all the strong men witnessed it. Then, Qin Wentian will pay the price for his actions. Boom. Qin Wentian's body was filled with brilliant light, and runes flowed on his body, as if he was wearing a demon armor. His body became huge, and he turned into 10 foot tall, as big as Tata. Behind him, he was also covered with dazzling golden wings, which flickered continuously. Every time he flapped them, there was a gust of wind tearing the void. The purple gold star soul shone, and the suppressed stars bloomed above the sky, revealing endless power. He held a sharp sword in his right hand, and the blood-red light shone, like a king holding a sword, dominating the world. In the huge palm of his left hand, runes flowed, filled with terrifying pressure. Tata and Jiutian approached step by step, and felt the power of Qin Wentian, and their expressions became colder and colder. At this moment, the battle on Qin Wentian's body was activated, and the already dazzling body once again bloomed with dazzling luster, as if the body had transformed and turned into a war king. Bang, bang, bang. 3 battles were launched in succession. At this moment, Qin Wentian was truly like the Supreme King. No one could shake him. Even the godlike Tata still felt a suffocating pressure in front of him. As for Jiutian, he seemed to have some doubts about the sword in his hand. He doubted whether the sword in his hand could compete with a king's sword in Qin Wentian's hand. Only when they really faced each other could they clearly feel the strength of Qin Wentian. When Tata and Jiutian saw Qin Wentian's trump cards blooming, they seemed to become less confident. This person dared to say that the two of them would go together. Was it really just an impulse? However, in this situation, they had no choice but to fight. Tata's palm blasted out, as if a phantom of a god appeared and killed him. At this moment, it seemed as if the space was shrouded. This palm seemed to contain the power to block the void, so that you could only feel the existence of this palm print. It was very strong. Ordinary people of the same realm could not break free at all and were directly killed. Just as Tata and Jiutian could only feel Qin Wentian's strength when they faced him, it was the same for them. Only when Qin Wentian faced them could he deeply understand the mystery and power hidden in each of their attacks. Qin Wentian's left hand blasted out without hesitation. He did not dodge, but attacked head-on. His palm was flowing with dazzling rune light. This palm was like the ultimate power, destroying everything. Almost at the same time, Jiutian's figure flashed. His body was light and elegant, as fast as lightning. He slashed out with a sword. There seemed to be a thunderbolt sword light, slashing from bottom to top. A beam of destructive light appeared, which could directly split a person in two. Qin Wentian raised his hand and waved it. The sword seemed to be slow, but at the moment of the sword light burst out, cutting through the void, and collided with Jiutian's sword without any deviation. Palms touched palms, swords slashed swords, roars and tearing sounds raged, and the battle broke out directly. Boom. Tata's footsteps trampled directly on the battle platform and stepped towards Qin Wentian. Jiutian's body pressed forward, as if to get close to Qin Wentian's body. But Qin Wentian's wings suddenly flashed, and golden light shone. He seemed to have transformed into Fengpeng and disappeared. Tata and Jiutian looked up at the same time, and then saw Qin Wentian transformed into golden lightning again, like the great sage Fengpeng, moving as fast as the wind. He chopped down with his palm print, directly pressing towards Tata, and the sword in his right hand slashed continuously, hitting Jiutian. Just like he used spear skills to deal with these spear skills, he used his strength to counter Tata's strength, and used his sword to deal with Jiutian's sword. This was no longer just a simple battle. He was letting everyone witness his strength, appearing in this decisive battle with the strongest attitude, so that those who questioned his performance in the first 2 rounds would shut up. Boom. When Tata and Qin Wentian collided, this time it was a direct palm collision. Tata was a strong man of the Celestial God clan, and he thought he was unparalleled in strength, but when his palm collided with Qin Wentian's, he clearly felt a terrible pressure. Qin Wentian's palm seemed to be indestructible, containing endless power and could not be shaken. With just one blow, Qin Wentian's body disappeared again, and Tata didn't even have time to blast out the other palm print. Qin Wentian's body was suspended in the air, and purple gold light fell on his body. There were golden bodies above the sky, like gods. I said, "You are not my opponent," Qin Wentian said lightly, and then his figure flashed, and he went directly to the sky, like a dazzling golden light, and in an instant, it was unknown how high he rushed. Boom! A moment later, there seemed to be a thunderous sound from the sky, deafening, as if the sky was shaking. At this moment, the strong men looked up at the sky, and the roaring sound continued, getting louder and louder, and the world was shaking. There seemed to be an extremely dazzling golden light. Boom! An even more terrifying sound came, and the eyes of the crowd froze there. They saw an extremely huge figure, gorgeous and huge, hundreds of feet high, swooping down at the most terrifying speed, like a golden lightning. Not only fast, the sense of power that swooped down made people feel like the end of the world. Tata's body was like a god, but at this moment his eardrums were constantly vibrating. Looking at the huge body that was constantly approaching, his heart was trembling slightly. Could he withstand this blow? Jiutian's heart was also trembling. At this moment, they saw many phantoms appear in the void, as if hundreds of Qin Wentian's figures appeared, truly covering the sky. They were all phantoms of Qin Wentian. At this moment, the world seemed to be destroyed. Ah! Tata let out a roar, as if his will was about to collapse. Even in the previous round of tests of will, he was not so desperate. He had already lost 2 games, and he could not afford to lose. In this duel, Qin Wentian challenged the 2 of them, and he had to win. However, seeing the supreme attack that was about to descend from the void, how could he win? How could he win? Facing such an attack, could he save his life? I give up. Tata roared. As powerful as he was, he took the initiative to give up and did not dare to continue fighting. This roar seemed to have crushed Jiutian's faith. Seeing that the attack that crushed the world was coming, he also shouted, "I give up." As Jiutian's voice fell, many figures turned into one, and there was a rumbling sound in the distant void. It was Qin Wentian who threw out the attack. Buzz! The wind howled, and Qin Wentian's body suddenly stopped, just floating in the air. He turned into a body of 100 feet, with amazing wings. The extremely powerful attack was stopped by him. He glanced at Tata and Jiutian below. The purpose of this battle has been achieved. Before, he defeated Li, the disciple of the undefeated Demon King. In this battle, he defeated Tata and Jiutian. In this way, 3 people have been defeated by him. In front of him, Gusu Shianqi, Hua Takesu, Yu Wang and Mo Wen were left. So strong. This final decisive battle seems to be dominated by the 3 of them. They are eager to prove themselves and wash away the shame of being ranked at the bottom. Everyone was secretly trembling when they saw Qin Wentian making 2 of the top 10 geniuses admit defeat. How terrible it was. Now, there are really not many people who can stop Qin Wentian. Perhaps, Gusu Shianqi really needs to take action. There is also Hua Takesu, who has performed as well as Gusu Shianqi before. He has not really taken action since the decisive battle began. He must be extremely strong. I wonder if he can stop Qin Wentian's steps. Qin Wentian looked at the battle between Zhenmengchen and Yu Wang, and the battle between Qingxun and Li. They have all been fought to a white-hot stage. Yu Wang has already exhausted all his means at this moment, and Zhenmengchen is even more gorgeous, which even makes Qin Wentian feel frightened. He was seen floating in the sky at this moment, and it seemed that a piece of blue sky appeared behind him, or a world. It was a picture of the blue sky world, and everything in it was floating, as if the power in this picture of the blue sky world could be mobilized by Zhenmengchen. Boom! A suffocating pressure suddenly swept across the world, and one after another, the immortal kings stood up from their seats. They were all shocked by the changes that happened to Zhenmengchen. Oh my god, this is... Even the immortal old king who had lived for countless years exclaimed and looked at Zhenmengchen in horror. Old immortal king. Many people cast their eyes on the immortal king, revealing a questioning look. There was a sharp light in their eyes, revealing a questioning look. That's right, it must be this kind of person. He actually came to this immortal banquet. The immortal king's eyes were extremely sharp, and Dong Shengting's eyes also became extremely sharp. Even beside him, Princess Liuli stood up, and her beautiful eyes shot out a sharp light. His father, the person that Beatty wanted to find, was this person? His current means of attack are still very simple, and I'm afraid he doesn't know what potential he has. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you really have to accept a good disciple this time. The immortal king was a little envious. This time, The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor picked up a precious disciple. It was ridiculous that the Eastern Saint Court had made things difficult for him before. Chapter 880, Dong Shenting's Thoughts. Qin Wentian was somewhat surprised. The strange phenomenon that appeared on Qin Wentian actually alarmed all the immortal kings. Many powerful people stood up one after another. It was obvious that the situation revealed by Qin Wentian shocked them. It seems that Qin Jr. brother is also born extraordinary. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Many people here are immortal kings. For these ancient immortal kings, these geniuses, even if they have extraordinary talents, only have the possibility of stepping into the immortal king one day. It's just a possibility. The immortal king is a powerful person. The celestial phenomenon is too weak. Even if the talent is outstanding, it is not enough to surprise the major immortal kings. Therefore, from beginning to end, these immortal kings have maintained a calm attitude, watching the selection battle continue, and are rarely surprised. Moreover, Yunun Immortal King is high above. Even if his three brothers are all extremely talented, Yunun Immortal King is still domineering, just because they have outstanding talents, but they only have the possibility of stepping into the powerful. But at this moment, all the immortal kings stood up because of Qin Wentian's extraordinariness. What does this mean? Does it mean that Qin Wentian's future achievements are very likely to surpass those of the immortal kings? After being shocked, the immortal kings sat down one after another. After all, they were powerful people. It was okay for them to lose their composure occasionally, but they could stabilize themselves immediately. However, even though they sat down, they still looked at the battle in the void with sharp eyes. Dong Shenting also watched and stared at the situation on Qin Wentian, ignoring the battle between Qin Wentian and Yu Wang, as if it was not so important. He did not expect to see this legendary vision on Qin Wentian today. In this way, everything he did against Qin Wentian before would be a self-inflicted blow. Since such a person has appeared, his father must accept him as a disciple, and he will be a personal disciple. Qin Wentian, he must be in the top 3. And just now, he actually used means to prevent Qin Wentian from entering the top 3. This is really a bit ridiculous. Forget it. In that case, this guy is worth training. After my father accepts him as his personal disciple, I will let him cut off his relationship with Qin Wentian. I believe he will understand what to choose. Dong Shenting thought to himself. In the face of absolute temptation, not to mention ordinary brothers and sisters, even masters and apprentices may turn against each other. If his father is willing to train Qin Wentian with all his strength, it would be nothing for him to break away from his original master and cut off his relationship with Qin Wentian. Did they come to the immortal banquet to seek an opportunity? Now, he is willing to give this opportunity to Qin Wentian. At this time, the battle over there finally came to a conclusion. After Qin Wentian revealed his powerful trump card, even a tyrannical King Yu still couldn't hold up under his attack. King Yu, defeated. King Yu's wings flapped, his body was suspended in the air, with blood on his body and a floating aura. He looked up at the dazzling Qin Wentian in the sky, with a trace of unwillingness in his heart, but Qin Wentian's attack power soared too terrifyingly, and he really couldn't compete. The first defeat on the battlefield of the decisive battle. Moreover, in the previous 2 rounds, he didn't make it into the top 2. He ranked 3rd once and 4th once. In this case, it was already very dangerous for him to get into the top 3. In the next battle, he could only win all the battles to enter the top 3. If he lost one more battle, it would only be a chance. In this case, Qin Jr. brother, he only needs the last 2 duels, which are against Tuo Taixu and Gusu Xianqi. Qin Wentian said in his heart. At this time, Qin Wentian looked at him. Qin Wentian, who was wrapped in the king's armor, showed an arrogant temperament. He looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and shouted, "Senior brother, take a break. There are not many battles left to fight." Qin Wentian said. Qin Wentian nodded and his momentum was restrained, but the banquet was not very calm. It seemed that because of Qin Wentian, a big storm had been caused. Your Highness, this person's strength is enough to enter the top 3. His previous performance may be slightly worse, but since it is a selection battle to select the most outstanding talents, we only need to look at the last battle. With the aura on him, he has a place in the top 3. Next to the East Saint Court, an immortal king of the East Saint Immortal sect spoke. Although his voice was obscure, he actually hinted to the East Saint Court that Qin Wentian must be included in the top 3. Otherwise, the East Saint Immortal Emperor would not accept him as a disciple, and he might not enter the East Saint Immortal sect. Many immortal kings present would secretly send messages to recruit him. Of course, he was most afraid of Princess Liuli. They didn't know why Princess Liuli came to attend the fairy banquet of their Dongsheng Xianmen, but since Qin Wentian showed the legendary vision, how could Princess Liuli, as the daughter of the White Emperor, not recognize him? If Qin Wentian didn't make it into the top 3, and the Dongsheng Xiandi didn't directly accept him as a disciple, Princess Liuli might even intervene to recruit this peerless genius for her father, the White Emperor, or the Changqing Emperor. Well, he is indeed talented. Let's see how he performs next. He can indeed be considered for the top 3. Dong Shengting nodded and everyone immediately understood, knowing that Dong Shengting intended to let Qin Wentian enter the top 3. Your Highness. At this time, Princess Liuli looked over, with a faint smile in her eyes. Even if she was smiling, she was a little mysterious. Before, Qin Wentian's performance in the 2 rounds was 6th in one round and 7th in the other round. This performance doesn't seem to be very good. So if he performs well in the last round of battle, can he also enter the top 3? Princess Liuli asked. What the princess said is indeed what I have considered in my mind. The purpose of this fairy banquet is to select the 3 most talented and outstanding peerless geniuses for my father to be his personal disciples. Although this boy is not outstanding in the first 2 rounds, as long as he performs well enough in the last round, why can't he be among the top 3? Dong Shengting spoke in a resounding voice. In this case, this boy's senior brother Qin Wentian, his performance is not inferior to Qin Wentian. If Qin Wentian is among the top 3, then will Qin Wentian also be considered? Princess Liuli looked at Gu Hanshan and showed a meaningful smile. If Dong Shengting only chose Qin Wentian and not Qin Wentian, it would be obviously unfair. So, we need to see their performance next time. If Qin Wentian performs well, it will be fine. Dong Shengting said, and Princess Liuli didn't say anything more. Gu Su Shianqi, Hua Take Su, Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian, there are 4 people now, and there is also the powerful Yu Wang. There are only 3 positions for the top 3. She also wants to see how the East Saint Court will choose. On the ancient battlefield, the battle continued. Zi Qingxuan defeated Li, and the face of the undefeated Demon King was a little ugly. After the decisive battle began, his disciple Li was defeated in succession and did not win a single victory. As a master, he was a little embarrassed. However, this can also prove the strength of these Xianjiao characters. Even Li, the disciple of the undefeated Demon King, did not have a strong advantage in the battle. He was defeated by several people and missed the top 3. The competition was too fierce. Mo Wen and Yi Qianzhen also fought on the battlefield. Judging from the situation of the 2 fighting, Yi Qianzhen seemed to be defeated again. He, the first prodigy in Qian's Hao, seemed to be reduced to an existence that everyone could trample on. Even Gu Su Shianqi began to look for a battle. He defeated Li and walked towards Taida again. Qin Wentian and the other 2 did something, and he would do the same. For Gu Su Shianqi, being first is his only goal. Taida was under great pressure when facing Gu Su Shianqi. He was just as tragic as Yi Qianzhen, and had not won a single game so far. It seems that in this final battle, Li, Taida, and Yi Qianzhen are destined to rank behind, and their overall ranking will not be in the top 5. The people watching the battle thought to themselves that this was destined. Moreover, the top 3 seats were destined to be missed by many people. Apart from the 3 of them, Mo Wen had no hope either. Even someone as powerful as Yu Wang had little hope. Yu Wang, at this moment, was staring at Qin Wentian, with a strong desire to fight in his eyes, as if he wanted to fight Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian also saw him, but he saw that Qin Wentian looked indifferent, without a trace of emotion, as if Yu Wang was not the opponent he wanted to fight at all. Yu Wang seemed to have noticed Qin Wentian's eyes, and he walked towards Qin Wentian step by step, with an extremely unruly look, and his purple gold wings flashed, containing a terrible pressure. Get out of the way. Qin Wentian glanced at Yu Wang and said indifferently. Buzz! Yu Wang's wings flickered, and he rushed out like a gust of wind. In just a moment, he descended in front of Qin Wentian, raised his hand and blasted out, like a terrifying claw, tearing the void. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, raised his right hand to attack, and the ancient bells vibrated continuously. At this moment, it seemed that there were ancient bells that continuously suppressed, and the roar shook the world. Yu Wang roared, as if he wanted to defeat Qin Wentian with one blow. The ancient bells were endless, vibrating and killing. One after another, the robbery light struck Yu Wang, shaking his soul. Qin Wentian seemed to be wrapped in a strong battle aura. When Yu Wang looked at Qin Wentian, he saw the dazzling battle aura. Bang! Finally, Yu Wang could not bear the endless attack of the ancient bells, and his wings flashed and retreated to the back, but Qin Wentian still stood there, staring at him indifferently. Qingxuan, try to win this battle, Qin Wentian said. Qingxuan came over and stood opposite to Yu Wang. The wings of the divine eagle also appeared on her body, shining with dazzling light. Yu Wang's pupils contracted. Qin Wentian asked Qingxuan to fight him. As for Qin Wentian himself, it seemed that he disdained to fight him. After Qin Wentian had swept away several people, he thought that there was no need to use Yu Wang to establish his prestige. His eyes were not on Yu Wang at all. Boom! Yu Wang was full of momentum. After being defeated by Jian Mengchen, Qin Wentian refused to fight him. What a contempt! P.S. 3 updates for 4 consecutive days. Chapter 881 Battle with Hua Taixu. Yu Wang and Qingxuan both had wings on their backs. The purple gold wings were dazzling and gorgeous. The two collided with each other in an instant. In just a moment, the purple gold light danced in the sky. They collided countless times. The attack speed is so fast, not fast, and strong. Everyone was trembling. Every attack of the two shook the void. A storm swept out. After only a moment of fighting, a terrible tornado gathered around them. The cylindrical purple gold swept the space crazily and soared up. The bodies of the two also soared up with the storm, and continued to fight towards the sky, so that the eyes of the strong men also looked up and watched the amazing battle. If Yu Wang can't win this battle, he will have no chance of winning the top 3. There is no possibility at all. There are Gusu Xiangqi and Hua Taixu in front of him. Jian Mengchen has appeared again. Qin Wentian even disdains to fight him. The pressure on Yu Wang can be imagined. An immortal king said in a low voice. The top 10 geniuses are too terrible. Not to mention Gusu Xiangqi, who has been shining brightly, and the low-key and introverted Hua Taixu, who emerged later. Which one of Jian Mengchen and Qin Wentian would be weaker? Teda, the strong man of the God clan who is as domineering as a god, and Jiutian, who has superb swordsmanship, have become the bottom of the top 10. There is also the arrogant young king of the demon clan, Yu Wang, who was defeated by Jian Mengchen first. Gusu Xiangqi and Qin Wentian never regarded him as an opponent. This is too crazy. Those immortal kings also sighed that this trip was worthwhile. It is very interesting to see so many outstanding juniors fighting. It is like seeing themselves in the past. Soon, Gusu Xiangqi defeated Teda, and Mo Wen defeated Jiutian. Teda and Jiutian are destined to rank last. They have not won a single victory. It is not that they are not strong, but that any opponent is too terrible. The battle continued. Except for Hua Taixu, who has never participated in the battle, the rest of them fought hard. Wanho, immortal king, your disciple doesn't seem to be keen on fame. The immortal king said to the beautiful immortal king, Hua Taixu, without a fight. He is in the top 3, and I can't bear to let him become your majesty's disciple. Besides, after walking out of the reincarnation world, his mind is naturally different, so what he wants is different from others. Wanho, immortal king smiled, and the immortal king nodded. Indeed, everyone who stepped onto the ancient battlefield has his own purpose. Gusu Xiangqi is famous in Dongzhou. He wants to fight to prove his name, become the first in Dongzhou, and continue the glory of his ancestors. Other Xianjiao, some want to become the disciples of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, and some Xianjiao try to be valued by the great powers of Dongsheng Immortal Gate. They all come for a purpose, but Hua Taixu is different. No one knows his thoughts. The storm of battle continued. Yu Wang and Qingxuan became more and more terrible. The two of them broke out in a battle above the sky, which was earth-shaking. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengchen were watching the battle, Hua Taixu and Gusu Xiangqi were also watching the battle, and the 4 of them seemed to be idle. Hua Taixu's eyes slowly turned and seemed to fall on Qin Wentian. He looked as calm as ever, as if he didn't care about anything. It seems that there is really a fate between us. Hua Taixu smiled at Qin Wentian. His smile was very natural, revealing a bit of unrestrained aura, but without any resentment. Qin Wentian looked at him, he also smiled, nodded, and said, I met you when I was 16 years old. At that time, you were already the first on the destiny list, and later, I also got the same reputation, 1 year apart. Later, we met again in the immortal martial realm. Maybe if it is really as you said, it seems that there is a battle missing in this destiny. That's what I meant. Hu Taixu smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "On the ancient battlefield, what I want is to fight with you. Now, are you ready?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, and the two stood opposite each other. At this moment, it seemed that there were only the two of them left on the entire ancient battlefield. This was a battle that belonged to them, a battle that should have taken place a long time ago, but it had been delayed until today. The immortal kings stared at the two of them with a surprised look. Listening to the conversation between Hu Taixu and Qin Wentian, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. At that time, Qin Wentian was only 16 years old. This was really interesting. However, the Hu Immortal King and the Immortal King were not surprised. They knew that Qin Wentian and Hu Taixu were from the same particle world. With such talent, they were both peerless geniuses in that particle world. It was natural for them to have met in the particle world. Hu Taixu, there will be a battle with Qin Wentian. This battle is crucial. Hu Taixu's previous performance, first in one round and second in another round, his probability of entering the top 3 is the same as Gusu Xianqi. If he defeats Qin Wentian, there will undoubtedly be a place for him in the top 3. After all, Qin Wentian has defeated several people. And what if Qin Wentian defeats Hu Taixu? Will Dong Shengting, a peerless genius who only took the last place in the first round, let him enter the top 3? This battle is exciting. Jun Mengchen and Gusu Xianqi both stood there, staring at Qin Wentian and Hu Taixu. They both looked forward to this battle and didn't know who would win. Jun Mengchen certainly believed in Qin Wentian. Although they were tricked in the first 2 rounds and ranked poorly, they must shock everyone in this decisive battle and trample on all the Xianjiao. Who dares to question them? Even if they are not given the top 3 seats in the end, they will have no regrets. They have done their best and lived up to the trust of the Xianfu realm. Even if they failed to complete the test in the end, that was fate. The crowd saw Hu Taixu and Qin Wentian standing there, extremely calm. Even their bodies did not move. The only thing that was a little unusual was that there was a dazzling vertical light at the center of Qin Wentian's eyebrows. It looked like an eye, as if a terrible light was shooting out of that eye. Above him, a dream scene and dream world constellations gradually appeared. The two people who seemed to have never fought had actually started fighting. The two of them entered a fantasy space. This was Qin Wentian's dream world space and Hu Taixu's illusion space. Hu Taixu's eyes can fight. This has been proven before. No one would doubt it. His master is the Hu Immortal King who has extraordinary illusion skills. He has thousands of changes and unparalleled illusion skills. Hu Taixu himself has also entered the reincarnation world and walked out safely. He is not dead or crazy. The two of them are in an independent space. There are dream world stars here, but many figures of Hu Taixu appear, flashing constantly. Illusion space? In the previous duel, Hu Taixu was the same. He made the opponent unable to fight back. Qin Wentian thought to himself. In the illusion space, any figure of Hu Taixu may be just an illusion. One by one, the figures of Hu Taixu walked towards Qin Wentian. They all held long spears. One of them shot out directly and stabbed Qin Wentian. This spear seemed to contain terrifying power. Qin Wentian raised his hand and waved it. The terrible light flowed in his palm and crushed it directly. The figure collapsed and dissipated directly, as if it was just an illusion. Buzz! Another attack came, and Qin Wentian responded with his palm print again, but it was still an illusion. People outside only saw Qin Wentian attacking continuously under the stars, and they were a little frightened. Hu Taixu's illusion was too strong, and Qin Wentian had obviously been trapped in it. But at this moment, the crowd saw endless sword power appearing around Qin Wentian. It was a terrifying storm of sword energy, and the sword-killing stars bloomed. In that illusionary space, the sword swept through, tearing off the figures of Hu Taixu one by one, but new illusions kept flashing, as if there would never be a rest. In front of him, another shot came, and this shot seemed to contain terrible power. Qin Wentian looked at the long spear that was shooting at him, and countless illusions appeared in his mind. In front of him, no one was attacking him. At this moment, he seemed to be in Xianyang city of Chu State, with snowflakes floating in the sky. Mo Qingcheng, wearing white clothes, looked back at him like a fairy in the snow. In just a moment, pictures seemed to appear in his mind, as if he was experiencing it in reality. Not good. Qin Wentian was extremely alert. His aura suddenly burst out crazily, his fighting spirit bloomed, his blood roared, and he roared directly. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang out, as if many ancient bells were blooming crazily. He raised his palms and slapped them. The terrible rumbling sound in front of him continued to come out. A long spear with a destructive spear light flashed and disappeared. Qin Wentian saw Hua Taixu's ordinary eyes. This is the deity. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. The deity combined with thousands of phantoms, and the spear technique contained powerful illusions, which could directly affect people's will. In an instant, people's minds would have other pictures. At this time, the real killing intent came. What a terrible killing move! In the illusion space, thousands of phantoms flashed again, and it was hard to tell the real from the fake. Hua Taixu's ability was completely different from others, but he was extremely dangerous. If he hadn't been determined just now, he would have been defeated. If Hua Taixu wanted to kill someone, he could kill the enemy with one blow. It was too terrible. Everything is an illusion. It cannot be broken by will alone. A powerful immortal king exclaimed. Hua Taixu's illusion ability is extraordinary. Who among the 10 great geniuses can break it? Qin Wentian also felt that this illusion ability can only be broken by a strong will. He saw a faint white light shining on his body. After a moment, his body seemed to be burning with a pure and holy white flame, like a rune flowing on his body. The flame condensed in his eyes and the third eye between his eyebrows. At this moment, his eyes seemed to have turned white, with white flames burning in his pupils, which was extremely terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Those illusions seemed to burn directly, burning under the gaze of that terrible pupil, coming from illusion and turning into illusion. P.S. 4 days, 4 consecutive days of extra chapters, fighting until I couldn't even lift my arms, but I saw that the monthly ticket rankings fell again and again. Wuhan was as helpless as Qin Wentian. Chapter 882. My heart remains the same. Hua Taixu has special abilities. To defeat him, it is not enough to simply attack him with a strong force. First of all, you have to break the illusion. Only by breaking Hua Taixu's illusion can you defeat the opponent. Otherwise, how can you fight without knowing where Hua Taixu is? Qin Wentian's eyes were attached with a second blood power. His pupils seemed to be glowing with white rune light. One after another, Hua Taixu's figure seemed to burn directly in the flames and became an illusion. A figure of Hua Taixu came towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked up and saw that figure burning directly and could not move forward. In the surrounding space, new figures of Hua Taixu continued to appear, but they all burned and turned into a series of illusory lights. Hua Taixu's original body appeared opposite Qin Wentian, so clear, but at this moment, Hua Taixu's pupils were also changing. His pupils seemed to be able to rotate, like an extremely deep vortex that could swallow people into it. Even in his pupils, there was a flash of rune light. In an instant, a stronger illusion appeared. Qin Wentian couldn't look away even if he wanted to. Those eyes seemed to be deeply imprinted in his mind. Many illusions appeared in his mind. Not only in his mind, but also in front of his eyes, many figures appeared. There were King Er's figure, Mo Qingcheng's figure, and He Bo's figure. It seemed that the past events that had been experienced were vivid, and they kept echoing in those illusions, making Qin Wentian fall into them again. These two people, those immortal kings, were all shocked. Those were two pairs of terrifying eyes, as if they were a duel of pupil skills. Wanhua, your disciple Hua Taixu's eyes. The immortal king looked at the beautiful immortal king and asked. He cultivated them by himself, and I just played a supporting role. He experienced 9 reincarnations in the reincarnation world and then had a chance to cultivate them. These eyes can make people fall into reincarnation. No matter how many past events you have experienced, he can make you recall them, and he can also create other reincarnation illusions. People with weak wills are vulnerable in front of these eyes. Wanhua Immortal King said with some pride. Hua Taixu's achievement was not only due to her master. The master only played a teaching role. The more important thing in cultivation was to practice on one's own. The eyes that Hua Taixu had comprehended were something she could not do, even though she was an immortal king. The samsara world is known as a forbidden land, and the opportunity is indeed great. You really dared to let him set foot there. The immortal king sighed. Some forbidden lands in the immortal domain were extremely terrifying. Few people dared to step into them. If they entered, they would die. The samsara world was an extremely terrifying forbidden secret land, a small particle world. That was his own courage. If he didn't enter the samsara world, how could he get the eyes of samsara? The Wanhua Immortal King smiled at her disciple. However, this Qin Wentian is not simple either. Look at his eyes, they are also very scary. The Immortal King smiled. Everyone saw Qin Wentian and Huateksu staring at each other. Qin Wentian's body was flashing with white light, and a terrifying battle decision was released. Huateksu was good at illusions, so his attacks also tended to be illusion attacks, and his strength was definitely weak. That was Huateksu's shortcoming. Only by breaking Huateksu's illusion and suppressing it with force can the opponent be defeated. Qin Wentian stepped forward, as if all the illusions around him were seen through by him and were not worth his attention. When Huateksu saw this scene, the light in his eyes became even more terrifying. His pupils seemed to spin rapidly, and the space seemed to be twisting and changing, forcibly pulling Qin Wentian into another illusionary space. Here, countless familiar figures of Qin Wentian floated in front of Qin Wentian's eyes. "Don't be confused," Qin Wentian whispered, and a terrifying momentum suddenly swept out. His body rushed towards Huateksu. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the figure of Mo Qingcheng. It was so real, as if the real Mo Qingcheng appeared in front of him. Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, and the aura on his body fluctuated slightly for a moment. This was Mo Qingcheng. How could he start? The next moment, he saw a pair of eyes that could make people fall into the realm of reincarnation. These eyes penetrated and pierced through his white eyes. In an instant, scenes appeared in his mind. He saw the towering fairy palace, his parents, and there were many powerful people there. It seemed that something big had happened. One after another, powerful beings like gods and demons were blooming with power, sweeping the world. All of this was so clear, as if it belonged to his reincarnation. "Be careful," Junmengchen exclaimed in the outside world, only to see Huateksu's spear approaching Qin Wentian's throat. This spear was so fast that Junmengchen and Zikingsun were both worried. A violent demon roar came out, and the terrible demon energy burst out, protecting Qin Wentian's body and directly holding the spear. Almost at the same time, Qin Wentian opened his eyes. Huateksu's body retreated to the back, but Qin Wentian was aiming for this attack, so how could he let the other party retreat? A terrible rumbling sound was heard, and golden bodies of suppression fell from the sky, suppressing all directions and blocking Huateksu's retreat. He attacked with both palms, and the light of the runes filled the sky, picking up the stars and the moon, and exuding a fiery power to destroy everything. Seeing this scene, Huateksu's figure trembled, and in an instant, many figures appeared, which seemed real and illusory, as if they were real. These figures flashed in the air, carrying bright light on their backs, and each body was like this. The light of the runes flowed, and they raised their hands to attack. These attacks were all superimposed and turned into a strong one, colliding with Qin Wentian's terrible palm print and exploding directly. At the same time, Qin Wentian felt that the pairs of eyes of reincarnation were staring at him at the same time, trying to penetrate his eyes. In an instant, countless pictures appeared in his mind, some of which were real things, and some were illusory and non-existent. Boom! Qin Wentian's body was burning with double blood, and pure white rune light shone on his body, like a divine fire. His eyes were even more terrifying. With just one glance, he saw through the many figures of Huateksu in front of him and found the original body. Many figures of Huateksu raised their spears at the same time and rushed towards Qin Wentian. Every shot seemed to drill directly into Qin Wentian's eyes. If you look closely, you can even see countless pictures flashing in Qin Wentian's eyes. If it weren't for Qin Wentian's amazing blood, there would be no way to fight him. At this moment, a terrifying light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. He looked up and shouted angrily, "Come down." As soon as the words fell, golden bodies of the star souls in the void kept falling from the sky, accompanied by roars. These figures were suppressed in various directions and faintly gathered into a super strong pattern. One of Huateksu's figures felt the suffocating pressure at this moment. The light of the pattern that gathered together, in addition to the power of suppression, was also faintly permeating a strange and incomparable power, as if it had sealed off this space. Boom! Thousands of figures appeared at the same time. Qin Wentian ignored all attacks. He shouted angrily, and thousands of figures simultaneously punched a terrifying punch in one direction. The terrifying white rune light and flame seemed to be flowing in the air. Wherever they passed, everything was reduced to ashes. Huateksu's original body was trapped in the flowing terrifying suppression pattern, and it was difficult to break free for a while. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrible attacks exploded in front of Huateksu, as if he himself was annihilated. Huateksu finally broke free from the pattern, his body suddenly retreated and floated in the air. His eyes gradually returned to normal and became calm. He looked at Qin Wentian and then said, It seems that you are still the number one person in Daksha. After 9 reincarnations, he was defeated again when facing Qin Wentian today. His strength lies in illusion. Very few people of the same realm can break his illusion, even those at a higher realm cannot. However, Qin Wentian actually has the ability to break illusions, but in terms of attack, he is obviously at a disadvantage, not as powerful as Qin Wentian's attack, and he knows this very well. Defeated. Everyone felt a little disappointed when they heard Hua Taixu's words. It was so wonderful. 2 such geniuses fought on the ancient battlefield, and in the end, Hua Taixu was defeated. As for the first person in Daksha he mentioned, everyone was puzzled, but Qin Wentian understood that their hometown was Daksha, and they all came out of Daksha. This was probably Hua Taixu's obsession. The 2 of them went all the way from Daksha to the vast fairyland today. Qin Wentian still suppressed Hua Taixu everywhere. Why divide the first and second? Wouldn't it be better if the 2 heroes of Daksha, or even more monsters, came out? Qin Wentian said. Yes. Hua Taixu smiled and nodded. As for the immortal banquet, everyone's expressions were also quite exciting. The one Hua Immortal King was stunned for a moment, then looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. What a monster. They are all promising talents. Your disciple's illusion is already superb. His achievements in illusion in the future may be higher than yours. If he can make up for other aspects, it is hard to imagine what kind of character he will create. The Immortal King stroked his beard and smiled. He wanted to train him. Not bad. At this time, Dong Shengting also spoke. His eyes looked at Qin Wentian on the ancient battle stage, but his heart was a little complicated. Qin Wentian, he actually defeated Hua Taixu, so, where should he rank Qin Wentian? At this time, Qin Wentian's eyes also looked in his direction. Dong Shengting smiled and said, you have shown outstanding talent in the past. My father wanted to accept you as a disciple, but unfortunately you rejected my father's proposal of training you for 1,000 years. However, you can make a comeback and be so persistent, which is good. But, let me ask you, if the original thing happened again, would you agree to your father's training of you for 1,000 years? When Dong Shengting said this, there was a sharp light in his eyes. He stared at Qin Wentian, which made many people a little frightened. This sentence was meaningful. It can even be said that it was giving Qin Wentian a chance to be in the top 3. Qin Wentian's eyes stared at Dong Shengting, his expression calm, and then slowly said, 1,000 years is too long, my heart, it remains the same. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883 Destined to be Fourth. My heart remains the same. Qin Wentian said firmly. If it happened again, even if he didn't know that the Eastern Saint Emperor did it on purpose, he would still refuse. For the Immortal King, 1,000 years might be just a blink of an eye, but for him who had only experienced a few decades of life, 1,000 years was too long. Qin Wentian might also understand the meaning of the Eastern Saint Court's question. Perhaps the Eastern Saint Court was testing him, testing whether he knew how to compromise and bow his head. If he bowed his head in this matter, he would bow his head again in the future. Therefore, for the Eastern Saint Court, if Qin Wentian was willing to bow his head, he would give Qin Wentian a chance to enter the top 3 and become his father's disciple. In the future, he would grind off his unruly spirit and make him a person who truly knew how to be loyal. However, Qin Wentian was still the same. Qin Wentian could also flatter, but it was against his heart. As a warrior, he was determined, even if he really couldn't enter the top 3. This selection process is the real test for him. Of course, in order to be perfect in this trial, he will do his best to win the top 3, but he will never do it against his will. The Immortal King stared at Qin Wentian with sharp eyes. This boy defeated Hua Taixu. Although he ranked last in the first round, he was also in the top 3 in the second round. In addition to his outstanding performance in this round, it would be fine even if he was in the top 3. Dong Shengting's words seemed to be hinting at him, but he refused without hesitation. Just because his heart remained the same, his ambition remained unchanged. He has a strong will and is a promising talent. He is very good. Dong Shengting said with a smile. As for what he was thinking, I am afraid only Dong Shengting himself knew. Senior one Hua's disciple Hua Taixu is also a dragon among men. His eyes of reincarnation are so terrifying. If he is tempered by the immortal king in the future, when he becomes stronger in the future, he can destroy his enemies with one glance. If my father sees him, he will definitely like him. Dong Shengting smiled and praised, although we lost this battle, it is also glorious to lose. Besides, in the previous 2 rounds, he ranked first and second. Only Gusu Xiangqi can compare with him. When everyone heard Dong Shengting's meaningful words, it seemed that he intended to include Hua Taixu in the top 3. If Hua Taixu is in the top 3, Gusu Xiangqi should also be in. Who will the other person be? Many people looked at Qin Wentian. With the talent Qin Wentian showed, Dong Shengting would definitely let him enter the top 3. In this way, it seems that there are no more places in the top 3. At this time, a strong collision sound came from the sky above Guzhanshan. Before, everyone's attention was on the battle between Qin Wentian and Hua Taixu, but they ignored the battle between Yu Wang and Zi Qingxuan. They fought fiercely in the sky, tit for tat, and the sky seemed to be about to collapse. At this time, Yu Wang seemed to summon the peerless ancient demon of the Feather Demon clan in the void, and transformed into a real king of the Feather Demon clan. His body was extremely terrifying, and Zi Qingxuan's body seemed to be burning. The golden flame divine eagle protected her behind her, and endless golden flames flowed. At this moment, Zi Qingxuan seemed to be transformed into a divine eagle. The ancient demon and the divine eagle fought in the sky, the void was rioting, and the turbulent flow hit the air. In the end, the divine eagle defeated the feather demon and tore its wings. However, the divine eagle was also injured, but in the end, Zi Qingxuan seemed to be better. The 2 bodies were suspended above the void, both carrying huge wings, with sharp eyes, staring at each other, as if there was still a monstrous fighting intent burning. Buzz! The terrifying lightning flashed, and the Feather King roared again. The void howled. Zi Qingxuan roared, and the golden flame eagle shone with endless brilliance. In an instant, the brilliance of the eagle surged, and a larger eagle phantom appeared, constantly covering the front. Endless illusory eagles roared out, constantly hitting the body of the feather demon. Finally, when the feather demon was about to bombard Zi Qingxuan, the eagle's claws like the sky clasped down and knocked the feather demon and the feather king out. It's over. Zi Qingxuan actually defeated the feather king. Everyone looked at the void. They didn't expect this duel to be so exciting. Qin Wentian and the other 3 were undefeated. It's hard to imagine why the 3 of them were ranked at the bottom before. In this last battle, they were invincible. Among the top 10, the top 5 seats, in addition to Gusu Xiangqi and Hua Taixu, who will occupy 2 seats, the other 3 seats belong to them. Qin Wentian glanced at Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxuan, then looked at Gusu Xiangqi. This trial was coming to an end. Brother Qin, next, I will fight Hua Taixu, and you will fight Gusu Xiangqi. How about that? At this time, Qin Wentian looked at Qin Wentian, with a strong light of excitement in his eyes, eager to try, as if fighting could make him excited. Qin Wentian wanted to sweep the entire battle stage. Qin Wentian looked at Qin Wentian. He would not doubt the strength and talent of his junior brother, but if Qin Wentian fought Hua Taixu, Qin Wentian was still not very optimistic about Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was good at attacking. His attack power was extremely strong. The world map of the blue sky blossomed, like an unparalleled war king, killing gods when he met them, but Hua Taixu was good at illusion, which was not affected by attacks. As long as you can't break his illusion, no matter how strong the attack was, it would be useless. If Hua Taixu and Qin Wentian were to fight with strength, there is no doubt that Qin Wentian would win, but this situation is obviously impossible. If Qin Wentian fights Hua Taixu will definitely make him enter an illusion. Whether Qin Wentian can defeat Hua Taixu depends on whether he can break the illusion and unlock the terrifying eye of Samsara that is like a whirlpool. No need, my battle is over, and I have no intention of fighting again. Hua Taixu said calmly, which made Qin Wentian stunned and looked at the other party in surprise. He looked into Hua Taixu's eyes and saw that the other party had a smile in his eyes. Qin Wentian immediately understood what Hua Taixu was thinking. This is an experience for him, and it is the same for Hua Taixu. Moreover, Hua Taixu is a disciple of the one Hua Immortal King. He has no intention of becoming a disciple of Dongshen. The top 3 is meaningless to him. This duel, a battle with Qin Wentian, is enough. Hua Taixu understands his own illusion and knows his own shortcomings. In the future path of cultivation, he will make himself more perfect. Hua Taixu, you don't want to continue fighting. The masters were a little surprised. If he refused to fight, then there would only be one opponent left for Qin Wentian and his three brothers. Gu Shianqi, the #1 prodigy in Dongzhou. Gu Shianqi looked at the three people, and then slowly said, "Finally, I will fight with you one more time." As he said that, Gu Shianqi walked towards those opponents he had never challenged. His goal was different from Hua Takesu. He wanted to be the most dazzling one in this fairy banquet, and all opponents would be defeated by him. Take a break. Qin Wentian, Zhen Mengtian and Zi Qingxun stood on the ancient battle sky, watching other battles. Mo Wen defeated Taida, and Yi Qianjun and Li did the same. Taida and Yi Qianjun were destined to be the last two. In the duel between the two of them, Taida won. Yu Wang defeated Mo Wen, and his ranking should be 6th. The ranking of the top 5 behind seemed to have been decided: Yu Wang, Mo Wen, Li, Taida, Yi Qianjun, and there would not be much controversy. As powerful as Yu Wang, he could only be ranked 5th. Of course, this was the ranking of the best battle, or the ultimate ranking, depending on what Dong Shengting thought. In the ultimate ranking, he could also put Yu Wang ahead of Zi Qingxun, but in any case, this duel was gradually coming to an end. Gu Shianqi swept all the way, and all the 5 people behind him had been defeated by him, without missing a single one. Afterwards, he did not continue to fight, but sat cross-legged there to recuperate. The ancient battle sky, rarely, actually became quiet. Even the fairy banquet also became quiet. Everyone knew that the decisive battle was coming. "Qingxun, can you defeat Gu Shianqi?" Qin Wentian asked in a voice transmission. Zi Qingxun had seen Gu Shianqi's other battles and should have a measure in mind. "I will lose." Zi Qingxun did not hide anything and responded directly. It was not easy for her to defeat Yu Wang, but Gu Shianqi was very strong in defeating Yu Wang, and burst out with amazing energy. If she fought with Gu Shianqi, the outcome could be predicted. "Then, will you fight again?" Qin Wentian asked again. "No need, although I didn't make it to the top 3, I have gained a lot from this trip. My trial journey ends here, why bother to seek another defeat?" Zi Qingxun said very straightforwardly. She admitted frankly that she was not as good as others. It was not that she did not have the courage to fight, but in her opinion, it was unnecessary. How many people still want to continue fighting? If this is a truce, the ranking will be announced directly. At this time, Dong Shengting's eyes were sharp and he spoke. "If this is the end, who will be the top 3? Zhen Mengtian looked at Dong Shengting and asked. Gu Shianqi was first in one round and second in one round. He won all 5 matches in this round. The others did not dare to challenge them, so he should be first. Hua Takesu was first in one round and second in one round. Although he lost once in this battle, it did not overshadow his strength. He should be second. Zhen Mengtian has a unique physique. Although his performance in the first 2 rounds was ordinary, he was undefeated in the decisive battles. He should be third. Qin Wentian, although he was last in one round, he defeated Hua Takesu in the decisive battle and never lost a single match. He should be fourth. Dong Shengting spoke slowly, and Zhen Mengtian interrupted him directly. In the first 2 rounds, senior brother Qin won the top 3 in the second round and defeated Hua Takesu in this round. His record is not inferior to mine. Why am I in the top 3 and senior brother Qin is not? Also, if senior brother Qin and I defeat Gu Shianqi, how will we rank? The selection for the Immortal Banquet is based on comprehensive strength. You have shown a unique talent. If you can defeat Gu Shianqi and Hua Takesu, I can even put you in the first place. Even if you lose, you will still be third. As for Qin Wentian, even if he defeats Gu Shianqi, even if he wins first place in this round, but under comprehensive evaluation, his overall ranking should still not be above Gu Shianqi and Hua Takesu. Dong Shengting's intention is very clear. He is willing to give Zhen Mengtian a place in the top 3, but he is determined to put Qin Wentian in the 4th place. In the previous 2 rounds, Qin Wentian got the best place, which seems to play a crucial role at this moment, preventing Qin Wentian from entering the top 3. Chapter 884 Super Strong Showdown. Dong Shengting was quite smart. He had already calculated that if we only looked at the rankings, even if Qin Wentian ranked first in this round, he was still at a disadvantage compared to Hua Takesu and Gu Shianqi. However, everyone knew that the final battle was the most important. But since Dong Shengting was in charge of the Immortal Banquet on behalf of his father, Dong Shengting Emperor, no one would refute him no matter what he said. Before, Dong Shengting's targeting of Qin Wentian was still relatively obscure, but now that Qin Wentian had emerged, it had become slightly more obvious. Of course, everyone seemed to understand that Dong Shengting had given Qin Wentian a chance before, but Qin Wentian had rejected it. This seemed to have doomed the outcome. Just as Yan Yuangxin Wang said, the outcome had already been doomed. Your Highness. Princess Liuli called out at this time. Dong Shengting turned his gaze and looked at Princess Liuli, smiling. What's the matter, Princess? Your Highness once said that if Qin Wentian was outstanding enough, he could be among the top 3. Why do you say that now? Princess Liuli asked. I'm just a little curious. If your Highness doesn't want to say it, it's okay. After all, this is the fairy banquet of Dongsheng Xianmen, and I shouldn't say too much? What the princess asked must be the doubt in many people's minds. Dong Shengting smiled and said, the purpose of this fairy banquet is to see the geniuses of the 13 states of Dongshen, to recruit geniuses into the fairy gate, and to recruit 3 disciples for my father, who are also the saints of the fairy gate. The top 3 is my screening for my father. Princess, you don't know that Qin Wentian is a man of outstanding talent. My father wanted to accept him as his disciple and let him follow immortal King Yuan for 1,000 years. However, he was unwilling to endure 1,000 years, thinking that it was too long, and resisted my father's proposal. Therefore, my father was unhappy and revoked the order. This time Qin Wentian's comeback is a good thing. I also asked him before if he would agree to 1,000 years of training if he had another chance. However, he refused again. The princess has also seen that his character is too arrogant and seems to look down on everything. I am worried that my father will not like it. Gusu Shianqi, I believe my father will be more satisfied. Besides, Gusu Shianqi's performance at the Immortal Banquet was already very strong. Even if he lost the decisive battle, he was still not much inferior to him. Gusu Shianqi is like this, and so is Hua Takesu. If Gusu is in the top 3 and Hua Takesu is not, it would be too unfair. Dong Shengting talked freely, then looked at Qin Wentian and said, of course, this is fine. My Dongsheng Immortal Sect will still have immortal kings who will personally teach Qin Wentian and observe him at the same time. If he performs outstandingly, he can still become the saint son of the Immortal Sect and even be favored by his father. This can also be regarded as a test for him to see what kind of character he has. Dong Shengting explained in such detail for future plans. He targeted Qin Wentian, and now Princess Liuli has seen it, so he simply said it frankly to avoid causing Princess Liuli to misunderstand and spread it to Kinger in the future. Although this kind of talk is still questionable, at least it can be self-consistent on the surface. In order to prevent Qin Wentian from entering the top 3, this is the only way. Understood. Princess Liuli nodded gently without saying much. I have no intention of being in the top 3. If we talk about a fight, it's not that Hua Takesu is arrogant. In this round, apart from Qin Wentian, only Gusu Shianqi and Zhen Mengchen may threaten me, but the chances of winning are 50-50. Qin Wentian has defeated me before. If he replaces my ranking, I will have no objection. At this time, Hua Takesu looked towards Dong Shengting and said, which surprised many people. It seems that Hua Takesu is not interested in becoming a disciple of His Majesty Dongshen, but respects his master, Wanhua Immortal King. Sure enough, at the Immortal Banquet at this moment, Wanhua Immortal King's beautiful eyes flashed a comforting smile. The East Saint Immortal Sect's century-old event is no joke. I have seen the performance of all the geniuses, so there is no reason for me to give in. Dong Shengting said lightly. Hua Takesu's expression was slightly condensed, but he saw Qin Wentian smiled at him. Hua Takesu, there is no need to say more. The East Saint Immortal Sect is the leader of the 13 states of Dongshen. His Highness Dong Shengting is in charge of this fairy banquet. Naturally, he strives to be fair and has his own considerations in his heart. Hearing Qin Wentian's words, everyone showed an interesting look. Qin Wentian, has he given up? After all, his ranking can only be ranked 4th. The 3 brothers are all so dazzling and radiant. However, it seems that only Zhen Mengchen can be among the top 3. Qin Wentian can only be ranked 4th, and Zi Qingxuan may be 5th. Brother Qin. Zhen Mengchen was a little dissatisfied and still said, Mengchen. Qin Wentian interrupted what Zhen Mengchen wanted to say and said, believe in your Highness Dong Shengting, in the next battle, you challenge Gusu Shianqi. If you win, I believe your ranking can move up. You must go all out in this battle. Okay. Zhen Mengchen nodded heavily, holding back a rage that seemed to burst out. His figure trembled and landed directly in the center of the ancient battlefield. He looked at Gusu Xianqi and said, "I will win this battle." Gusu Xianqi opened his eyes, and it seemed that a terrible beam of light shot out from his pupils, which was extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian will win? Then, will Gusu Xianqi lose? You can't win. Gusu Xianqi took a step forward, and a terrible heat wave instantly rose from his body. 9 scorching suns were suspended in the air, and a huge astrological furnace appeared. Long spears rolled and bred in the furnace, like scorching sun spears. Gusu Xianqi was too terrifying at this moment. When he appeared, he showed tremendous power, which was shocking. Powerful. The crowd stared at Gusu Xianqi, shocked. On the other side, Qin Wentian stood proudly on the spot. The shadow of the ancient king appeared behind him, standing there, like a peerless king. His body seemed to have opened up a gap, shining with light, and turned into a blue sky world map, floating in the void in an instant, like an endless starry sky. This map was like a starry sky world, and there seemed to be signs of life in the map. This blue sky world map existed in the middle of the peerless king, as if it was the body of this peerless king. The crowd stared at the sky carefully, shocked. What kind of ability is this? The entire starry sky seemed to be shrouded by a peerless king, and the body of this king was a starry sky scroll. Legend has it that there are people with anti-sky physiques. Their star souls and starry celestial phenomena are destined, and they will evolve in the direction of destiny. Is Qin Wentian such an existence? 2 great prodigies, these 2, plus who takes his eye of samsara, these top 3 figures are indeed 3 great prodigies. Everyone was amazed. In a sense, it was not wrong for the Eastern Holy Court to choose these 3 as the top 3. Qin Wentian was also very strong, winning in terms of comprehensive strength, but he had not yet shown some ability that would make people feel amazed and shocked in an instant. Such a person is a peerless genius, but his plasticity may be slightly worse. Gusu Xianqi walked towards Qin Wentian step by step with a furnace that burned the void. Half of the sky seemed to be burning, and the other half of the sky was Qin Wentian's constellation, the shadow of the peerless war king, and the blue sky world map. Suddenly, Gusu Xianqi pointed his finger forward, and in the terrible flame furnace, a long spear with 1,000 feet of light burst out, as if there was a terrifying furnace flame burning directly on Qin Wentian's war king armor, making a terrible hissing sound, and the flames of destruction bloomed directly from the furnace constellation. Qin Wentian clenched his fists suddenly, and his body shone with the aura of an unrivaled king. He roared, and in the picture of the void, it seemed that endless chariots rolled out. These chariots seemed to be made of the hardest materials, rolling over the void, colliding with those spears, and directly exploded in the void. Roar! Qin Wentian roared and stepped out. In the blue sky world map, an extremely violent storm swept out, chariots rolled over the sky, and violent monsters attacked frantically, as if the world was collapsing, and the speed was extremely fast. In just a moment, it would submerge the entire sky. Too crazy. Is this kind of attack really the means of a person of the celestial sign? With a roar, he can kill countless ordinary people of the same realm. Everyone's heart trembled, and those immortal kings stared at this battle with fiery eyes. The flames on Gusu Xianqi's body were even more terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that behind the 9 suns, 9 figures appeared, like the figures of gods. Kill! Gusu Xianqi roared, as if the power of multiple stars exploded at the same time. The 9 figures simultaneously drew out long spears from the 9 suns and blasted forward. Endless flames went forward, turning into a terrible solar storm, rolling forward, and everything was burned to nothingness wherever it passed. The first pride of Dongzhao, is this the real power of Gusu Xianqi? Everyone stared at this scene. 9 generations of single inheritance, generations of immortal kings, those 9 figures, are they the shadows of the 9 generations of immortal kings? This kind of attack, can it really be cracked by people who are suppressed in the same realm? Perhaps if anyone can break it, it is only Qin Wentian. The world map of the blue sky behind him rolled up crazily, and terrible torrents gathered. Qin Wentian looked up, and an extremely powerful and terrible light fell on him. He raised his fists, and the fist light burst into 1,000-foot light, dominating the world. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and the fist method that defeated King Aoli seemed to appear again, but it became stronger. The crowd only saw fist shadows piercing through the sky and earth, as if there were thousands of fist lights, directly hitting the solar storm. In an instant, holes appeared in the solar storm, cracking in all directions like a spider web, and finally, it was torn to pieces. Jian Mengchen's boxing method is still so powerful that it can break everything. Below, Zi Qingxuan watched the fight between the two, and felt a little emotional. It seems that she is indeed weak. Gusu Xiangqi has not yet unleashed all his strength. After she returns, she needs to work harder and become stronger. Meng Chen will do his best to help you win this battle and lower Gusu Xiangqi's ranking. However, even so, he is not going to let you enter the top 3. But at least, you have to defeat him to prove that you have been here. Do you have confidence? Zi Qingxuan looked at the void and whispered, naturally asking Qin Wentian beside him. Qin Wentian looked up at the battle in the void, and his eyes shot out a terrible sharpness. Defeat, how can it be enough? Chapter 885 You are no match for me. Zi Qingxuan looked at Qin Wentian deeply. It seemed that Qin Wentian had not given up on the top 3. However, it was unknown how he would compete for the seemingly impossible top 3 position. The Eastern Holy Court did not want him to enter, so how could he enter? Her eyes slowly turned and she looked at the battle in the void. Jian Mengchen and Gusu Xiangqi were still fighting. Both of them were incredibly powerful and terrifying. Gusu Xiangqi waved the sun's spear, and each shot burst with the light of the sun. When it was shot, a terrifying sunlight burst out and melted everything. However, Jian Mengchen was able to destroy it with just one punch. His boxing skills were earth-shattering. It was the king's fist, and each punch contained endless power. Moreover, the attack speed of the two was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they collided countless times. Boom! There was a clattering sound from the solar furnace, and the terrible flames like magma rushed out fiercely, melting into amazing spears. 9 figures stretched out their palms, and the huge spears fell into their hands. Gusu Xiangqi also held a spear in his hand, looked forward, stepped forward, and a force of annihilation pressed towards Jian Mengchen. Die! With a loud shout, Gusu Xiangqi thrust out his spear, and the huge figures thrust out this amazing spear, sealing the heaven and earth, and nailing Jian Mengchen to death in the void. Jian Mengchen roared wildly, and the terrible storm barrier gathered in front of him, but it continued to explode under the pressure of the spear technique. The world map of the blue sky began to spin wildly, and an overwhelming pressure continued to flow into Jian Mengchen's body, making his kingly momentum even stronger. He was wearing the king's armor as if he was wearing a crown, and the king's gloves appeared on his hands, and the War King Dragon Chariot appeared under his feet. Jian Mengchen raised his fists, and the endless turbulence in the world map of the blue sky flowed towards him. The world was full of the breath of extinction. It was the breath from the troubled times, which seemed to be extremely ancient. The void was rioting. That space seemed to be the void of the troubled times, with only endless wars. It was a barbaric world, and Jian Mengchen was the king of that world. One after another, the amazing spears passed through the torrent of the troubled times, allowing the airflow of destruction to rush at them, and still marched forward bravely, determined to kill Jian Mengchen there. Even if he was the supreme king, he had to die. The 9 figures condensed on Gusu Xiangqi were like the 9 immortal kings. The spears stabbed by each immortal king were a fatal shot that could break the world and shake the universe. The kingly aura on Jian Mengchen became stronger and stronger. The crowd looked up at this scene. Even the immortal kings were shocked. This was still the realm of celestial phenomena. If Jian Mengchen became a fairy type figure or an immortal king in the future, what kind of scene would it be? It was simply unimaginable. Some people are born strong, like Jian Mengchen and Gusu Xiangqi. Some people are born strong. The most obvious one is Hua Taixu, the king of Chaos Fist. Jian Mengchen roared, his fists broke the sky. At this moment, the whole void turbulence rolled up, turning into endless Chaos Fist light. The purple gold kingly fist condensed into a real entity, purple gold fist, piercing through the void, breaking everything, and the 10,000 feet of purple gold light hurt people's eyes. This endless king of Chaos Fist passed through the void and collided with the long spears, making a shocking and violent sound. Then the king of Chaos Fist penetrated through, crushing the long spears, and directly turned into endless purple gold light, bombarding Gusu Xiangqi. Gusu Xiangqi's expression was stiff, watching the king of Chaos Fist that engulfed and destroyed everything coming, gathering all his strength, and hiding his spear again, but saw the rumbling sound endlessly. The crowd saw Gusu Xiangqi's body being knocked out, the stars in the sky gradually dimmed, and then dissipated in the sky. Puff! Gusu Xiangqi stood in the void, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body was injured, but his heart was more painful. Gu Shianqi participated in the fairy banquet held once a century by Dongsheng Xianmen. His purpose was to be the first and become the most dazzling existence. He did not allow himself to lose, but now, he was defeated. Gu Shianqi, the first in Dongzhou, was defeated. Gu Shianqi, defeated. Countless figures at the fairy banquet looked at this scene, shocked. Qin Wentian, he not only showed a unique talent, but also his fighting power was unparalleled. At this time, Qin Wentian, who is like a king, was also panting, but he defeated the powerful Gu Shianqi. This battle was enough for him to become famous in Dongzhou. The ancient battle sky became quiet, very quiet. Even at the fairy banquet, no one spoke, as if they were still immersed in the outcome of this battle. After a long time, Gu Shianqi took a deep breath and uttered, "I lost." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian's aura was completely restrained, the stars disappeared, and the king's armor dissipated, as if he had turned into the harmless and handsome young man again. He looked at Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxuan, revealing a happy smile. He won, and this victory made his top 3 position well-deserved, not just relying on some kind of talent and characteristics he showed, but talent plus strength. He won, and this victory made Gu Shianqi lose. But he, Qin Wentian, did not lose. Qin Wentian looked at the seat of the fairy banquet again, looking at Dong Shengting from afar, and said, "I have no defeats, but Gu Shianqi has, so how should the ranking be? What do you think?" Dong Shengting looked at the fairy kings next to him. Although Qin Wentian ranked slightly behind in the first 2 rounds, he showed amazing potential and undefeated record in this battle. His Majesty will definitely like him and can be promoted to the first place. An immortal king laughed. They certainly understood Dong Shengting's thoughts and Dongsheng Immortal Emperor's thoughts. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor would definitely accept this disciple and teach him personally. Qin Wentian and Gu Shianqi would both be disciples that His Majesty liked. Okay, in that case, Qin Wentian can be the first of the top 3 seats, and Gu Shianqi will be ranked second after losing 1 battle. Dong Shengting spoke slowly, which shocked everyone. This immortal banquet was really full of twists and turns. In the end, would Qin Wentian take the first place? This was incredible. Gu Shianqi only ranked second. This little guy already has amazing talent, and now, he will be trained by Your Majesty himself, and he will soar to the sky. Yunzhao, Xian'an Immortal King was very happy and laughed heartily. Their Yunzhao's Xianjiao will take the first seat at the immortal banquet. What an honor it is, something that has never happened in ancient times. However, the other people in Yunzhao were not so excited, and their smiles were stiff. Yunzhao, there are 3 people in the top 10 seats, including the first, haha. Xian'an Immortal King was happier the more he thought about it. Before, the immortal kings of other states were showing off in front of him, but now, it was really an invisible slap in the face. Yunzhao is not bad this time. Dong Shengting also praised, which made Xian'an Immortal King feel more proud. This time he was proud. Qin Wentian, I am very optimistic about you. Don't let the immortal gate down in the future. Dong Shengting looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and said, he gave Qin Wentian the first seat to show goodwill and win him over, so that Qin Wentian would forget some of his previous grudges. But Your Highness, if I can get first place, then why can't my senior brother get into the top 3 if he beats Gu Shianqi? Qin Wentian asked doubtfully. I've already said that this auction depends on the comprehensive performance of the 3 rounds, and also depends on personal talent, characteristics and combat power. Your talent is amazing, and your performance in the 3rd round conquered everyone. You deserve the first place. But Qin Wentian, if he only beat Gu Shianqi, based on the performance of the 3 rounds, he will be in the top 3, and Gu Shianqi will be eliminated. This is not fair. Dong Shengting explained. I won't lose again. Gu Shianqi said with a cold expression. He had already lost a battle, but Dong Shengting and Qin Wentian were discussing the possibility of him losing another battle in public. You should rest and recover your fighting strength first. At this time, Qin Wentian spoke, causing Gu Shianqi to shoot cold eyes at him. If you want to fight, you can do it now. Even if I defeat you, Dongsheng Xianmen will not let me enter the top 3, let alone fight when you have not recovered to your full strength. If I fight you now, even if I win, I am afraid that His Highness Dong Shengting will have something to say again. Qin Wentian said coldly, causing Dong Shengting to frown slightly. Qin Wentian's words were obviously saying that Dongsheng Xianmen was targeting him. Rest, you must have thought that you would not lose before. You have already lost a battle, so you should be cautious. Qin Wentian saw Gu Shianqi's sharp eyes and continued. Since you said so, I'll wait. Gu Shianqi responded, and then he was seen sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. This guy's words were full of strong confidence. The 10 great geniuses were still on the ancient battlefield. Looking at these figures, the immortal kings sighed. Some of them were not weak, but also peerless. However, they could only be unwilling to rank at the bottom. I don't know if their character will be high and they will never recover from it. Probably, there's only one last battle left. However, the East Saint Court seems to have decided the ranking. This battle actually has no effect on the ranking. It is just a battle for Qin Wentian to prove himself. Everyone thought in their hearts, and even the immortal banquet became much quieter, waiting quietly for the last battle. After this battle, the once-in-a-century feast will also come to an end. After a long time, Gu Shianqi opened his eyes, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes, which was extremely terrifying. He stared at Qin Wentian and said, "Are you okay?" Qin Wentian glanced at Gu Shianqi, then stood up, looked at Wang Shangting and said, "I will not talk about what happened before. Since your highness said that my previous performance showed that my talent was not enough, I just hope that your highness can see more clearly in this last battle and not tarnish the word fairness of Dongsheng Xianmen. All the seniors present have sharp eyes and the truth is in their hearts." As he said, his figure slowly walked towards the center of the ancient battle stage, looking around at the Xianjiao. "Your opponent is me." Gu Shianqi walked to the opposite side of him and spoke coldly. "You are no match for me," Qin Wentian said coldly. He glanced at everyone and said, "Gu Shianqi, Yu Wang, Li, Tata, Yi Qianjin, I hope you will give me a chance. Let's fight together. P.S. Today is the day of the decisive battle, and it is also the last day for double monthly tickets. Brothers and sisters who have monthly tickets, please vote, because after today it will not be double." Chapter 886. Is this enough? As soon as Qin Wentian spoke, the already quiet space became even quieter, and the sound of the wind in the air could be clearly heard. Countless eyes fell on Qin Wentian at the same time, and their faces seemed to be filled with shock, as if they could not believe that these words came out of Qin Wentian's mouth. The 10 great geniuses walked to the battlefield for the final battle. Although they were not as strong as Gu Shianqi and Qin Wentian, were there any weak ones among them? If one person fought alone, he might be defeated by Qin Wentian in an instant, but the 5 people, including Gu Shianqi, would not have the same attack power as the 5 people attacking one by one. Let's ask, can the effect of 5 people attacking at the same time be the same as that of 5 people attacking one by one? The power of joint attack is deadly, especially when geniuses of this level join forces. How terrifying the power will be is simply unimaginable. But Qin Wentian said, "Give a chance, let Gu Shianqi, Yu Wang, Li, Tata, Yi Qianjin, 5 people, attack together. Is this crazy?" In order to prove his strength and to enter the top 3, he fought 5 people? "Are you insulting me?" Gu Shianqi said coldly. It was ridiculous to let him and the other 4 people join forces to fight Qin Wentian. This person was too arrogant. "You fight me first." Among all the people, Yu Wang was definitely the most frustrated one. As the young king of the Yu Mo clan, he couldn't even keep the top 5 seats now. How cruel it was for him. Li, Tata and Yi Qianjin, although they were all defeated by Qin Wentian, they all stared at him coldly at this moment. You have all been defeated so miserably, but you still maintain your ridiculous arrogance. Qin Wentian took a step forward and glanced at everyone. The reason why he fought 5 people was just because of the embarrassment of the East Saint Court. He had no choice but to use this method to prove himself and let everyone witness this battle. If the East Saint Court still did not let him enter the top 3, then it would be equivalent to slapping himself in the face. If the fairy banquet of this East Saint Immortal Gate was spread out, it would also be ridiculed. Layer upon layer of battle decisions bloomed. In just a moment, Qin Wentian burst into endless fighting power. The light shone into the sky. A terrible rumbling sound came out. His body suddenly swelled and turned into hundreds of feet. Others had to look up to see him. In front of them, there was only his big feet. Endless light flowed on his body, as if he was wearing a demon armor. A layer of blood-colored light bloomed on Qin Wentian's body, which was extremely strange. Above the void, endless starlight shone down, turning into a terrible starry sky. Emperor Demon Star Soul, Purple Gold Destroyed Star. An extremely violent giant monster appeared and surrounded Qin Wentian. It was the same size as Qin Wentian's body, and was surrounded by a monstrous demon power, as if it came from the ancient demon king. A strong roar came out, shaking the earth, and then one demon roar after another rang out. In the starry sky, terrible giant monsters appeared one after another, and each monster had a terrible aura similar to Qin Wentian. These monsters stood in various directions, as if they were going to directly cover the ancient battle platform. Gusu Shianki and others were trembling in their hearts when they saw this scene. Is this guy madly displaying all his abilities? In order to prove his strength? Behind Qin Wentian, a group of purple gold figures were towering and huge, like gods, with terrible rune lights flowing on their bodies. On each body, there seemed to be a terrifying force of suppression. Do you really think you are very strong? Qin Wentian glanced at the 5 people, and there seemed to be pure and flawless white flames flowing on their bodies, spreading to the entire starry sky. Gusu Shianki looked up and stared at the giant who was 100 feet tall. His breath burst out crazily, and his body slowly soared into the air. The battle was released, and the flaming furnace constellation appeared. 9 godlike figures held spears and guarded behind him. His body also flowed with terrifying solar flames. However, when he stood in front of Qin Wentian, his momentum seemed to be still weak. I said, "You 5, come together. One person alone won't have a chance at all." Qin Wentian stretched out a huge palm. On this palm, there seemed to be divine patterns flowing. The divine essence in his body was constantly mobilized in the palm print, as if it was a mouthful of ancient bell divine essence, as if it was also carrying white flames. The ancient bell seemed to be transformed into pure and flawless white. Yu Wang roared, with overwhelming momentum. Purple gold wings appeared. His body soared into the air. The void changed color. It seemed that a powerful ancient demon appeared. His eyes stared at the huge figure in front of him, and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. Boom! As if there was a feather demon protecting his body, an extremely huge feather demon phantom appeared behind Yu Wang, with purple gold wings covering the sky and the sun, which was extremely shocking. "You don't need to do anything," Gusu Shianki shouted angrily. As soon as he stepped on the ground, 9 figures shot out their spears at the same time. The destructive solar storm blasted out and melted everything. Qin Wentian's palm slapped out directly, and in an instant, a huge white ancient bell appeared in the void, as if it could suppress everything. This white ancient bell directly hit the storm, and endless white annihilation power bloomed. In just a moment, the storm disintegrated and annihilated. I said, "You are not my opponent." Qin Wentian lowered his head, and his huge eyes swept Gusu Shianki, making Gusu Shianki look ugly. Is this all his strength? It's so powerful. With a raised hand, he suppressed the solar storm he sent out with a huge ancient bell. Not only Gusu Shianki, but everyone in the fairy banquet felt shocked. At this time, Qin Wentian was too powerful. Boom! Tata of the Celestial God clan had a rather violent personality. At this moment, he turned into a celestial god, his body swelled up, and he roared, "I want to test how strong you are in your prime." Yuqianjian's figure rose up and flew into the void. On the ancient battlefield, Yuqianjian, had nothing to lose. His ranking was likely to be the best, so what was there to care about? Losing didn't matter. He also wanted to see how strong Qin Wentian was at this moment. The last one was Li. His body also soared into the sky. 5 people surrounded Qin Wentian's huge body. Every one of them was blooming with terrifying might. "Come on together," Qin Wentian shouted, and immediately those figures rushed out at the same time. Yuqianjian directly slashed with a sword, and the sword that split the void went straight to Qin Wentian's huge head. Li's dark magic spear pierced through the sky and also rushed straight to the back of Qin Wentian's head. Tata blasted out the celestial god's fist, piercing through the void. The Feather King transformed into a feather demon, and his body flashed, and he pounced directly at Qin Wentian's body. Gusu Shianki was in front of Qin Wentian, and he pulled out a peerless solar spear from the solar furnace and stabbed Qin Wentian's body. Roar! A violent roar shook the earth. As long as the Blood Demon King who was guarding Qin Wentian protected his body, at the same time, the huge monsters that fell from the sky attacked everyone directly. Qin Wentian slapped Gusu Shianki's attack in front of him with both palms, but his eyes looked into the void. Wherever his eyes went, the purple gold bodies that looked like gods actually floated up. Dong, dong, dong. Each figure suppressed down and landed in a certain position, and it kept doing so, as if these bodies were constructing a wonderful pattern. The 5 strong men attacked Qin Wentian frantically, but they were shocked to find that they could not even break Qin Wentian's defense. It was easy for Qin Wentian to defeat the 4 people except Gusu Xiangqi. Even Gusu Xiangqi's attack was repelled by Qin Wentian's palms. However, Qin Wentian was not in a hurry to attack. What does he want to do? Everyone stared at the void. The godlike figure seemed to gather into an extremely huge pattern. The pattern suddenly rotated and released an astonishing pressure. Gusu Xiangqi looked up at the sky. He seemed to feel an extremely huge threat from it. Then, he saw Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and waved towards the void. The huge pattern flew down from the sky. Figures spun around the pattern crazily. The position where Qin Wentian stood was exactly in the middle of the pattern. An overwhelming force of repression descended. Gusu Xiangqi and the other 5 were wrapped in this huge pattern at the same time. They all felt the suffocating power. They attacked frantically, but saw that the pattern had a terrible power that seemed to lock and ban their attacks, and then suppressed and destroyed them. The floating figure behind Gusu Xiangqi was attacked, and the endless light blasted over. The 9 figures continued to shatter, and the sun seemed to stop blooming, and then were destroyed by the endless light. At this moment, whether it was Gusu Xiangqi or Yu Wang, they found that their bodies seemed to be sealed and suppressed by an overwhelming force, and when they moved, they became extremely slow. Go down. Qin Wentian glanced at Jiutian, and then a force of annihilation directly hit him, suppressing Jiutian to the ground. Go. Qin Wentian looked at Tata again, and then Tata was shaken away. Then, it was Li and Yu Wang. They roared, but they still couldn't stop the force, which directly suppressed their bodies and could even kill them directly. However, Qin Wentian did this. If it wasn't for letting everyone see clearly and leaving Dong Shengting with no excuse, he wouldn't have dragged the other 4 people. These 4 people were no threat to him. Do we still need to fight? Qin Wentian glanced at Gusu Xiangqi, and then the light of the pattern all fell on Gusu Xiangqi's body. At this moment, Gusu Xiangqi seemed unable to move. The endless force of annihilation directly hit him, and all his defenses were destroyed. Qin Wentian clapped his hands and slapped him directly towards the banquet in the distance. An immortal king figure from Dongzhou waved his hand and caught Gusu Xiangqi's body, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. This was the last battle, and also the most shocking one. During the decisive battle, Qin Wentian treated all the geniuses at the Dongsheng Immortal Gate Immortal Banquet as nothing. No matter how many geniuses there were, he could destroy them all by himself. Not only defeat them, but if he wanted to destroy, he could kill them. Qin Wentian's body was 100 feet long, and his body shone brightly, as if he was the supreme figure of this immortal banquet. When he looked at the Dongsheng Gate, he uttered a voice. Is this enough? Chapter 887 Gift of Treasure. Is that enough? Qin Wentian's voice resounded throughout the space. Looking at the 100-foot-tall body, the immortal kings were speechless. In this case, can the Eastern Holy Court still say that it will not allow Qin Wentian to enter the top 3? Previously, the Eastern Holy Court had said that the reason why Jian Mengzhen was allowed to enter the top 3 and Qin Wentian was not allowed to enter the top 3 was because Jian Mengzhen showed amazing talent, and what Qin Wentian did was not amazing enough. So in this battle, Qin Wentian was undoubtedly telling everyone that he could also shine brightly and shock the entire immortal banquet. Gusu Xiangqi, the number 1 person in Dongzhou, has been passed down for 9 generations, and each generation has produced an immortal king. However, Qin Wentian crushed him so strongly and defeated him. Not only that, even if the other 4 Xianjiao characters in the top 10 were added, none of them could withstand Qin Wentian's attack. What else needs to be proved? He alone can look down on half of the top 10 Xianjias of the immortal banquet, and he defeated all of them alone, including the most popular Gusu Xiangqi. There were 10 people in total, and he defeated 5 of them. If the Eastern Saint Court still didn't let him enter the top 3, it would really be a slap in their own face. It was obviously unfair targeting. This once-in-a-century grand event of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect would be covered in dust and meaningless. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengzhen, these 2 brothers, are really peerless. Everyone thought to themselves. Xian'an Immortal King was also stunned. Looking at Qin Wentian on the ancient battle stage, he showed a strange look. Among the top 3, the first 2 will be taken down by his Yunzhao land prodigy? The other forces in Yunzhao looked stiff, and they didn't know what they felt in their hearts. Qin Wentian, who had grievances with them, they had ridiculed Qin Wentian for not being able to rank in the top, but now it seems that Qin Wentian's brilliance is no longer limited to Yunzhao. Even among the prodigies in the entire Eastern Saint 13 states, he can shine the most dazzling brilliance. Compared with him, what is Gu Henshin? At this time, Gu Henshin, Jiu and others had long forgotten what they felt. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter the top 10. What was even more ridiculous was that Gu Henshin had always provoked Qin Wentian. Now it seemed that with his talent, he was probably not even worthy of helping Qin Wentian carry shoes. The gap between them was simply insurmountable. It turned out that in the previous battles, Qin Wentian had never tried his best. It was not until this moment that he really burst out his strongest power. This was the most perfect him, the strongest him. Princess Liuli looked at Qin Wentian, and then at Jun Mengjian. The talents of these two people were so outstanding in the 13 states of Dongshen. If they were placed in other places in the fairyland, they would also be top-level geniuses. They could be the variables predicted by her father Beatty. However, who is it? She looked at the Dongsheng court. The Dongsheng court had previously intended to target Qin Wentian. Although she had explained it, it was still a bit far-fetched. Now, how should he decide? Dong Shengting had many thoughts in his mind. If he still didn't let Qin Wentian enter the top 3, then he would undoubtedly deny what he said not long ago, and it was clearly targeting Qin Wentian. Then, would he really let him enter the top 3 and become the disciple of the holy son of Dongsheng Xianmen and his father? Qin Wentian, would he do anything shocking to damage the reputation of Dongsheng Xianmen? If this boy wants to pursue Kinger, he must have an extraordinary identity. Being in Dongsheng 13 states, being a disciple of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor is undoubtedly the best choice. Otherwise, relying on himself, even if he wants to leave Dongsheng 13 states, he doesn't know how long it will take. It will be hard all the way. It will take many years for him to really come into contact with the upper class of Changqing Xianguo. If he is smart enough, he should know what to do. Dong Shengting thought to himself, why not give Qin Wentian a chance temporarily? As for how to treat him in the future, that's still up to him. Thinking of this, a smile flashed in Dong Shengting's eyes. He stood up and said slowly, it is a blessing for our Dongsheng Immortal sect to see all the geniuses show their amazing talents. Qin Wentian, I said that I would not deliberately target you. This time, the fighting power you showed was amazing. You have not lost in this round. In this round alone, you should be the first. In addition, although you ranked last in one round before, you were also in the top 3 in the second round, not worse than your junior brother Jun Mengjian. In this case, the ranking of the two of you makes me a little embarrassed. Dong Shengting smiled easily, as if he had completely eased the tense atmosphere with just one glance, as if he had never deliberately targeted anyone. Moreover, his last sentence was undoubtedly a formal announcement that Qin Wentian was in the top 3. Dong Shengting said that the ranking of Qin Wentian and Jun Mengjian made him feel awkward, and he had said before that if Jun Mengjian was ranked first, it meant that Qin Wentian and Jun Mengjian would be the top 3 in this round of the Immortal Banquet. The first and the second. Haha. Xian Immortal King laughed happily. The first and the second were both from his Yunzhao land. However, Yun Immortal King's face was very gloomy. His disciple He Feng was killed by Qin Wentian on the ancient battlefield. Now, Qin Wentian finally broke the shackles of the rules and entered the top 3. Even if Dong Shengting wanted to stop Qin Wentian, he didn't do it. Yun Immortal King's deep eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered in his heart. He knew Dong Shengting's character better. He was strong-willed and full of personality. He could make Qin Wentian enter the top 3, but in the future, after Qin Wentian became a disciple of His Majesty Dongsheng, he wanted to rise to the top, but it was a dream. The days of waiting for Qin Wentian were still long. At this moment, I officially announced that the top 10 seats on the battle stage for the once-in-a-century feast of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect will be held. The Eastern Saint Court spoke loudly, and the blue dragon roared in the sky. The troops around the ancient battle stage pointed their spears at the sky and shouted at the same time, shaking the earth and making a mighty noise. Even the people at the banquet stood up one after another to show their importance of this moment. The 10th seat, Yi Qianshan. The Eastern Saint Court shouted, and Yi Qianshan looked extremely calm, without any pride. The 9th seat, Tata. The Eastern Saint Court continued to announce, and Tata was also very calm. The 8th seat, Li. The 7th seat, Mo Wen. The 6th seat, Zi Qingxuan. The 5th seat, Yu Wang. Everyone sighed when they heard the ranking of these two people. Although Zi Qingxuan defeated Yu Wang, her ranking was still placed after Yu Wang. Obviously, Based on the comprehensive consideration of the 3 rounds of rankings, the East Saint Court decided to put Qin Wentian and Jian Mengjian in the top 3. There was no need to care about Zi Qingxuan, and no one would say anything. Of course, if she didn't make it into the top 3, Zi Qingxuan didn't care about the other rankings. The 4th seat, who takes Su? The East Saint Court said loudly, which made everyone tremble again. Qin Wentian, after all, made it into the top 3. But the East Saint Court put Hua Taixu in the 4th place and put Gu Shianqi in the top 3. The meaning is very clear. Before, because both Gu Shianqi and Hua Taixu are going to be in the top 3, it didn't matter. However, now, only one of them can be selected, and Hua Taixu has no intention of worshipping the East Saint Immortal Emperor as his teacher. If he enters the top 3, Gu Shianqi will be out. As for Gu Shianqi, his father, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, wanted to accept him as his disciple. How could he be among the top 3? Therefore, the Eastern Saint Court reserved a seat for him and eliminated Hua Taixu. The ranking of these 2 people was controversial. They were evenly matched in the previous 2 rounds, but in the 3rd round, Hua Taixu only had 1 battle, and he did not fight with Gu Shianqi. The 2 were good at different things and it was difficult to compare them. No matter who the Eastern Saint Court put in front, it would be somewhat subjective. He obviously made the decision he wanted to make and put Gu Shianqi in the top 3. No one would say anything about this, because even Hua Taixu himself had no intention of taking the top 3 seats, and he did not want to compete. The 3rd place goes to Gu Shianqi. Dong Shenting finally announced the top 3. Once his ranking was announced, everything seemed to be settled. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengjian were locked in the top 2. The 2nd place goes to Jian Mengjian. Dong Shenting said again. Once this was said, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Dong Shenting put him in the 1st place. Qin Wentian, the 1st in this Immortal Gate trial. Dong Shenting smiled, and the Immortal Kings all applauded to congratulate everyone. Congratulations. Your Majesty can accept 3 more beloved disciples. Congratulations to your Majesty. All the Immortal Kings, please take your seats. All 10 of you should also return to your seats. Dong Shenting waved his hand and spoke with a smile. He was very cool and unrestrained. Immediately, everyone returned to their seats. In the direction of Yunzhao, Xianai and Immortal King stood to welcome the return of Qin Wentian and the other 2. Mu Yan also raised his glass to congratulate Qin Wentian and the other 2. He did not expect that Qin Wentian would shine in the Battle of Piaoxua City, but he still did not expect that Qin Wentian would be able to stand at the peak of the trial of the Immortal Banquet of Dongsheng Immortal Sect. Qin Wentian and the others responded with a smile. The 3 of them stared at each other, and Qin Wentian patted Zi Qingxuan on the shoulder to comfort him. Come on, everyone, drink and celebrate the end of this feast of Xianjiao's battle. Dong Shenting seemed very happy, and did not feel the slightest dissatisfaction with Qin Wentian and Jian Mengjian for taking the top 2. Your Highness, it's not over yet, the treasure should be put up. Jian Mengjian said cheerfully, as if he was worried that he would not be able to get the treasure after refusing Dongshen, so he would rather get it first. Yes, the top 10 and the top 3 have different rewards, and they will be given treasures. Dong Shenting spoke proudly, and 10 beautiful women immediately strolled down the steps, holding different treasures in their hands and walking towards the 10 people. What the crowd was most concerned about was naturally the treasures of the top 3. Gu Shianqi was a flying fairy treasure. When the woman took it out of the storage ring, it was displayed in front of everyone. It was an extremely gorgeous flying boat that could freely change its size and shape. This is the Fairy King boat. Dong Shenting said with a smile. Gu Shianqi stood up and accepted it. There were 2 magic weapons displayed at the Yunzhao banquet. One was a fairy wall, the supreme fairy wall, which was dazzling. There was endless fairy light emanating from it, which made everyone in the Yunzhao camp eager. The other one, held by the maid, was a huge talisman bone, the Xianpeng talisman bone, which was the talisman bone of the supreme Xianpeng. On the talisman bone, there were vast and mysterious runes flowing. A terrifying Xianpeng phantom appeared there, as if it was the supreme Xianpeng, who could roar in the sky. Thank you, Your Highness. Jian Mengjian smiled and then accepted the fairy wall. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Wentian also showed a meaningful smile and put away the Xianpeng talisman bone. P.S. Thank you Brother Mu Fang for pinning it to the top again, and thank you other brothers and sisters for the reward. Chapter 888, Become a Disciple? Jian Mengjian smiled happily. 2 of the 3 of them had completed the trial mission of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Now, the rewards from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect have been obtained. After returning, he will be able to get rewards from the Heavenly Talisman Realm. It is hard for him not to be happy about such a good thing. Moreover, he now understands that senior brother Qin has a history with the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and was abandoned by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The immortal Qin Wentian and the Eastern Saint Court made things difficult for senior brother Qin, and even implicated him in Qixuan. This made him look forward to it. Since they had abandoned senior brother Qin, they should let the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor feel this taste. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian smiled even more brilliantly, raised his glass and drank the wine in the glass. The Eastern Saint Court was still looking at this at the moment. Seeing the bright smile on Qin Wentian's face, he was in a good mood. Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian both entered the top 3. In this way, they should be satisfied, and they will slowly train them in the future. This immortal banquet is perfect at this moment. I will toast to all the elders and the geniuses. Dong Shenting raised his glass again and said with a smile, I also toast to all the friends who came to watch the ceremony. Come, let's toast together. An immortal king said with a smile. However, it is still one step away from perfection. Here, I would like to congratulate your majesty for accepting 3 more outstanding disciples, and congratulate Rongsheng Xianmen for adding another genius. Someone else laughed and spoke, and all the immortal kings laughed. Yes, congratulations to your majesty in advance. Everyone drank happily, as if the matter of Dongsheng Xiandi accepting disciples had been confirmed, and the 3 of them would become disciples of Dongsheng Xiandi. It was just because in their opinion, this immortal banquet, fame, treasures, everything, was not as important as becoming a disciple of Dongsheng Xiandi. This was what those geniuses dreamed of the most. Did they come here to dream of becoming disciples of the immortal emperor? The immortal domain is so vast, there are so many strong people, there are geniuses like clouds, and there is no shortage of peerless and elegant figures, but what is the most scarce thing in the vast immortal domain? The most powerful person. The immortal emperor of the East, His Majesty of the 13 states of the East, the ruler of the entire 13 states of the East, the person who controls the fairyland. How terrible is his power? To become a disciple of the immortal emperor of the East, one's identity and status are instantly elevated to an extreme. For countless people, it can be said that it is truly soaring to the sky. In the future, the resources, treasures, and the level of contact will all be completely transformed. For such an honor, no one has ever thought of the word rejection. This thought will not even come to their minds. Even the East Saint Court, he only had such a thought, so he was wary of Qin Wentian, but after thinking about it carefully, he himself gave up this idea. His father, the immortal emperor of the East, the ruler of the 13 states of the East. Little guy, cherish this opportunity. At this moment, even the immortal king figure raised his glass to Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian. Young and frivolous, these 2 little guys are much more arrogant than I was back then. However, only people like them are qualified to become His Majesty's disciples. At the immortal banquet, it seemed that everyone's focus was now on Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian. Although the opening of the immortal banquet by the Eastern Holy Court was already perfect, they understood that the highlight was yet to come. His Majesty's acceptance of disciples was the most perfect ending to this once-in-a-century event. Brother Qin. At this moment, someone shouted to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw that the person who spoke was Zhou Yu. His brows instantly frowned and his face turned cold. Zhou Yu was seen raising his glass to Qin Wentian at this moment, and said with a smile, Brother Qin, I apologize for the unpleasantness that happened before. I will drink 3 glasses of wine as a punishment. I hope Brother Qin will not blame me. Now, everyone's eyes are on Qin Wentian. He is destined to be the disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the future Holy Son of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. As long as he grows up, he will be powerful. With Qin Wentian's talent, coupled with the guidance of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the training of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, it is difficult for him not to be powerful. Before, Zhou Yu had a very strong conflict with Qin Wentian in words, but that was because he did not expect Qin Wentian to go this far. The immortal Qin Wentian came to deny it personally, but Qin Wentian did it. Zhou Yu was obviously unwilling to be an enemy of a person who might have a strong power in the Eastern Saint 13 states in the future. Xianshan Immortal Mansion was also unwilling, so Zhou Yu came to apologize first. Get lost. Qin Wentian spat out a word, and in just a moment, Zhou Yu's face turned pale, and his smile froze there. Although he was not on the top 10, he was a famous and arrogant person after all. He apologized proactively, but was told to get lost. The faces of the strong men of the Eastern Saint sect also became unhappy. It seemed that Qin Wentian was not going to reconcile. Seeing this scene, the other forces also gave up the idea of coming forward to apologize. They had planned to reconcile with Qin Wentian, but now they obviously knew that it was impossible. Zhou Yu looked at Qin Wentian's figure coldly, and drank the wine in the glass by himself. Then he clenched his palm and broke the wine glass without saying a word. Qin Wentian ignored Zhou Yu at all. For him, he would never become a disciple of Eastern Saint. Of course, even if he became powerful in the future, he would not deliberately go to Piaoxua City to retaliate against those forces. After all, although those people were against him, it was also a kind of experience for him. He would not be so idle that he would deliberately retaliate against them. However, Zhou Yu violated Qin Wentian's taboo. When Zhen Mengzhen was poisoned before, Zhou Yu had cursed him. He apologized, and Qin Wentian reconciled with him and called him a brother? This would only make Qin Wentian feel sick. Occasionally, some powerful people from some forces in Dongzhou came and toasted Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengzhen, intending to make friends. Dongsheng Xianmen is in Dongzhou. The disciples of Dongsheng Xiandi and the holy sons of Dongsheng Xianmen, such connections are obviously very precious to them. Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengzhen accepted everyone who came, and did not talk much, just drinking quietly. At this time, a graceful figure walked towards Qin Wentian, and the eyes of many powerful people were immediately attracted to her. Even in the eyes of many powerful people in Dongsheng Xianmen, there was a trace of vigilance. The person who walked towards Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengzhen was Princess Liuli. Xiannian Immortal King stood up and greeted them personally, saying with a smile, "Although Xiannian is far away in Yunzhou, I have also heard of Princess Liuli's name. You are too polite, senior," Princess Liuli said with a smile. After all, this is a senior figure of the Immortal King, so she will naturally have the proper etiquette. I will toast them both. Princess Liuli looked at Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengzhen and said that the matter entrusted by her father was quite important and it was very likely that they would be entrusted with it, so she came here in person. Yes. Xiannian Immortal King nodded and introduced Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengzhen. Qin Wentian, Zhen Mengzhen, this is Princess Liuli, the daughter of the White Emperor of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. The Changqing Emperor also regards Princess Liuli as his own child. Qin Wentian's body trembled violently, and his eyes stared at Princess Liuli. There was a dazzling light shining in his pupils. He stood up instantly and looked at Princess Liuli. The princess of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, Kinger, isn't she the princess of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom and the daughter of the Changqing Emperor? Princess Liuli in front of him, she actually came from the Evergreen Fairyland, and was also the princess of the Evergreen Fairyland. Princess Liuli saw Qin Wentian staring at her, revealing a strange color. No man dared to stare at her so rashly, and she couldn't help but feel a little displeased. You should know Kinger, right? At this time, Qin Wentian's voice came out, causing Princess Liuli's eyes to tremble, and her eyes also became sharp. She looked at Qin Wentian, as if waiting for her to continue. Princess, if you see Kinger when you return to the fairyland this time, tell her for me that I will definitely go find her. Qin Wentian continued, and Dong Shengting saw the situation here, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. What is your relationship with Kinger? Princess Liuli looked at Qin Wentian and asked. You will know in a moment. Qin Wentian said. Princess Liuli frowned. This boy seemed to be keeping her in suspense. However, if Qin Wentian and Kinger were related, then the person his father was looking for was more likely to be this person, affecting the fate of the fairy country. I'll wait. Princess Liuli walked back without saying a word. The atmosphere at the fairy banquet was still warm. At this moment, a burst of light flashed in the distance, as if a beam of light fell directly in front of the hall from afar. At this moment, many powerful people from the East Saint Immortal sect, including the East Saint Court, all stood up and looked over there. The light was bright, and a figure appeared in the beam of light. When he appeared, it seemed that the whole world was centered on him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Many immortal kings bowed and greeted him. Many immortal platform legions and maids even knelt on one knee, extremely respectful. The person who appeared before them was the totem figure of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Father. Eastern Saint Ting shouted happily, giving up the main seat. Everyone, sit down. No need to be polite. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor seemed to have no airs. He took a step and sat down at the seat of the Eastern Saint Court. He glanced at Princess Liuli and said with a smile, "The daughter of the White Emperor is indeed a proud daughter of heaven. Senior, you are too kind." Princess Liuli said politely, "My father often mentioned you to me. Well, I will say hello to your father and Changqing when I go back." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was approachable and smiled casually as if he was talking to his juniors. His eyes slowly turned and swept down, and said with a smile, "Although I have not been to the Immortal Banquet, I already know what happened. The pride that comes here can all enter my Eastern Saint Immortal sect and become core disciples. Those in the top 3, stand up and let me see." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor smiled. Gu Su Xianqi, Jun Mengchen, and Qin Wentian all stood up. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor saw that Qin Wentian showed no surprise or strangeness, nor did he say anything, as if he had seen Qin Wentian for the first time. He just smiled and asked, "I have promised that anyone who enters the top 3 can become my disciple. You 3 are gifted and it is precious to have reached this point. Today, you will become my disciples. Are you willing?" "Junior is willing," Gu Su Xianqi said. All his elders were powerful, but no one could match the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. He would not miss such an opportunity. "Well, what about you two?" The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor smiled and nodded, looking at Jun Mengchen and Qin Wentian. The Immortal Kings all smiled casually, looking at a few people, praising them endlessly. These 3 guys were about to become the disciples of the Immortal Emperor, so why did His Majesty need to ask more questions? "This Jun Mengchen is very talented, Your Majesty will definitely like him." Someone laughed quietly beside him. "I came to this banquet only to train myself, and I have no intention of becoming your disciple. I am sorry for your kindness," Jun Mengchen said. The laughter and whispers around him suddenly stopped at this moment. It stopped so suddenly, without any sign, and there was complete silence. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. However, at this moment when time stood still, Qin Wentian's voice also rang out, "I am dull and unworthy of being your Majesty's disciple. P.S. Today is Mother's Day. I wish all mothers in the world good health and happiness." This chapter is exactly the 888th chapter. What a good omen. Chapter 889 Confrontation with the Immortal Emperor. Qin Wentian's voice rang out in the silent space, so clear, not loud, but it made everyone present tremble, revealing an expression of disbelief, and even a hint of horror. Time once again stopped, even the sound of breathing seemed to be non-existent. Everyone held their breath, and countless people looked at Jun Mengchen and Qin Wentian, still unable to accept this shocking fact. The East Saint Immortal Sect's century-old event, at the end, the East Saint Immortal Emperor appeared as the finale, and was going to accept 3 disciples. The whole world celebrated, and the Immortal Kings congratulated him. This should have been the most exciting moment, but now, it has become the most shocking moment. Even those Immortal Kings felt a moment of panic. What kind of person is the Immortal King? In this celestial realm, even if they are top-level geniuses, they don't need to care, but why are they panicking? Because at this moment, the moment when the East Saint Immortal Emperor personally arrived, the moment when this event ended perfectly, the top 2 of the 3 in the Immortal Banquet, or even the first and second, they all rejected the East Saint Immortal Emperor at the same time. Although Jun Mengchen and Qin Wentian spoke in a tactful tone, their tone and expression were so firm and indifferent, as if this moment had already been destined. If they won the top 3, this shocking scene was destined to happen. There were many powerful people present, none of them were fools, and all of them were experienced and experienced all kinds of things. How could they not see that Jun Mengchen and Qin Wentian already had their own ideas in their hearts? If they entered the top 3, they would not become disciples, but would refuse without hesitation like they did now. The supreme figure of the 13 states of the East Saint, His Majesty the Immortal Emperor of the East Saint, appeared in the most dazzling manner, personally visited the scene, and completed the last link of this grand event. He seemed to focus all the glory, and just appeared there, but was rejected directly by the first and second. Was this a slap in the face of His Majesty the Immortal Emperor? In the 13 states of the East Saint, there were actually people who dared to do such a thing, and they were 2 people in the celestial realm. In the void, there was silence for a long time, and the strong men dared not breathe, and had not yet digested this fact. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor wanted to accept a disciple, but was rejected. Moreover, the 2 strongest people who came to attend the feast of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect were rejected directly. This was unprecedented in countless years. Even Princess Lily was shocked, her beautiful eyes flickered. She never expected such a shocking thing to happen. Her beautiful eyes swept over the people, and she saw Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian below with a firm look, staring ahead, while the others dared not breathe, as if they were waiting for the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to speak. Yun's Hao, Xian'an Immortal King had no sense of honor at this moment, and even felt a trace of panic. He looked at the two people in shock. Are they crazy? How dare you? Finally, a scolding sounded in the silent space, which seemed so cold, and even faintly revealed a bit of murderous aura. The person who spoke was the Eastern Saint Ting. He had thought of this possibility for a moment, but he denied it himself. But at this moment, he saw it with his own eyes, and a strong chill suddenly emerged in his heart. Qin Wentian, did he come for revenge? He actually dared to protect the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in public? The Lord of the Eastern Saint 13 States? Jian Mengtian, do you know what you are doing? I gave you such an opportunity, but you actually gave up. Dong Shengting stared at Jian Mengtian. As for Qin Wentian, he had already been thrown into death row by him. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Wentian was full of murderous intent. He still had a little desire to retain Jian Mengtian, hoping that he was just influenced by Qin Wentian and gave him another chance. My father, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, controls the Eastern Saint 13 States. You are very talented. Now, my father has accepted you as his disciple and can make you a world-famous strong man. If you take back what you said just now, I can plead with my father for you. Dong Shengting stared at Jian Mengtian and said. Jian Mengtian also looked at Dong Shengting. Although he was careless and cynical, he was clearer than anyone about principled issues. He was a disciple of the Xianfu realm and was brought to the Xianfu realm by his senior brother to experience it. For him, this time was just an assessment and a mission. He, Jian Mengtian, could not possibly become a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Moreover, with a grudge between the Eastern Saint Immortal sect and senior brother Qin, he would not become a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. I came to participate in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's grand event, starting from the selection in Yunzhou, and came all the way to now, indeed just to train myself and make myself stronger, and I had no intention of becoming a disciple. Jian Mengtian stared at the Eastern Saint Court and said firmly, besides, the Eastern Saint Immortal sect held this grand event and it was said in advance that those who entered the top 3 would be eligible to become disciples of His Majesty, the Immortal Emperor. However, this is a two-way choice. I have never heard that I must become a disciple of His Majesty the Immortal Emperor, otherwise, I would not have come. Hearing Jian Mengtian's words, everyone was speechless. Throughout the ages, the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's once-in-a-century grand event has long been a convention. The 3 most talented people, that is, the top 3 seats, will become disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. This is already a matter of course. It has never been like this today, and the 2 refused. Rejecting the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor on such an occasion, wouldn't it embarrass His Majesty? No one dared to embarrass the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor like this. This had never happened before. This was the first time. Dong Shengting wanted to speak again, but he heard the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor say calmly, "Shut up." Hearing this, Dong Shengting immediately stopped and glanced at his father. He saw that the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's expression was still so calm. His deep eyes could not show any emotion, joy or anger. From his expression, you could not find a trace of emotion, but the faint smile on his face disappeared and became serious. There is no doubt that the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor must be angry at this moment. He is His Majesty the Immortal Emperor, an emperor. How could he not be angry when he was slapped in the face by 2 juniors in public? Sit down. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor spoke calmly. With his status, even if he was angry, he would not show it at all. Everyone sat down one after another, but the atmosphere was still extremely solemn and no one spoke. You are brothers, which sect did you join? Who is your master? The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor sat there, looking at Qin Wentian and asked. His eyes seemed to see through Qin Wentian. Just a glance gave Qin Wentian a terrible pressure. The voice lingered in his ears, as if it was the sound of the avenue, oppressing his nerves and asking him to tell the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor obediently. A momentum bloomed from Qin Wentian's body, and his blood roared in his body. He looked at the terrible eyes. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor did not release any pressure, but it was still so terrible. This was the insurmountable gap in realm. Your Majesty, don't worry about these. Qin Wentian still remained polite. No matter what he thought in his heart, Before he had enough ability, he still had to maintain the proper etiquette for the existence of the immortal emperor. Of course, it was not servile. He still had his own persistence and his own character. Is it because of what happened last time that you deliberately came to humiliate me? The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said indifferently, as if he was just talking about a very ordinary matter. This aura made Qin Wentian have to admire him. Last time, I was supposed to become your Majesty's disciple, but later, your Majesty asked me to be free once every 1,000 years. I asked your Majesty to revoke the order, but in return, I had a bad character and was abandoned by your Majesty. Perhaps to your Majesty, this is just a trivial matter, because in your Majesty's eyes, I am insignificant. Even if you trample on my dignity, it is just a trivial matter. Your Majesty may even turn around and forget about it. Qin Wentian smiled faintly and said slowly, the last time, and the words of the Eastern Saint Court, plus the fact that Xianai has no time constraints and is just sitting there, I can guess that the last matter is not as simple as I thought. Perhaps your Majesty is deliberately making things difficult. Bold. Dong Shengting stepped forward, murderous intent swept across him. Let him speak. Dong Shengting Emperor spoke lightly, and Dong Shengting could only stop, but he still stared at Qin Wentian coldly. I came to participate in the fairy banquet of Dongsheng Immortal Sect this time, and encountered unwarranted targeting and difficulties. His Majesty Dong Shengting made things difficult for me everywhere. In the first round of assessment, the Nightmare Immortal King took my memory. How could I not resist and struggle out? Naturally, I was the last one. The Demon Eagle in the second round also had independent consciousness and directly destroyed my consciousness. But even so, I still used my own strength to prove that I could do it. I came to this step and won the first place. Qin Wentian looked at the Dongsheng Immortal Emperor and continued, under such circumstances, your Majesty thinks that I will enter Dongsheng Immortal Sect? If I enter the Immortal Sect, how can I know what kind of treatment I will encounter? At that time, His Majesty Dong Shengting can put me in an irretrievable situation with just one reason. I came here, first, to train myself, and second, to tell your Majesty that not everyone is begging to become your disciple. I can still sweep the geniuses of the 13 states without becoming your disciple. I can also sweep the peers of Dongsheng Immortal Sect. Small people also have the character of small people. Their dignity cannot be trampled on at will. Qin Wentian spoke loudly, his gaze turned to the immortal Qin Wentian again, and said, the immortal Qin Wentian hinted to me before that some endings were already predetermined, but I also gave the immortal Qin Wentian a gift in return. Some things will never know what the ending is until they are over. Now, immortal Qin Wentian, do you understand the ending? The immortal Qin Wentian had a gloomy face, but saw the immortal Emperor Dongsheng said lightly, wonderful. Qin Wentian looked at the immortal Emperor again, only to see the other party glanced at him calmly, his majestic eyes still revealing a powerful pressure, and said, very exciting, very amazing, but, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? After these words fell, an even more suffocating force enveloped Qin Wentian, as if the immortal Emperor Dongsheng could take his life with just a thought. In the past, the immortal Emperor Dongsheng was entrusted by the Emperor Changqing to go to the particle world to recruit disciples. He should naturally know that it was Kinger who was giving me a chance. But His Majesty deliberately targeted me and was disloyal to the person entrusted with the task. Now, just because I don't want to become His Majesty's disciple, your Majesty wants to kill me. Isn't he afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Qin Wentian said coldly. Princess Liuli's beautiful eyes flashed, and she seemed to understand what Qin Wentian meant by his previous words. This is what Qin Wentian wanted to tell her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890, Thousand Changes Emperor. Before, Princess Liuli asked Qin Wentian what the relationship between him and Kinger was, and Qin Wentian told her that she would know in a moment. Now, Qin Wentian said that Kinger actually asked his father, the great Emperor Changqing, to ask the immortal Emperor Dongsheng to accept Qin Wentian as a disciple. It is conceivable how close the relationship between the two is. When the great Emperor Changqing was fighting for the throne, he placed the young Kinger in the particle world. Princess Liuli certainly knew this. At this moment, it is easy to guess that Qin Wentian and Kinger may have an unusual relationship, such as lovers. In this way, The person predicted by his father, the White Emperor, should be this person. With his relationship with Kinger, plus his tyrannical talent, it is really possible that he will affect the fate of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom in the future. I didn't expect that I would find the person I was looking for after attending the East Saint Immortal Sect's Immortal Banquet. But now he seems to be in an awkward situation. Princess Liuli looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. This guy rejected the East Saint Immortal Emperor and slapped him in the face in public. Not to mention that the East Saint Immortal Emperor is the master of the East Saint 13 states, even ordinary immortals would probably not tolerate it. Although the East Saint Immortal Sect's Immortal Banquet did not say that those who won the top 3 in the Immortal Banquet must become the East Saint's disciples, this is the East Saint 13 states, where the East Saint Immortal Sect governs. Everything has long been a rule. You came to the East Saint Immortal Sect's Immortal Banquet, took the treasures of the top 3, and suddenly turned against each other. Princess Liuli didn't know what Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian were thinking. Did they naively think that the East Saint Immortal Sect would let them leave like this? Even if the East Saint Immortal Emperor was generous and did not pursue, could the two of them really walk out of the East Immortal City alive? A strong immortal could easily kill them, and an immortal king could make them die without knowing how they died, without any trace. For example, the Nightmare Immortal King who has been sleeping all the time can even summon souls and kill people in dreams. It is too easy for him to kill Qin Wentian and the others. The space is still silent. Qin Wentian, is he provoking the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in public? He is really courting death. Zhou Yu and the strong men of the War King Immortal Palace thought to themselves, their eyes flashing with cold light. They were worried that Qin Wentian would soar to the sky, but now it seems that this worry is purely unfounded. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian are so arrogant that they can no longer tell who they are. This is completely the rhythm of seeking death. The world laughs at you. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor looked at Qin Wentian and then said, "Of course I won't kill you. However, I have every reason to believe that with your talents, you won't pin your hopes on my mercy. You dare to contradict me like this, so you must have something to rely on. Since you are brothers, can you tell me who your master is and whether he is powerful enough for me to let you go directly?" Qin Wentian looked at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's deep eyes, as if he could really see through him. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor saw it very accurately. He and Jian Mengtian certainly understood what they were doing. This was definitely a dead end in the eyes of ordinary people. If it weren't for the trial task of the Heavenly Talisman Realm, they would never think of doing this. As for the Reliance, of course it was the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Since the powerful Heavenly Talisman Realm had issued this trial task, it was impossible for them to die in the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate, right? Bai Wuya, he was sitting there, right next to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor didn't even know his true identity. He was the senior brother of Qin Wentian, Jian Mengtian and the other two. Someone will come to pick us up later. At this time, a voice came into the ears of Qin Wentian and the others, which made Qin Wentian and the others feel relieved. The owner of this voice was Bai Wuya. This was just as they expected. Since the Xianfu realm arranged this mission, it was naturally impossible for them to be trapped in the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect. In this case, there was nothing to be afraid of. Looking at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, Qin Wentian felt even more ridiculous and even laughed. What a great Eastern Saint Immortal Sect, a century-old event, a grand gathering, but in the end, I didn't expect it to be so dirty. My junior brother Mengtian and I won the top 3, but we were not allowed to leave without becoming his disciples. Your Majesty is so magnanimous, how should the world view it? Qin Wentian continued. You are too presumptuous. The eyes of the immortal King Yunitan were like the abyss, revealing a terrible and dangerous aura. A suffocating pressure fell directly on Qin Wentian. This time, the immortal King Yunitan released the actual pressure. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's body was bent down, as if he was about to kneel on the ground. He hunched his back, endured the oppression of immortal King Yunitan, and exuded a tyrannical aura, saying coldly, Immortal King Yunitan, you were arrogant before and constantly humiliated me, but in the end, your disciple He Fang Wunang was killed by me, and the first place in this immortal banquet was also taken away by me. Aren't you ashamed of what you said? Now you are angry and embarrassed, which is ridiculous. Bang! A terrifying pressure directly hit Qin Wentian's body, crushing Qin Wentian's body and lying on the ground. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor just watched quietly and did not interfere with the immortal King Yunitan. I said I would not kill you, but I must know who gave you the courage to come here to provoke me. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said proudly. Shameless. Qin Wentian saw Qin Wentian's body was crushed, showing anger, and said, "This is how the Eastern Saint Immortal sect treats people in the top 3. It's really shameless. How insolent." Another wave of overwhelming pressure pressed down, and with a bang, Qin Wentian's body was also crushed, and he lay together with Qin Wentian. "Your Highness values you, but you have evil intentions and deliberately challenge the majesty of His Majesty. Such crimes are enough to sentence you to death. I don't need a reason to kill you." An immortal king spoke coldly, and murderous intent swept out. "Isn't it inappropriate for the East Saint Immortal sect to do this?" At this time, Princess Liuli spoke lightly. The East Saint Immortal Emperor's brows moved, and the East Saint Ting beside him turned his gaze to Princess Liuli and said, "Princess should be able to see that these two people clearly came here deliberately to provoke and make trouble. Not wanting to be a disciple is making trouble? I'm sorry that I can't understand." Princess Liuli said indifferently, "I am a guest today and should not say much. However, I feel that the East Saint Immortal sect's behavior is detrimental to the majesty of His Majesty, the East Saint." The East Saint Immortal Emperor waved his hand, and the Immortal King Yunian withdrew his pressure. Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian stood up, staring at the Immortal King Yunian with cold eyes. "Yunian, a son is like a father, and a disciple is like a teacher. He Fang is narrow-minded, poorly gifted, and self-righteous, but in fact he is extremely incompetent and vulnerable. This is inherited from you. At this fairy banquet, I killed your disciple He Feng. If one day, I enter the realm of the Fairy King, the person I will kill will probably be you, Yunian." Qin Wentian's eyes revealed a bit of weirdness. He was clearly smiling, but with a cold aura. "In the past, His Majesty the Eastern Saint humiliated me in the particle world. Today, I refused to become his disciple and returned it today. However, today, my two brothers and sisters won the top 3 and were humiliated by the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. This matter, Qin Wentian, will remember in my heart. My Qin Wentian will also remember it." The two spoke firmly, and their eyes revealed a strong obsession of youth and frivolity. Seeing the two of them, many people sighed in their hearts. These are indeed two extraordinary people. It's a pity that they are seeking their own death. However, Bai Wuai's eyes were deep but with a hint of relief. The two people in front of him were worthy of being cultivated by the Fu realm. "Remember." Immortal King Yunian sneered. "Do they think they can live for a long time?" At this moment, Immortal King Yunian suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. A dazzling light suddenly shot out of his eyes and rushed straight into the sky. "Are you here?" Immortal Emperor Dongsheng was very curious about who Qin Wentian worshipped as his master and dared to come to his Dongsheng Immortal sect to make trouble. "Which friend came to visit my Dongsheng Immortal sect?" Immortal Emperor Dongsheng spoke loudly, and his voice rushed straight into the sky, making everyone present look sharp. "Surprisingly, is there really a super powerful person coming? Then, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's guess might be right." Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian dared to do this, and it was obvious that there was a powerful person behind them to support them. "Eastern Saint, don't you recognize your old friends?" At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded through the world, as if it came from all directions, with a bit of weird aura, everywhere. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor frowned slightly, and then, many figures suddenly appeared above the sky. These figures were all the same person, as if they were incarnations. This person was dressed in black, had long hair, and his deep eyes revealed a bit of a demonic smile. Seeing this person appear, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's face instantly turned cold, and an invisible aura swept up from the lower sky, as if to wrap up the entire world. "Here they come." Qin Wentian said in his heart, "The person who was waiting for them in the heavenly talisman realm has arrived." Thousand Changes Emperor. The Immortal King's face also changed slightly when he saw the figure in the void, and he looked extremely shocked. The Immortal King was very old and had lived for countless years. He was called the Old Immortal. He even witnessed a chaotic era when the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor unified the Eastern Saint 13 states. Thousand Changes Emperor. When the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect heard this name, many Immortal Kings changed color. They never thought that this ancient figure would appear in front of them. It was rumored that the Thousand Changes Emperor was a powerful opponent of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in the past. In the extremely ancient times, when the Eastern Saint 13 states were not the Eastern Saint 13 states, there were several immortal emperors ruling them, and the most powerful among them were the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Thousand Changes Emperor. Later, The Thousand Changes Emperor was defeated and disappeared for countless years. Unexpectedly, he appeared here today. How could people not change color? Many eyes looked at Qin Wentian and Jiutian Mengtian. No wonder these people were so outstanding. It turned out that they were the opponents of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in the past, and the disciples trained by the Thousand Changes Emperor himself. In this case, it would not be surprising even if they won the top 2 seats in the Immortal Banquet. If the disciples carefully trained by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor participate in this Immortal Banquet, they can also be among the top 3. Chapter 891 The Purpose of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Qin Wentian Emperor. Qin Wentian and the others looked up at the person who came. They were not surprised. Was this the strong person that Xianfu realm arranged to come and meet him? As soon as he appeared, he was an immortal emperor. The strength of Xianfu realm might be beyond Qin Wentian and the others' imagination. After all, the illusory world that had existed secretly in the immortal realm for many years had cultivated countless powerful people. Qin Wentian, you and I once fought in the chaotic era, but later we were defeated. Now you let your disciples come to my immortal sect to make trouble. Dongsheng stood with his hands behind his back. His body slowly rose into the air. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire world. The invisible pressure was extremely terrifying. What do you mean by making trouble? Your Dongsheng immortal sect held an immortal banquet, and the 3 of them came to participate. It was just right to see what kind of people you cultivated in the 13 states of Dongsheng. You saw the final outcome yourself. In the void, thousands of figures uttered voices at the same time, lingering in the world. No one knew who the original deity was. Those powerful men who didn't know who the Thousand Changes Emperor was were also shocked at this time. The person who appeared was actually the old rival of His Majesty Dongsheng. This completely explained the appearance of Qin Wentian and the others. The Heavenly Talisman Realm seems to be deliberately creating this misunderstanding. Qin Wentian and the others thought to themselves that when the Thousand Changes Emperor appeared, everyone took it for granted and regarded them as the disciples of the Thousand Changes Emperor. They thought that the Thousand Changes Emperor was targeting the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. In this way, no one would associate it with external forces. You trained 3 disciples just for this fairy banquet. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor stood in the void, as if he could see through everything at a glance. The Thousand Changes Emperor asked 3 disciples to come to the fairy banquet, and even showed up himself, not just for the top 3. Eastern Saint, you know me better than anyone else. I was defeated in the past and wandered in the endless fairyland. Now I have returned to the 13 states of Eastern Saint. As an old rival, how do you think I should be welcomed back? The many figures of the Thousand Changes Emperor spoke again, and the invisible pressure enveloped the entire Eastern Saint Immortal Gate, making everyone in the fairy banquet nervous. Is the Thousand Changes Emperor coming back this time just to send his disciples to attend a fairy banquet? How do you want me to welcome him? Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said coldly. The 13 states of Eastern Saint are divided into East and West. I want the land of 6 states. As soon as the Thousand Changes Emperor said this, the faces of many powerful people changed immediately. The 13 states of Eastern Saint, the Thousand Changes Emperor, he wants the land of 6 states. He made a comeback this time to seize the position he lost in the past. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was silent. The Thousand Changes Emperor wanted the land of 6 states, which meant that the Thousand Changes Emperor was confident in his own strength and could already compete with him, the Eastern Saint. In the immortal realm, the competition for territory depends first on the top powerhouses. If the Thousand Changes Emperor is not as good as the Eastern Saint Emperor, he is not qualified to ask for the division of territory. Otherwise, even if he can kill countless subordinates of the Eastern Saint, the Eastern Saint can chase him endlessly and kill him to the point where he has no way to go up to heaven or enter the earth. This area still belongs to the Eastern Saint. Therefore, unless he is an extremely cruel person, he should retreat when he is weak and not commit murder. That is against the Great Way. At the level of the Immortal Emperor, everything must be based on rules. The hearts of the immortal kings below suddenly became nervous. Looking at the Thousand Changes Emperor in the void, it is not a big deal for Qin Wentian and others to seize the top 3 compared to the Thousand Changes Emperor asking for the 6 states. If he wants the 6 states, it means that the Eastern Saint Emperor will evacuate all the people from the 6 states and hand them over to the Thousand Changes Emperor to rule, which means that the 13 states of the Eastern Saint will be decomposed and changed from now on. Among the immortal kings present, some were from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, and some were not strong men from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, but they were all martial monks from the Eastern Saint 13 states. The appearance of the Thousand Changes Emperor would affect the entire Eastern Saint 13 states and this area, so how could they not be nervous? Qin Wentian had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, he understood that their participation in this immortal banquet, winning the top 3, and completing the assessment were only the first step of the Xianfu realm's trip. The real purpose of the Xianfu realm was to get the 6 states from the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to govern. Is this, the Xianfu realm preparing to start competing for the immortal realm? Qin Wentian thought to himself. No, the Heavenly Talisman realm obviously has not yet been exposed. Otherwise, with the power of the Heavenly Talisman realm, it would be enough to take down the entire Eastern Saint 13 states in one fell swoop. There is no need for the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's old rival, the Thousand Changes Emperor, to come forward and ask for the 6 states to be governed. This is a gradual infiltration. Moreover, the Thousand Changes Emperor is the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's old rival. It is reasonable for him to come back and seize what he lost in the past. No one will doubt it. Qin Wentian analyzed carefully that the Heavenly Talisman realm wanted to gradually infiltrate, and there was no trace at all, so that outsiders could not see it. It seems that you are well prepared. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's voice was still majestic, but it was more serious. He looked at the Thousand Changes Emperor and asked, which 6 states do you want? Your Eastern Saint Immortal sect is located in the Eastern State, located in the east of the Eastern Saint 13 states. Naturally, I will not force it. As long as there are 6 states in the West, your Eastern Saint Immortal sect will still rule the 7 states. The Thousand Changes Emperor responded. I haven't taken action for so many years. I didn't expect that there would be a battle in my Dongsheng Immortal sect today. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor said indifferently. According to the rules of the Immortal Realm, if Qianbian Emperor wanted the land of the 6 states, he had to compete with his Dongsheng Immortal sect in the top forces. First of all, Qianbian Emperor had to be able to compete with him, Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, otherwise, he would not be qualified to divide the territory with him. As Dongsheng Immortal Emperor finished speaking, he suddenly burst into endless immortal light. That light was enough to make people unable to open their eyes. He saw his arm trembling and punched into the void. In just a moment, this vast void seemed to riot. Countless terrible fists appeared in the sky. Each punch contained an extremely terrible rule power, and blasted towards the many figures of Qianbian Emperor. Above the many figures of Qianbian Emperor, endless dark purple thunder suddenly appeared. In an instant, the whole world turned into a thunder net. The terrifying destructive power enveloped the entire Dongsheng Immortal sect, giving people a sense of doomsday. One by one, the Thousand Changes Emperors carried the world of thunder on their backs and pointed forward. The fingers of destruction penetrated the thousands of fists and directly destroyed them all. Not a trace of the remaining power fell on the East Saint Immortal Gate, which shows how terrible their control is. Thousand Changes, go up there and fight. The East Saint Immortal Emperor said. The Thousand Changes Emperor nodded and carried the entire world of thunder on his back and went high into the sky. If these 2 superpowers fought in the East Saint Immortal Gate, it would be enough to destroy the entire East Saint Immortal Gate. I'm afraid that countless people in the East Saint Immortal Gate would fall. Such a killing is too heavy. People of their level have extraordinary minds. If there is no life and death hatred, they will not do such an inhumane thing. It's really peaceful. Qin Wentian was secretly shocked when he saw this scene. The Thousand Changes Emperor came to ask for the land of the 6 states, and the 2 were so peaceful, as if they were sparring. The crowd looked up at the void. Qin Wentian could only see 2 blurry shadows, but he could see the terrifying scene in the void. The sky was originally clear, but now it was covered by thunder clouds of destruction. The entire sky was filled with terrible thunder of destruction, enveloping the East Saint Immortal Gate. Even this vast and endless imperial city could see the scene above the sky. As the battle progressed, waves of pressure came from the sky. At this moment, everyone in the East Immortal City looked up in shock. What happened? Such a terrifying battle, what level of war? The East Saint Immortal Gate should still be holding an immortal banquet today. What happened during the banquet? It seems like there are 2 people. Some powerful people have excellent vision and can see through the vast space. They can faintly see a vague figure on the sky. Oh my God, it seems to be His Majesty the East Saint. He is fighting someone. A voice began to spread in the East Immortal City, making countless people tremble with fear. Someone is fighting with the East Saint Immortal Emperor? Although few people in the East Immortal City have seen the East Saint Immortal Emperor, they have seen the statue of the East Saint Immortal Emperor. It didn't take long for the whole city to stare at the terrifying scene in the sky. Even if they didn't know what happened specifically, they knew it must be a big deal. At the immortal banquet of the East Saint Immortal Gate, all the immortal kings stared into the void. They could see the situation of the battle. They were extremely solemn, as if they were in a trance, and they didn't dare to be distracted for a moment. Those who couldn't see the battle were also nervous. The outcome of this battle was too terrible. Qin Wentian was relieved. Emperor Qin Wentian had come to challenge Dongsheng. Regardless of victory or defeat, his crisis had been resolved. Unless Dongsheng could kill Emperor Qin Wentian on the spot, who would dare to stop an immortal emperor from taking him away? If Dongsheng wanted to kill them, Emperor Qin Wentian would make Dongsheng Xianmen bleed like a river. The immortal kings of Dongsheng Xianmen also understood this. Since Emperor Qin Wentian allowed Qin Wentian and his men to appear here, he would definitely not allow them to die here. Yunzhou belongs to the western region of Dongsheng's 13 states. At this time, Xian'an Xianwang was quite nervous. Once the 6 western states were divided into Emperor Qin Wentian's rule, he would be recalled to Dongsheng Xianmen, and Yunzhou would no longer be under his jurisdiction. Emperor Qin Wentian, this should have been planned for a long time. Everyone thought in their hearts. Above the sky, there were wisps of terrible pressure, and even lightning and thunder struck occasionally. Eastern Saint, since we last met, it seems that you have made limited progress. The 13 states of Eastern Saint are divided into East and West. From now on, the 6 states in the West will be ruled by me, Emperor Qin Wentian. My request should not be excessive. At this time, a shocking voice came from the void, resounding throughout the entire Eastern Immortal City, shocking countless people. There is a super strong man who wants the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to hand over the 6 states in the West to him. This person is Emperor Qin Wentian, and he seems to want his words to resound throughout the Imperial City. Chapter 892 Ancient Emperor City. Qin Wentian, you have made great progress over the years. I can't do anything to you, but you are no exception. The majestic voice of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor fell down. The battle between the two in the void seemed to be evenly matched. However, if you rely on yourself alone, you are not qualified to ask me for the land of the 6 states. My Eastern Saint Immortal sect has more than one immortal emperor. When this voice came out, everyone in the Eastern Immortal City felt trembling. There were other immortal emperors in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. It was very likely that he was one of the 4 supreme beings who followed the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor back then. Of course I already know this. You should feel it carefully. Emperor Qin Wentian said. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the void. Then the voice of the East Saint Immortal Emperor was heard. Okay, you really came prepared. But even if I give the 6 western states to you to rule, how can your subordinates compete with my East Saint Legion? There is one thing you should know. Once you officially form a force in the 6 western states, it means that you will be going to war with my East Saint Immortal sect. My East Saint Legion will be ready to attack at any time. You just formed a force, and my East Saint Legion immediately wiped it out. What's the point except hurting the weak? The foundation of my ruling the East Saint 13 states for so many years is simply not something that your hastily formed force can contend with. No force dares to submit to you, said the East Saint Immortal Emperor. The battle in the immortal realm has its own rules. If the top forces of both sides are not equal, then there is no doubt that the strong will rule this area, just like the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, who is the strongest in the Eastern Saint 13 states. Although many other forces do not belong to the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, they must recognize that the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor is the majesty of the Eastern Saint 13 states and the ruler of this area. If the top forces of both sides are equal, such as the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Thousand Changes Emperor, then if the Thousand Changes Emperor intends to establish a territory in the Eastern Saint 13 states, he is qualified to negotiate with the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Unless the Eastern Saint Immortal sect has the power to defeat the Thousand Changes Emperor and expel him, it is necessary to negotiate with the Thousand Changes Emperor to reach an agreement, otherwise the Thousand Changes Emperor may cause terrible consequences in anger. After the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor agreed to divide the territory, if the Thousand Changes Emperor established his own forces, it means competing with the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Then, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor can order the Eastern Saint Legion to conquer and sweep away the forces established by the Thousand Changes Emperor. Moreover, As long as the Thousand Changes Emperor's lair is not attacked, he shall not interfere in the conquest between the forces below. If it is a collision between two mature forces, it is the same. It starts from the lower forces. For example, if the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor wants to march east to expand his territory and attack the territory of other immortal emperors, it is all his subordinates who will conquer. Finally, the Immortal Emperor will collide with the Immortal Emperor. Otherwise, if the Immortal Emperor directly starts to kill the lower forces of the other party, it will be a disaster. The entire immortal domain will be devastated and no forces can exist at all. This is the rule, the potential rule of the entire immortal domain. Once one party actively breaks this rule, it is easy to form a mortal feud and fight to the death. Most people would not want to see such a situation. You don't need to worry about this. Emperor Qin Wentian said lightly. Qin Wentian, if you occupy the 6 states without forming your own forces, then it is meaningless. If you just want to embarrass me for what happened in the past, it is too ungenerous. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor snorted coldly. Let's have 100 years. If the forces I have built cannot survive the conquest of your Eastern Saint Legion within 100 years, I, the Thousand Changes Emperor, will give up returning the 6 states to you, and will never enter the territory of the Eastern Saint 13 states. The Thousand Changes Emperor said lightly. Since it was a negotiation, they needed to reach an agreement. They were all immortal emperors, with extraordinary minds and would not do meaningless things. Just 100 years? Asked the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. 100 years. The Thousand Changes Emperor replied. The two of them talked in the void, like two old friends chatting and talking, without any anger, but every word they said affected the hearts of the powerful people in the Eastern Immortal City and the Immortal Banquet. This negotiation will directly affect the future pattern of the Eastern Saint 13 states for 100 years. Moreover, listening to the tone of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, it seems that he really wants to hand over the 6 states in the west to the Thousand Changes Emperor for 100 years. There was no sound in the void. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor seemed to be thinking. 100 years is very short for him. Maybe it's just a few retreats. The request of the Thousand Changes Emperor is indeed not excessive. After all, Emperor Qin Wentian was tied in the battle with him, so he was qualified to negotiate with him about the division of territory, which was the right of speech possessed by the top powerhouses. I promise you that the 6 states in the west, Yunzhou, Liizhou, Yanzhou, Yuzhou, Tainzhou, and Zimazhou, will be divided to you for 100 years. During this period, my East Saint Legion will conquer the forces you have formed. I will make the East Saint Immortal Sect withdraw from the 6 states in the west within 3 months. After 3 months, there will be no trace of my East Saint Immortal Sect in the 6 states in the west. As for how you rule, it is your business. The East Saint Immortal Emperor spoke, and the whole East Immortal City was silent as soon as these words came out. The East Saint Immortal Emperor actually divided the 6 states in the west for Emperor Qin Wentian to rule for 100 years. This kind of courage was too amazing. Although for the top powerhouses, the territory of the sect is secondary, and their own strength represents everything, but the East Saint Immortal Emperor took the East Saint 13 states as his own nest, multiplied and thrived here, and was able to hand over the 6 states in the west with just one sentence, which was enough to make people tremble. Qin Wentian below was very surprised. He did not expect that the dispute over territory would be so simple and peaceful. With just one battle and a few words, 6 states were divided. However, this made Qin Wentian deeply feel the deterrent power and powerful voice of the top powerhouses. If Emperor Qin Wentian did not have the strength to fight with Emperor Dongxin, he would not be qualified to propose dividing the territory and governing it. That would be a dead end. Everything is strength. Qin Wentian had a slight realization in his heart. Above the void, 2 figures descended below. Emperor Dongxin glanced at the powerhouses at the fairy banquet and said, "The lords of the 6 states I mentioned just now should immediately prepare to go back and start evacuation matters, temporarily move to Dongzhou, and then obey the orders." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 6 state fairy kings mentioned all about in response, but they were filled with emotion in their hearts. Especially the immortal King Xianian of Yunzhou. He has been rooted in Yunzhou for many years and his power is all there. This time he came to attend the immortal banquet. The 3 great Yunzhou prodigies were in the top 10 and 2 of them were in the top 3. What an honor it was, but the following scenes made him dumbfounded. Now, Even the position of the King of Lions has been temporarily deprived, and he needs to return to the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate to obey his orders. The foundation of so many years has to start all over again in an instant. This made the Immortal King Xianian sigh that the world is really changing, and the secrets of heaven are hard to predict. The Immortal King Xianian glanced in the direction of Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian. These two peerless prodigies actually became disciples of the Emperor Qianbian. In the future, how dazzling will they be? The achievement of the Immortal King is probably inevitable. The Emperor Qianbian will take you away, but he is not from the Heavenly Talisman realm. Other brothers from the Heavenly Talisman realm will take you there. Therefore, the affairs of the Heavenly Talisman realm must not be disclosed to the Emperor Qianbian. Bai Wuai's voice rang directly in the minds of Qin Wentian and the others. This voice once again made Qin Wentian and the others' hearts tremble violently, and even revealed a look of astonishment. The Emperor Qianbian, he is not from the Heavenly Talisman realm? At this moment, the Emperor Qianbian, who had transformed into a person, appeared above them. It seemed that there was indeed no breath of the Heavenly Talisman realm. It turned out that he was not. Qin Wentian was a little confused. Was his guess about the Heavenly Talisman realm just now all wrong? How did the Heavenly Talisman realm let the Emperor Qianbian come to pick them up? However, the few of them were also extraordinary people, and their eyes instantly returned to normal. At this time, the figure of Emperor Qianbian fell in front of them, and he said to Emperor Dongshen, "Dongshen, I'm taking the people away. Since you came in person, you can take them away." Emperor Dongshen smiled casually, as if the things he had experienced could not shake his state of mind at all. This made Qin Wentian look at him with new eyes, knowing that he still looked down on the immortal emperor. People who can reach this level have reached an extraordinary state of mind. Brother Dongshen, I look forward to fighting again next time. Emperor Qianbian smiled and said, "Goodbye. I'll look forward to it too." Emperor Dongshen said calmly, and then a powerful force enveloped Qin Wentian and the other two. The light shone, and Emperor Qianbian took Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxun away, but did not take Mo Wen with him. The three of them had been exposed as being together, so they naturally had to be taken away together, but no one knew about Mo Wen. After they left, the banquet was silent. It was the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor who broke the silence and said, "Whatever happens, continue." "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone nodded, but the crowd was a little absent-minded during the banquet. The Eastern Saint Immortal sect began to recruit disciples. A few people refused, but most agreed to join the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Even Mo Wen was included. She also joined the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Several immortal kings valued her. Bai Wuai watched quietly. The Heavenly Talisman realm had its own rules and could not join other forces, but Mo Wen did so only because if this was a trial task allowed by the Heavenly Talisman realm, the rules could naturally be broken. Mo Wen's task was to enter the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Qin Wentian, who had already left, did not know this. At this time, Qin Wentian was still thinking about a voice in his mind. It was a voice that Princess Liuli sent to him before he left. This voice told Qin Wentian about Qinger. "Ancient Emperor City, where's that?" Qin Wentian murmured. Princess Liuli told Qinger that she was in the Ancient Emperor City. Emperor Qianbian beside him heard Qin Wentian's words and a dazzling light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the young man who won the first place in the East Saint Immortal Sect's Immortal Banquet and said with a smile, "Practice well after you go back. The Ancient Emperor City is probably full of monsters like you." Chapter 893 Heavenly Talisman Realm Rewards. Qin Wentian and the other two looked at Emperor Qianbian, only to hear Qin Wentian ask, "Senior, in the 13 states of Eastern Saint, Senior Brother Qin won the first place, and I won the second place, standing at the top. If we say that this Ancient Emperor City is full of people like Senior Brother Qin, is it a bit exaggerated?" "Not an exaggeration at all." Emperor Qianbian looked into the distance with an indifferent expression, and said, "The fairyland is vast and endless, with powerful people like clouds and countless geniuses. Although you are the masters of the 13 states of Eastern Saint, I ask you, your opponent, Gu Sushianki, will he be bad?" "Of course not," Qin Wentian said. "That's right. Gu Sushianki is already very strong. If he is taught carefully by Dongsheng in the future, his strength may rise to another level. You can see Dongsheng 13 states now, but what about the entire immortal realm?" Emperor Qianbian said lightly, "The immortal realm is vast. Although the immortal emperors are extremely powerful, if you look at the entire immortal realm, There will be no shortage of immortal emperors. The immortal emperors in the immortal realm have descendants and disciples. These people are the top elite descendants of the entire immortal realm. Take Dongsheng for example. He has many descendants, and Dongsheng Ting is just one of them. Every descendant is excellent. Dongsheng has many disciples, and the worst one is not inferior to the top few people in this immortal feast. Have you met these people? Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian looked dazed. Yes, the fairy banquet of the 13 states of Dongsheng did not include the descendants and disciples of the Dongsheng immortal emperor. There were several disciples of the immortal kings who participated in the battle, which was already very strong. Hu Taixu and Li were both in the top 10. There were also many disciples of the immortal kings, and even the descendants of the immortal kings who did not participate in the battle. Would they be weak? These people may have practiced and gained experience in various places in the immortal realm, and they have never really come into contact with them. Senior, are you saying that the ancient emperor city gathers the top geniuses of the entire immortal realm? Jian Mengtian asked, a little shocked. What kind of place is this ancient emperor city? You can't do that. The ancient emperor city is an ancient city. It is rumored that the founder is an ancient emperor. There are secrets of the ancient emperor. Countless people have gone there to explore. As time goes by, the ancient emperor city has been given a new meaning. Most of the top figures in the fairyland must have been to the ancient emperor city. You can see top geniuses everywhere there. Although you are now extremely outstanding, the ancient emperor city has the descendants of the emperor, a dazzling existence. Even the weakest immortal realm can enter it with your realm. After Qianbian Emperor finished speaking, he smiled and said nothing. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The descendants of the emperor, no wonder Qinger is in the ancient emperor city. Qinger is the daughter of the Changqing emperor. It is normal for her to be sent to the ancient emperor city for trials. I'm a little excited. Jian Mengtian's eyes were jumping with excitement. As an immortal emperor, Qianbian Emperor was so fast that his steps in the air were like traveling through space. After a while, they actually arrived above the land of Yunzhao. A figure hidden in the darkness appeared in the air. When this person appeared, he was completely black, with only a pair of eyes exposed, giving people a vague sense of illusion. Is the matter done? A voice came out of the mouth of the black-robed figure. Qianbian Emperor nodded. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian won the first and second seats at the Immortal Banquet respectively, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor has also agreed to hand over the 6 states in the West to me for governance. Well, leave the 3 of them to me, you go. The black-robed man nodded, and Qianbian Emperor glanced at Qin Wentian and the other 3. There was a hint of different emotions in his deep eyes, and then he walked away. He has left, let's go back to the Heavenly Talisman realm. After a moment, the black-robed man spoke. Hello, senior brother. Qin Wentian and the other 2 naturally felt the aura of the Heavenly Talisman realm on the black-robed figure. They thought that this senior brother was indeed mysterious, but there must be a special reason for this senior brother to directly contact a person of the level of Emperor Qianbian. In the Heavenly Talisman realm, Qin Wentian and Jian Mengtian were brought into a cave sky pagoda in the Heavenly Talisman realm. This cave sky pagoda was full of golden light, and there was a rosy glow. However, a special ancient order was required to enter. The black-robed strong man had this ancient order. Obviously, this mysterious senior brother had an extraordinary status in the Heavenly Talisman realm. On the way, he also introduced himself to Qin Wentian and the other 2. The black-robed man was the Heavenly Talisman realm supervisory immortal general that Bai Wu I had told him about that day. The supervisory immortal general supervised everything that happened in the Heavenly Talisman realm. If anyone violated the rules of the Heavenly Talisman realm, they would be killed by the supervisory immortal general. If someone was taking an assessment outside, there would also be a supervisory immortal general to monitor the assessment results. If the person passed the assessment, he would take the person who passed to receive the reward. The powerful and mysterious Xianfu realm needs mysterious beings like the monitoring immortal general to monitor the movements of Xianfu realm disciples. Only they know how many powerful people there are in Xianfu realm and who they are. The monitoring immortal general is like the messenger of the Lord of Xianfu realm, maintaining the order of Xianfu realm. The reward for this mission is to choose a treasure in this cave pagoda, and choose one of the treasures such as skills, magical powers, or magic weapons. The skills here seem to be very strong. Jian Mengtian glanced around. The difficulty of this trial is not small, and the reward will certainly not be bad. Qin Wentian looked around the wall to observe what he wanted. 9 immortal battle Ju. You can condense 9 fighting bodies to fight at the same time. At this time, Jian Mengchen whispered, with a dazzling light flashing in his eyes, "Brother Qin, this 9 immortal battle Ju is so powerful, it seems that I am really a frog in the well. I actually have such a powerful immortal method, condensing 9 immortal bodies to fight for myself, which is equivalent to 9 of you fighting at the same time. It's terrible. Such a terrible ability must have flaws. Take a closer look." Qin Wentian walked to Jian Mengchen's side. He practiced a method that could transform into thousands of figures in an instant to attack, but the consumption of using it once was extremely terrible. 9 immortals battle, 9 immortal bodies consume the power of the original body. Once the power is exhausted, it can disappear. Jian Mengchen saw the introduction next to the battle book and murmured, but Jian Mengchen was still a little moved. At least in a short period of time, he could have 9 bodies in attack together. How powerful and intimidating it was. "Brother Qin, how about I choose it?" Jian Mengchen said with excitement. "You are just too impatient. There are so many treasures. Why rush for a moment?" Qin Wentian whispered, "Although this power is strong, it is meaningless if you face an opponent weaker than you. If you face an opponent with terrible speed, it will have limited effect. It can only play the best effect when facing a strong person who is not much stronger than you. If you practice other magical powers to improve your combat effectiveness, it will not be worse than this 9 immortals battle." "That's right, let me take another look." Jian Mengchen smiled awkwardly. He was a little impatient, but senior brother Qin saw it clearly. The fairy fantasy scroll, using it can create a large illusion and trap the characters in the fairyland. The stronger the user, the greater the power. Jian Mengchen and Qin Wentian saw another treasure and were tempted again. It is worthy of being the Xianfu realm. The classics and magic weapons here are extremely precious. It would be great if we could move them all away. Jian Mengchen joked. The heavenly tribulation indestructible Dharma body, this technique can be practiced to refine the supreme tribulation body, with infinite power. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengchen continued to look for the fairy method. The Thousand Cauldrons treasure book, which casts the fairy cauldron. Each fairy cauldron has supreme offensive power, and the attack power is extremely violent. Qin Wentian was quite excited when he saw a kind of immortal magic power, but he still held back. There were many magical powers and treasures in the Dongshan Pagoda. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengchen's heartbeats accelerated. There were too many powerful skills and magical powers or magic weapons and treasures that made them excited and wanted to get them all. However, they could only choose one. "I found it, and I will practice this technique." At this time, Jian Mengchen finally found what he wanted and said. Qin Wentian looked over there and saw Jian Mengchen standing there. On the stone wall in front of him, there was an introduction to the technique. The 10,000 Emperor technique. This immortal technique cultivates the power of the Emperor, shapes the 9-layer Emperor body, and becomes the Emperor of the 10,000 generations. This is an extremely powerful technique. There is not much introduction, just a few words, but Jian Mengchen seems to have decided to choose this method. Qin Wentian did not say much and said, "Since you have decided, then let's do it." "Yes." Jian Mengchen nodded, then closed his eyes, and his consciousness rushed into the stone wall. In an instant, a powerful technique was transmitted to his mind. Qin Wentian continued to look for what he wanted. At this time, he came to a place with a relatively peculiar technique in front of him, the 10,000 methods record. The reason why it is peculiar is because of the introduction next to it. The record of all laws is neither a skill nor a magical power. One must be careful when practicing. This technique targets all laws. Any magical power can be practiced with the help of the record of all laws, so that it can evolve and transform into a stronger skill. The higher the practitioner's comprehension, the greater the improvement. For those with low comprehension, the record of all laws is useless and has no effect. It may even affect the original practice and have a counterproductive effect. Qin Wentian was secretly shocked when he saw the introduction of the technique. This technique can assist the practice of all laws, allowing the immortal law, immortal art and magical power to evolve and transform into a stronger skill. The higher the comprehension, the stronger the transformation and evolution. It is simply a heaven-defying ability. However, for those with low comprehension, the record of all laws is useless and has no effect. It may even affect the martial arts cultivators. Practicing this technique can even be said to be risky. The immortal demon art of Jiutian assists the immortal demon body refining technique. I also have the soul refining atlas and the Fenping technique. I also obtained the supreme Xiangpeng talisman bone from the immortal banquet. I am well equipped with all kinds of immortal techniques and magical powers. It's just that the level of the immortal demon art of Jiutian is slightly lower. It's not as high as these immortal techniques in front of me. But if I change the technique and need to practice again, it will be difficult to find one that suits my own strength. It's better to choose the one for record, Qin Wentian said secretly in his heart. He made up his mind in an instant. There was a flash of light in his eyes. His consciousness directly invaded the stone wall. In an instant, endless runes floated into Qin Wentian's mind and entered his memory. It was the method of practicing the one for record. Chapter 894 Different World. After Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengzhen obtained the immortal technique, they walked out of the Dongshan Pagoda. The immortal general who was monitoring the outside was no longer there, and Zi Qingxuan had also left. "Let's go," Qin Wentian said, and the two of them flashed. A moment later, they saw Zi Qingxuan sitting on a stone platform on a mountain peak, looking into the distance. "Senior sister." Zhen Mengzhen accelerated forward and came to Zi Qingxuan's side with Qin Wentian. "Did you get the reward?" Zi Qingxuan looked up and smiled at the two of them. "Well, Sister Qingxuan, if there is another chance next time, you will definitely be able to do it." Zhen Mengzhen seemed to want to comfort Zi Qingxuan, but saw Zi Qingxuan laughing at herself and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile yet. You go and practice, I will also be in seclusion for a while. We all believe in you." Qin Wentian looked at Zi Qingxuan and smiled. Zi Qingxuan stretched out his hand to smooth the hair on his forehead, showing a rare bright smile, looking at Qin Wentian's handsome face, and said, "You have to work hard, otherwise you will be surpassed by me next time. I am looking forward to it." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Zi Qingxuan stood up, and then walked away. "Let's go. This round of fairy banquet has made great progress, and I will also go into seclusion," Qin Wentian said to Zhen Mengzhen, and the two separated to find a place to practice. Qin Wentian came to a rock on a cliff. It was very quiet here. The breeze blew on his body, and his robe rustled. He closed his eyes and began to practice in seclusion. The wind from the cliff kept blowing on his face, but Qin Wentian seemed unaware, like an old monk in meditation, and nothing in the outside world could disturb him. In the outside world, the news from the fairy banquet of Dongsheng Xianmen gradually spread, sweeping across the 13 states of Dongsheng at a terrifying speed. The names of Qin Wentian, Zhen Mengzhen, Gusu Xiangqi, and Hua Teixu were known to countless powerful people. Especially Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengzhen, who won the first and second place in the top 3, but refused the invitation of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to accept them as disciples, just because it was rumored that they had become disciples of the Thousand Changes Emperor. They came here to attend the Immortal Banquet just to embarrass the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. The Thousand Changes Emperor also took this opportunity to ask the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to cede the 6 Western states to him. From then on, the 13 states of the Eastern Saint were split, and the direct forces of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect in the 6 Western states began to withdraw one after another. The majestic and magnificent state kings' mansions were deserted, but no one dared to occupy them. Of course, there was an exception, and that was the Thousand Changes Emperor. 3 months later, after the Eastern Saint Immortal sect completely evacuated the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, Emperor Qianbian summoned the top powers of the 6 Western states to the Yunzhao State Palace. The powers came to pay homage to him. This was a person who could compete with the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor had to divide the 6 Western states and give them to him to rule. A banquet that was more grand than the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's once-a-century fairy banquet was held in Yunzhao. The powers of the 6 Western states came to pay homage, and many major forces in Yunzhao were trembling with fear. The reason was that they had grievances with Qin Wentian, and now Qin Wentian and Zhen Mengzhen were considered to be the direct disciples of Emperor Qianbian. Fortunately, Qin Wentian and his friends were not seen at this banquet. Yunzhao City was full of powerful people, a prosperous scene, but there were also undercurrents. At this banquet, Emperor Qianbian announced the creation of the Qianbian Immortal Sect. The sect address was said at the Yunzhao State Palace, and disciples of the sect were officially recruited. All major forces could join. This is a sect founded by a powerful being who can rival the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. There should be a lot of people who respond. However, in fact, no major force in the 6 Western states dares to announce its joining of Qianbian Xianmen. Everyone knows the reason. In the fairy banquet of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect in the past, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor had said that if the Thousand Changes Emperor established a sect, his Eastern Saint Legion would conquer and destroy it. Although the Thousand Changes Emperor himself is extremely powerful and can rival the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, how can the force he just established compete with the Eastern Saint Legion of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor? The million-strong army that has been tempered for countless years is no joke. It is enough to easily sweep across any force in the 13 states of the Eastern Saint. Anyone who dares to join the Thousand Changes Zion is courting death. However, the situation in Yunzhou City has changed, but it has nothing to do with Qin Wentian for the time being. At this time, he is still practicing hard in seclusion in the Xianfu realm and does not ask about external affairs. On the periphery of the vast and endless fairyland, there are countless particle worlds. They float around the fairyland, like a wisp of dust in the starry sky. Each of these particle worlds is different and strange. In the endless particle world, in one of the particle worlds, there is a wonderful area. The breath of life and death in this area is extremely strong. It is a tribe in this particle world. This tribe is called the Death God tribe. There is a large wilderness forest outside the tribe. The breath of death is extremely strong. Very few people can walk through this place to their tribe. On the ancient gate of the tribe, there is also a pattern engraved, the red spider lily pattern, which symbolizes death. Red spider lily is the totem of this tribe. It has the power of life and death and is extremely terrifying. In the wilderness ahead, there is still a dead air, but in that dead air, there is a faint ray of life coming, constantly approaching the red spider lily tribe. A rustling sound came out, and in that dead wilderness, a figure actually walked out. This is a young man, wearing simple and even shabby clothes, with tough lines on his face full of masculine aura. Although he is dusty, he still can't completely hide his handsome face. His steps are very steady, step by step, towards this primitive tribe. The young man kept approaching the tribe, and finally someone discovered his existence. Many people flashed and walked towards the outside of the tribe. They stared at the newcomers with cold eyes, with strong malice in their eyes, and kept uttering babbling sounds from their mouths, which seemed to be the unique language of the ancient tribe, which the young man could not understand at all. "I'll get some red spider lilies." The young man continued to move forward and said. The people in the tribe seemed to understand his words. Their faces changed drastically, and there was a wild light in their eyes, which was extremely scary, and seemed to have a bloodthirsty light. Their bodies rushed out and rushed towards the young man, holding various weapons and killing him directly. The young man waved his hand, and suddenly all the figures flew out. No one could get close to him. He continued to walk forward, and in a moment he stepped into the tribe. More and more people from the tribe came to surround him, but the young man just walked forward calmly, and no one could get close to him. Finally, a strong breath came from a distance, and the people in the tribe knelt on the ground, with supreme respect in their eyes. It was the arrival of the priest of the tribe. "Who are you, sir? What are you doing in my tribe?" One of them spoke, using the same language as the young man. "I'm here to get some red spider lilies. I hope you can accommodate me." The young man stood with his hands behind his back and looked forward. The blooming of the red spider lily determines life and death. It is the totem of our tribe. How can we take it just like that? The man said forcefully. "In that case, I have no choice but to do it myself." The young man continued to step forward, and saw the strong men in front of him blooming stars one after another. Suddenly, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky, and the aura of death was extremely strong. A huge gray body even appeared faintly in the void. The tribesmen who were kneeling were more respectful, as if they had seen a god. They kept uttering words that the young man could not understand. It was the supreme respect. However, the young man seemed not to see it. These ignorant tribesmen might think that the strange phenomenon in the sky was the will of the gods, but the young man understood that it was just a star phenomenon born from a certain level of cultivation. Above him, there was also a dazzling star phenomenon, as if there was a terrible pattern. The tribesmen were suddenly absent-minded, as if they had seen an incredible scene, with doubts and confusion in their eyes. The young man waved his palm, and when he stepped, the stars and celestial phenomena in the void swept forward and hit the bodies of the high priests directly. It was only a short moment, and the strong men showed a look of horror one by one. The young man waved his sleeves and blew them away directly, and he walked forward. The stars and celestial phenomena of these people were too weak and were no match for him at all. The people in the tribe showed a look of horror, as if the faith they held in their hearts collapsed, and the whole person fell into a brief madness. Their spirit and faith encountered an unprecedented impact. After all, who is the god? No one can stop the young man's steps. He walked all the way forward to the deepest part of the tribe. In front of him, the death aura was extremely strong. There, the flowers of the other shore opened and closed, with spirituality, and could determine life and death. The flowers of the other shore open and close to determine life and death. How to determine life and death? The young man murmured, and saw a picture scroll flying forward. A powerful sealing force sealed the death aura, and then rolled up some flowers of the other shore and sealed them in it. After a moment, the young man flashed and stepped away. It turns out that this young man is Qin Wentian's other body, aliased as Emperor Yan, and is led by the guardian of the immortal palace to walk in various particle worlds, constantly honing himself. Therefore, Qin Wentian has actually experienced 2 life trials, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He has an extraordinary mind and is extremely tenacious. Both bodies cherish time, practice hard, and make continuous progress. They are just extremely inconspicuous in the world of the heavens, like duckweed, and can only constantly strengthen themselves so that they can take root more firmly in the world of the heavens, so as not to be uprooted and reduced to dust in the wind when the wind blows. In another particle world, the evening breeze is cool, and a beautiful figure stands in front of the window, looking at the green mountains and swaying ancient trees outside the window, and thinks of the unruly young man who rose from insignificance but overturned the rule of the Huangji Shengzhuang. The moonlight is sad and beautiful, and there seems to be his sunny smile. How many nights, Qin Wentian's face will appear in those beautiful eyes with the moonlight. Chapter 895 Departure to the Ancient Emperor's City. Time flies, and 1,000 years in the vast fairyland is just a snap of a finger. In the blink of an eye, 4 years have passed since the fairy feast of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect. In the land of Yunzhao, the Emperor Qianbian has formed his own Qianbian Legion. The power of the Qianbian Immortal Sect has begun to show its strength. The strong men in the 5 western states worship it as an emperor. However, no force has taken the initiative to join the Qianbian Immortal Sect. The threat of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect is still there, and it may send the Eastern Saint Legion to conquer and destroy the Qianbian Legion at any time. In the land of Yunzhao, Jiangling County. In the ancient Piaoxua city, snowflakes are constantly falling, the 9 immortal bells are humming, and the bell sounds are endless. One after another, blazing lights are constantly rushing into the void and into a magic weapon that is being refined. In the center of the 9 immortal bells, a young man is sitting cross-legged. He is wearing a simple white robe, but it is difficult to hide his elegance. At this moment, his palm trembles, and the 9 immortal bells have endless rune lights rushing into the magic weapon spear in the void. In an instant, there is fairy light swallowing and spitting out, breaking through the sky. Another immortal weapon refined, worthy of being the disciple of the Emperor, a peerless figure who won the first place in the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate Immortal Banquet. Around the ancient Piaoxua city, many figures stared at the young man with astonishment in their eyes. This young man in white was Qin Wentian. He refined immortal weapons alone. As a disciple of the Emperor, he borrowed the ancient Piaoxua city to refine immortal weapons himself. He must not want to rely on his master. Many powerful people speculated secretly. Seeing Qin Wentian's immortal weapons refined, the people around him were all amazed at Qin Wentian's talent. Thinking of the scene in the ancient Piaoxua city, everyone was also sighing. Qin Wentian was once besieged by major forces when he was in the ancient Piaoxua city. There were constantly powerful forces coming to kill Qin Wentian, trying to peek into the secrets of the ancient Piaoxua city and take it for themselves. He killed many people with the power of the ancient Piaoxua city. At that time, I'm afraid no one would have thought that Qin Wentian would have the later achievements. Now, Qin Wentian is refining weapons in the ancient Piaoxua city. Those forces dare not provoke him. This is the land of Yunzhao, the territory of Emperor Qianbian. Who dares to touch the disciple of Emperor Qianbian? Qin Wentian's body flew into the air and put away the magic weapon. His figure flashed and came to the side of a beautiful woman. It was Pei Yu who fell in love with the ancient Piaoxua Tower Master. "Aren't you leaving?" Qin Wentian asked. Pei Yu was obsessed. He didn't expect that Pei Yu would fall in love with Piaoxua Tower Master because of her yearning for the love between Piaoxua Tower Master and Qiongxin. "No, it's good here." Pei Yu shook his head and reached out to touch the snowflakes that kept falling. Well, Piaoxu Tower Master is an ancient after all, don't get too involved. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. I know. Pei Yu smiled at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian shook his head secretly and turned to leave. Many figures followed Qin Wentian. Then he took out a storage ring and said to the person next to him, trade these immortal weapons and exchange them for the heavenly demon oracle bones and some meteorites to support my practice. Okay. A strong man in the Xiante realm nodded and put away the storage ring. The group flew away and left Piaoxu City directly. Qin Wentian did not look back. This Piaoxu City is a mobile city. The whole city is full of treasures. However, he does not have the strength to take the entire Piaoxu City away. The group stepped on the flying boat and returned to Yunzhou City at an amazing speed. They were very fast and soon arrived outside Piaoxu City. They saw a group of figures walking in front of them, with a cold look on their bodies. Why don't you stop? Qin Wentian stared ahead and said coldly. In the past 6 months, he had been assassinated by strong men at least 10 times. The first time was the most dangerous, so that every time he went out, he was guarded by strong men sent by Emperor Qianbian. Kill. The strong man in front said nothing, and instantly burst into powerful fairy light on his body, and surrounded Qin Wentian. The strong men beside Qin Wentian rushed out and killed forward. A figure stood beside Qin Wentian and protected Qin Wentian's body with fairy light. The ghosts are still there. They don't send many strong men each time. What does it mean? Qin Wentian's expression flashed with coldness. The people who came to assassinate him didn't even reveal who they were, but there was no need to ask who dared to assassinate him in the 6 western states. It must be someone from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. As for who gave the order to kill him, it is unknown. It could be the Eastern Saint Court, or it could be the immortal King Jiutian, or other people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect who wanted his life. A strong collision suddenly broke out in front of him. Qin Wentian seemed to be just a spectator, as if he had nothing to do with him. At this moment, an invisible large handprint suddenly appeared in the void, suddenly blooming, covering the sky and the sun, and smashing down directly towards Qin Wentian's body, leaving no room for resistance. Be careful. The strong man beside Qin Wentian shouted. He did not resist and pulled Qin Wentian's body back. However, although the large handprint had not yet descended, it had already sealed the space. Qin Wentian actually felt that his body could not move, and the light curtain on his body was directly shattered. Buzz! A strong fairy light bloomed, and it seemed that the pressure could kill Qin Wentian. A figure suddenly appeared on Qin Wentian's body. It was the figure of the Thousand Changes Emperor. Get out! The Thousand Changes Emperor uttered a word, and his voice seemed to be able to penetrate into the void. The space in front of him surged wildly, and it was about to break. In the distance, a figure seemed to appear from nothingness, and his whole body was hidden in the looming void. I didn't expect that Emperor Qianbian would protect a disciple so much. The strong man in front spoke, quite shocked. Emperor Qianbian actually left a powerful immortal thought on Qin Wentian, so he couldn't kill Qin Wentian at all. I also thought that you were just playing a small fight, but this time you actually sent out an immortal king who is good at special power to assassinate him. This is really for his life? Is Dongsheng Xianmen so unscrupulous? Emperor Qianbian's immortal thought burst out with terrifying pressure, and his voice was cold. Emperor, you are too serious. We just want to see how much the Emperor values this disciple. He won't really kill the Emperor's disciple. The man smiled, and then the power of the void surged. In an instant, the man's breath kept moving away and soon dissipated. The other strong men withdrew one after another, and the battle soon subsided. Emperor Qianbian did not chase after those immortals. He was such a person, and killing a few immortals would be a loss of face. Go back. Emperor Qianbian waved his hand and rolled Qin Wentian's body away. Not long after, they returned to the Qianbian Xianmen in Yunzhou City, which was also the Shaowang mansion in the past. However, it had been remodeled by the Qianbian Emperor, and the structure had changed a lot. The immortal thoughts of the Qianbian Emperor dissipated, and Qin Wentian walked into the Xianmen alone along the avenue. Many people bowed and shouted, "Mr. Qin" when they saw Qin Wentian appear. Qin Wentian's expression did not change. Now, not only in the outside world, but even in the Qianbian Xianmen, he was regarded as the Emperor's personal disciple. Moreover, the Qianbian Emperor had never denied it, as if he had tacitly agreed to give Qin Wentian this important identity. Qin Wentian himself would certainly not explain it to the outside world. Since the Qianbian Emperor was able to appear at the Dongsheng Xianmen to meet them that day, he must have an extraordinary relationship with the Xianfu realm. Even if he did not know the existence of the Xianfu realm, he must have had a deeper contact with the Xianfu realm masters. Not long after, Qin Wentian stepped into the depths of the Xianmen. A figure in front of him was standing there watering the flowers on the ground, as if he was very leisurely. Emperor. Qin Wentian walked over here and looked at the figure in front. I'm back. Your actions in the 6 states of the West will be checked everywhere. What are your plans? Emperor Qianbian said casually without turning around. Emperor, can you send me to the ancient Emperor city? Qin Wentian asked. Emperor Qianbian turned around, looked at Qin Wentian, and said with a smile, have you thought about it? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Because of the special nature of the ancient Emperor city, there is a threshold to enter it, and the threshold is extremely high. Only the immortal king and the immortal emperor are qualified to send people into the ancient Emperor city. Therefore, in the ancient Emperor city, most of the strong people are descendants of emperors or Xianjiao under the tutelage. You are now at the 7th level of the celestial realm, which is stable and has reached the peak. Once you enter the ancient Emperor city, don't come out. It's best to be able to step into the fairyland in the ancient Emperor city. If not, at least you have to cultivate to the peak of the celestial realm before coming out. Emperor Qianbian said to him. Okay, I will remember what the emperor said. Qin Wentian nodded. When do you want to leave? Emperor Qianbian asked again. I have to wait for Mengchen to come back and set off together. Qin Wentian said. Okay, then go ahead. Emperor Qianbian began to water the flowers again. Qin Wentian bowed slightly and then turned to leave. A few days later, the previous Xiante realm strongman sent the heavenly demon oracle bone and many meteorites to Qin Wentian in the immortal palace. Qin Wentian used it to continue practicing. While his strength continued to grow, his physical body became more and more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. On this day, Zhen Mengchen and Zi Qingxun stepped into the Qianbian immortal palace and went straight to the emperor's palace. Zhen Mengchen shouted directly, Emperor, is my senior brother here? I have called him over. Emperor Qianbian said casually. Okay. Zhen Mengchen nodded. Not long after, Qin Wentian strolled over. Seeing Zhen Mengchen and Zi Qingxun, a smile flashed in his eyes and said, You are here. Well, I guess my senior brother should also be here with the emperor. Senior brother Qin, didn't you mention the ancient emperor city last time? Are you going? Zhen Mengchen said. I've been waiting for you for this matter. I've already asked the emperor to leave after you come back. How about setting off now? Qin Wentian looked at the two and asked. Okay, me too. Zhen Mengchen smiled and nodded. Then let's set off directly. Seeing that everyone was eager to try, the Emperor Qianbian couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand, took a step, and disappeared. Qin Wentian and the other 3 also disappeared from their original places at the same time. Chapter 896, Gathering Place of Prodigies. The ancient Emperor city is located in the vast and endless central area of the Immortal Domain, while the 13 states of the East are located in the western area of the Immortal Domain. They are infinitely far apart and require crossing endless areas. Even for an immortal emperor, if he only relies on himself to move forward, it will take a lot of time to get there. On the way there, the Thousand Changes Emperor used the teleportation array several times, and even went directly to the Immortal Kingdom to borrow the super ancient array of the Emperor. As an immortal emperor, borrowing the array is just a small matter. As long as there is no hatred, anyone will give him face. Qin Wentian and the other 2 really felt that they had crossed thousands of miles. He knew that if he wanted to go from the 13 states of the East to the ancient Emperor city with his current level of cultivation, if his cultivation did not improve, he would not be able to expect immortality. For a figure like the Thousand Changes Emperor, it might take him several months or even longer to walk once. Qin Wentian could not measure how big the gap was. They were not on the same level. Finally, the dusty group arrived in front of a boundless ocean. The waves ahead were surging and the sound of crashing continued. We're here. Qianbian Emperor said, causing Qin Wentian and the other 2 to freeze. Are we here? The ancient Emperor's city is in the sea? This is the East China Sea. The East China Sea is spiritual. If you don't have the realm of an immortal king, you can't cross this sea. Qianbian Emperor waved his hand and led the 3 to continue forward. They flew directly over the East China Sea. With just one step, They were far away from the coast. As they moved forward, the waves roared and the wind howled. As time passed, Qin Wentian and the other two were wrapped in a light curtain. They saw a black storm in front of them. The whole world was gray. There seemed to be a tornado and hurricane, and there was a destructive thunder shining in that gray space. There was also a terrible storm tearing everything apart. The scene of the roaring waves made people feel extremely heavy. Although Qin Wentian and the others were protected, they understood that if ordinary people set foot on such a powerful force, they would be directly torn into nothingness. However, Emperor Qianbian stepped directly into the terrifying gray storm. Endless fairy light enveloped them, as if a terrifying thunder curtain was enveloping their bodies. The turbulent flow of destruction kept hitting them, but Emperor Qianbian walked forward as if nothing had happened. The endless tearing storm and thunder destructive power bombarded him, but could not shake Emperor Qianbian at all. This scene had a great impact on Qin Wentian and the other two who were protected. When the realm was strong to a certain amazing degree, it was able to fight against the heaven and earth. The endless thunder kept falling down and flowing on his body, but was directly absorbed by Emperor Qianbian's body. What is that? The crowd saw that in front of them, in this rolling East China Sea of destruction, there was an ancient peak that reached the sky. On the black ancient peak, there was an old man sitting cross-legged, letting the destructive power hide him, and he was motionless. So strong. Qin Wentian and the other two were constantly shaking in their hearts. They moved forward all the way, but this area of destruction seemed extremely vast. Finally, a ray of light appeared in front of them, as if they were about to leave this area of destruction. However, at the edge of that area, there were huge waves crashing. In the sea, a huge monster appeared and rushed into the void. This huge monster was actually a black dragon whose body was so huge that one could not see the end at a glance. It was at least 10,000 feet long. Just from its huge eyes, it gave people a sense of fear. Dragon Emperor, the Thousand Changes Emperor, will take the three juniors into the Imperial City. The Thousand Changes Emperor said. How is their realm and talent? The black dragon uttered a voice that sounded like a thunderous roar, extremely terrifying. They are all in the realm of celestial phenomena, so their talents are naturally outstanding, otherwise I would not have brought them here. The Thousand Changes Emperor said. Okay, celestial phenomena realm, enter the first level of the ancient Emperor City, leave them to me. The black dragon opened its mouth and swallowed all the waves. You should practice well, and the Dragon Emperor will send you to the ancient Emperor City. Emperor Qianbian said to Qin Wentian and the other two, and then waved his hand, and a powerful light curtain wrapped around the bodies of the three people and floated into the huge mouth of the black dragon. The black dragon closed its mouth, and Emperor Qianbian turned and walked away. Seeing this scene, the huge body of the black dragon turned around, and a clattering sound was heard, and it went directly into the endless East China Sea and disappeared. Qin Wentian and the other three were in the mouth of the black dragon, and it was pitch black. They could only wait quietly. It seemed that a long time had passed, and they only felt that their bodies were falling rapidly towards the sky below, and the speed was terrifying. Three figures fell from the sky and fell directly on the ground, making a rumbling sound, and three holes were smashed directly into the ground. This was the second time Qin Wentian tried this feeling. The first time was when he first came to the fairyland, and this time, it was when he arrived at the ancient Emperor City. The black dragon was so terrible that they couldn't stop even if they wanted to. They were directly thrown to the ground and a deep pit appeared. Three figures rushed out of the deep pit and looked around at the first moment. The East China Sea had disappeared. They were in a vast land. They seemed to be left in the ancient city. The boundless ancient city was completely different from the cities outside. This was an ancient city independent of the fairyland, with towering buildings and ancient peaks reaching into the sky. There seemed to be a wonderful cave paradise in the distance, and ancient mountains could be seen faintly. What kind of magical land would this be for the trial ground that could gather the top geniuses in the fairyland? Not far away, several figures walked over. Among them was a young man with long hair draped over his shoulders, wearing an animal skin coat. His skin was bronze, and he had an indescribable wild aura all over his body. He had a mount, which was a terrible beast, shaped like a lion, but even more ferocious and terrible. It was the fair species Jinli. Another woman, with a halo of light all over her body, was extremely beautiful. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian and the other two and asked, "Another person has come to the ancient Emperor City. I wonder if he can get out alive." Where are you three from the immortal realm? The woman spoke in a very arrogant tone. Not only her, but the people around her were all peerless geniuses with a proud temperament. They all had extraordinary identities. 13 states of the East Saint, where are you from? Qin Wentian asked. 13 states of the East Saint, I seem to have heard of it. It should be the area ruled by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in the Western region. Are you disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor? The woman did not answer Qin Wentian's question and continued to ask. No. Qin Wentian responded. You are not even disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Are you just disciples of the immortal kings under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor? Then I wish you all the best. The woman smiled evilly, seemed to have lost interest, turned around and walked away. The rest of the people walked away. People often come to the ancient emperor city. There is nothing new. They just happen to come and see it. In this ancient emperor city, there are many descendants of the great emperors of the immortal kingdom, and there are many disciples of the powerful immortal emperors. As for the disciples of the immortal kings, they are relatively common. There are a lot of them in the ancient emperor city. I don't know how many such people there are. The disciples of the immortal kings have such low status. Qin Wentian blinked, and the woman's tone seemed to be a little disdainful. In the outside world, the disciples of the immortal kings are already extraordinary and attract everyone's attention. For example, Hua Texu and Li are both disciples of the immortal kings. But in the ancient emperor city, the disciples of the immortal kings are extremely common, because those who can come to the ancient emperor city must at least be led by the immortal king himself before they can set foot. Although the immortal kings are the highest figures in the 13 states of the Eastern Saint, they are considered to be powerful in a state. However, looking at the entire immortal domain, although the immortal kings are still considered powerful, there are too many people at this level. There are many disciples and even descendants of the immortal emperor in the ancient emperor city. The disciples of the immortal king naturally seem quite ordinary, but everything still depends on strength. Qin Wentian whispered, and Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. Status is the ticket to enter, and talent and strength are the foundation of everything. It's just that when she left, her smile seemed a little evil. What does it mean to wish us good luck? Zi Qingxuan was quite sensitive, especially as a woman. She clearly caught the evil smile of the woman before she left. I also noticed that the ancient emperor city is full of peerless geniuses, all of whom came for trials, and there may be many conflicts. Qin Wentian whispered, let's go, walk around and get to know this city first. Yes. Zi Qingxuan responded, and then the three of them walked forward. In the ancient imperial city, there were strong people passing by from time to time. Qin Wentian had clearly discovered that everyone was in the Xiangxiang realm. This should be the gathering place of peerless Xianjiao in the Xiangxiang realm. However, even if they were in the Xiangxiang realm, those figures all had extraordinary temperaments, and occasionally looked at them with a bright look. Why is there still a sect? In front of them, there was a vast area, with buildings that looked like one, divided into piece, and there were attics and ancient peaks inside. Qin Wentian and the others saw large characters engraved on the outside of the archgate in front of them, destroying the god's palace. The vigorous and powerful large characters engraved the domineering name of the sect, and sometimes a genius would walk out of the gate, with a dignified bearing. What an arrogant name! Qin Wentian murmured, destroying the god's palace. It was really young and frivolous, but the people here may all be giants in the fairyland in the future. In the distance, some of the people who had just walked out seemed to have heard Qin Wentian's whispers, and saw a few sharp eyes shooting over, and in an instant a line of figures stepped over, all of whom had extraordinary temperaments and powerful strengths. The leader was wearing a golden gown, a feather fan and a scarf, looking very elegant. He wore a feather crown on his head, looked at Qin Wentian and the other two, and asked, have you just entered the ancient emperor city? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded and said, why is there a sect in this ancient emperor city? Very strange. The man smiled faintly. The ancient emperor city is a gathering place for geniuses. People here make friends with each other. Some form a small group and become brothers and friends. After going out in the future, they will grow into big figures in the fairyland after several years. Once they open a sect, it will be a transcendent force that shocks one side. Qin Wentian's face was stern. That's right. Those who set foot here are all top geniuses. Many of them will achieve great success in the future. They will make friends here. Once they become powerful in the future, they will be very scary once they unite, especially with their own backgrounds. Do you want to join my God-destroying palace? The man asked with a smile. No, we are new here, let's observe it. Qin Wentian shook his head. Oh. The young man smiled and said casually, since you don't want to join, then hand over all the storage rings on you first. Qin Wentian saw that the people in front of him had meaningful smiles on their faces, and immediately understood the intention of the woman's evil smile before. This place where geniuses gather is not suitable for mediocre people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897, Immortal Ranking. Qin Wentian looked at the 5 people in front of him. The young man wearing a jade crown was at the 8th level of the celestial realm. 3 of the other 4 were at the 7th level, and 1 was at the 6th level. All 5 of them had extraordinary temperaments, and their sects were here. If they collided, they would probably suffer. You're not joining the God-destroying palace, so you're just doing this? Qin Wentian asked. Since you're not friends, you're strangers. You're new here, and you may not understand the rules of the ancient emperor city. In this city, fighting is common. Otherwise, how can you make progress? Today is just right, and we at the God-destroying palace will give you this first lesson. The young man smiled and looked unrestrained. Robbing storage rings is a common occurrence in the ancient emperor city. Those who can come here have a lot of treasures on them, and each of them is of extraordinary wealth. Of course, people in the ancient emperor city rarely kill their opponents. After all, many of them are descendants or disciples of big figures. Everyone will leave a way out and will not make a life and death feud. Moreover, many Xianjiao have the immortal thoughts of their elders. Once they encounter a life and death crisis, the immortal thoughts will be triggered. As for the battle, it is a training in itself. Those big figures are very relieved to leave their juniors here, even if they suffer some setbacks and suffer some hardships. Let's go, Qin Wentian said, and then the 3 of them stepped away. Where are you going? The young man wearing the jade crown smiled, and then a group of people chased after him. His aura suddenly burst out. The jade-crowned strongman was shining with dazzling white light, and stars and celestial phenomena appeared in the void. This star phenomenon seemed to be a combination of stars. A terrifying and huge figure, like a god, stood proudly in the sky with a golden spear in his hand. A terrible light was spinning on his huge body, like an endless golden wheel spinning, with an indestructible meaning. Stay. The golden spear in the hand of the feather-crowned young man pointed forward, and in an instant, endless golden wheels burst out like dazzling golden light, strangling everything, like endless golden lightning, which could break the space. The other 4 strong men also released powerful auras and starry celestial phenomena. One of them controlled the star phenomenon. The ancient tree king extended toward the sky, and then swallowed it down fiercely, trying to seal off this space. Qin Wentian and the other 2 released their own astrological signs and powerful auras at the same moment. A terrible rumbling sound was heard. Qin Wentian's body suddenly became 10 feet tall, with dazzling luster flowing all over his body. The flowing rune light on his body was like the armor of immortals and demons. Golden rock wings appeared behind him, and a dazzling spear appeared in his hand. The astrological signs appeared, and the godlike figure burst into a monstrous power of annihilation. One golden body after another came out to suppress and kill, heading towards the golden light that was attacking. The roar continued, and all the golden wheels were shattered and destroyed. Qin Wentian's body suddenly turned around, and in an instant a golden rock after image appeared in the void. It seemed that there was a terrible phantom of Xianpeng above the sky, which was extremely gorgeous. So fast. The jade-crowned strongman in the void saw the phantom of Xianpeng and his expression froze. Qin Wentian's body had disappeared. The spear in his hand directly stabbed one of his companions, the strongman who controlled the astrological signs with the 7th level of Xiangxiang. The speed of this attack was too fast. Qin Wentian was like a celestial rock. With a huge body and a huge spear, he directly attacked with supreme power. With just this one attack, a strong man of the same realm in the outside world would surely die. However, the people in the ancient emperor city were all geniuses. After the strong man felt a strong pressure, endless vines immediately swept towards Qin Wentian's spear, covering everything. But how terrible was Qin Wentian's spear? The heaven-suppressing immortal demon art was applied to the spear technique, which had a terrible power of suppression and destruction. The spear technique also carried Qin Wentian's understanding. The rune light was bright, as if there was an invisible rule power. The vines continued to shatter and dissipate in the air. A hole appeared directly at the tip of the spear. The spear went into the hole and killed directly, shattering the defense. Buzz! The spear suddenly stopped in front of the opponent. Time seemed to freeze in an instant. The jade-crowned strong man in the void stepped down and saw this scene. His expression changed slightly. Brother Qin is very powerful, but the people from the God-destroying palace are just like that. Qin Wentian said coldly when he saw this scene. These Xianjias from the ancient emperor's city are very arrogant, and the three of them are also equally arrogant. With just one strike, Qin Wentian subdued a Xianjiao who was good at controlling his abilities at the same level. The Xianjiao's eyes still had some reluctance. Qin Wentian's strike was too fast, and his spear skills were too explosive and powerful. He broke all the methods with one force, so that he had no time to use his power to resist and was subdued. Fighting is common among Xianjias in the ancient emperor city, and it is common to snatch treasures, but it is rare to kill people and forge life and death hatred. Although you are new here, you should be able to figure this out. The jade-crowned strongman said, "You are powerful to be able to subdue my people from the God-destroying palace with one strike. The three of you can go." "You are right, snatching treasures is common." Qin Wentian smiled and said, "You wanted to snatch our storage rings before, and now I have subdued one of you, so I will let us leave directly. What do you want?" The jade-crowned strongman sneered. "Hand over all the storage rings on you." Qin Wentian shouted. "What a joke. The people of the ancient emperor's city are not threatened. You control one person to take all our storage rings? This is impossible. If you want to do this, you can do whatever you want to him." The jade-crowned strongman said arrogantly. "You hand over all your storage rings. As a price, the three of you, evacuate immediately." Qin Wentian said lightly, making the strong man in front of him look livid. "Friends, you are new to the ancient emperor city. It's fine if you can get away unscathed. Don't go too far. The treasures of the disciples of the God-destroying palace are too hot to handle." The jade-crowned strongman threatened. "Don't force me to take action." The terrifying talisman light on Qin Wentian's spear made the faces of several strong men of the God-destroying palace darken. The jade-crowned strongman said, "Remember this." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the four people turned and left. The remaining people who were controlled by Qin Wentian really took out their storage rings and handed them to Qin Wentian. "Let's go." After Qin Wentian got the storage ring, the three of them flashed and went away like lightning. After they left, a group of figures flashed in the destroying God Palace, watching the three disappearing figures, with cold light flashing in their eyes. Qin Wentian and the other two flashed and walked, and people in the city kept coming and going. "We need a map," Zi Qingxuan said. "The three of them will need to stay in the ancient emperor city for a long time." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. He also thought of it. The three of them walked down and stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, where can I find a map of the ancient emperor city?" "Let's go to the ancient emperor building. It is the largest trading place in the ancient emperor city. The tallest building you can see is there. It has everything you want." The passerby smiled. Qin Wentian thanked him. The few of them looked into the distance and saw a very tall building in the distance. The three of them went directly in that direction. There were many people in the ancient emperor building. Qin Wentian was greeted when he stepped into it. It was a beautiful woman who asked Qin Wentian and the other two, "What do you need?" "We need a map of the ancient emperor city," Qin Wentian said. The woman smiled, took out 3 jade slips and handed them to the 3 people, saying, "It contains the map of the ancient emperor city, which is provided free of charge. I believe you 3 have just stepped into the ancient emperor city. If you need skills or magical powers in the future, or want to exchange or trade, you can come here." Was this ancient emperor tower also founded by the prodigies who came here to practice cultivation? Qin Wentian asked curiously. The woman smiled and did not answer, but Qin Wentian showed a thoughtful look. The prodigies in the ancient emperor city practiced top-level skills and magical powers, and the treasures were also extremely precious. If they traded with each other from the ancient emperor tower, then the skills and magical powers that the ancient emperor tower could collect would be a bit scary. It might be that the transcendent forces in the fairyland reached out to the ancient emperor city. What kind of force is the God-destroying palace? Qin Wentian asked curiously. The God-destroying palace is a sect founded by the prodigies in the ancient emperor city. The sect master is a descendant of the immortal emperor and a prodigy on the immortal ranking, but he ranks low. The God-destroying palace is also a relatively weak sect in the ancient emperor city. The woman explained with a smile, without any impatience. The immortal ranking. Qin Wentian's expression flashed, and he asked, "What is that?" Most of the people who come to the ancient emperor city are here for trials. This is a place where many geniuses gather. The immortal emperors and immortal kings of the immortal realm send them here so that they can ascend to the fairyland. Therefore, many geniuses will stay in the ancient emperor city for a long time. The immortal ranking is the ranking of the geniuses in the ancient emperor city. There are a total of 360 people. The master of the God-destroying palace is a strong man on the immortal ranking. The woman explained. Then he took out 3 jade slips and handed them to the 3 people, saying, "Here is the ranking of the immortal ranking, which is also provided free of charge." Qin Wentian took it, scanned it with his consciousness, and instantly 360 names were imprinted in his mind, but his body trembled slightly. The 5th on the immortal ranking, Qinger, the daughter of the Changqing Emperor of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, has cultivated to the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and is a natural immortal king. In the jade slip, there is an introduction to Qinger, the 5th on the immortal ranking. Qinger. Qin Wentian murmured, and the woman smiled and said, "Your Excellency also knows Princess Qinger. Is she from the Changqing Immortal Kingdom?" The 13 states of Dongshen. Qin Wentian said, "I just know Princess Qinger. Is she very famous in the ancient emperor city?" The people in the ancient emperor city are all peerless geniuses. Those who can enter the top 100 of the ascension list means that they are ranked relatively high in the entire endless immortal domain. The weight of the 5th place on the ascension list can be imagined. Of course, the ascension list often changes, and what you see is only a temporary ranking, but being able to rise to the top 100 on the ascension list has already proved herself. What's more, Princess Qinger has been in the ancient emperor city for 7 years, and her ranking has been moving forward all the time. She has never retreated, and there have been many sensational deeds. Many people believe that Princess Qinger has a chance to impact the top 3 on the ascension list. The woman said with a smile, and Qin Wentian seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 898 Group Battle. Seeing Qin Wentian's expression, the woman next to him smiled and said, "Are you secretly in love with Princess Qinger?" Qin Wentian looked at her and nodded with a smile, "I guess so. Where can I find her?" "I don't know about that. Princess Qinger has not joined any sect in the ancient emperor city, and her whereabouts are uncertain. The ancient emperor city is vast, so it's not easy to find her." The woman shook her head and said, "However, as one of the 3 most outstanding women in the ancient emperor city, Princess Qinger has many suitors." Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Thank you. Who are the 3 most outstanding women in the ancient emperor city?" Qin Wentian seemed to be interested and asked. "Princess Qinger, the daughter of the Changqing Emperor, is ranked 5th on the ascension list. There is another person who has been famous for a longer time and has been training in the ancient emperor city for many years. Nanhuang Yangxi, the saint of the Nanhuang clan, ranks 3rd on the ascension list. This woman is the heir of the Nanhuang clan, the descendant of the Nanhuang Empress, and the famous ice beauty of the Nanhuang clan, who is aloof and unparalleled." The woman introduced with a smile, and Qin Wentian and the other 3 saw the 3rd place on the ascension list in the jade slip, which was exactly the name of Nanhuang Yangxi, the saint of the Nanhuang clan, who is at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, with a body like an ancient phoenix and the blood of nirvana. There is also Xiao Langyu, who is ranked 6th on the ascension list. She is the daughter of Emperor Xiao and a famous beauty in the northern region of the immortal domain. Naturally, her cultivation is also at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. The woman introduced the last person, and Qin Wentian and the others found that most of the people who ranked at the top of the ascension list in the jade slip were descendants of the immortal emperor. As for the cultivation of the strong men on the ascension list, almost all of them were at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. Those who can be on the immortal ranking are all extremely formidable and extraordinary geniuses. It is too difficult to cross the border and get on the list. After all, the immortal ranking is divided by strength. Which of the 3 women is the most beautiful? Qin Wentian asked with a smile, causing Zi Qingxun beside him to glare at him. Each of them has its own merits. They are all rare beauties. However, since he has a crush on Princess Kinger, you should not provoke Xiao Lengaiyu again. It is rumored that Xiao Lengaiyu was surpassed by Princess Kinger in the immortal ranking. She has a grudge and wants to fight with Princess Kinger to prove herself. Unfortunately, Princess Kinger does not seem to have such an interest. The two have never met. Xiao Lengaiyu seems to have been looking for Princess Kinger, but she has not found her yet. I would like to meet them. Qin Wentian's eyes were faintly excited, but Qin Wentian said to the woman, "Thank you very much. No problem, it's just a small favor." The woman smiled lightly and then sent Qin Wentian and the other two out of the ancient emperor building, very politely. After Qin Wentian came out, he looked into the distance and took a deep breath. Kinger was also in this ancient city. However, after his consciousness penetrated into the jade map, he found that this ancient emperor city was more vast than he had imagined, just like a particle world. The location they were in at the moment was still slightly remote, close to the suburbs. In the suburbs of the ancient emperor city, there were forests and ancient mountains, which were endless and even hidden many ancient relics. "Brother Qin, are you and Princess Kinger lovers?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. He had never asked Qin Wentian this topic before. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, with a smile in his eyes. Although he couldn't find Kinger for the time being, he at least knew that he were in the same city. Since they parted in the particle world, he had never been so close to Kinger. Princess Kinger must be very good. Qin Wentian saw the smile on Qin Wentian's face, and he also smiled. More than excellent. Qin Wentian looked up at the void, the sun shone down, reflecting on that handsome face. Zi Qingsu next to him saw the bright smile on Qin Wentian's face, and was curious about Princess Kinger, the daughter of the evergreen immortal emperor. She rarely saw Qin Wentian show such an expression, a bright smile, with a hint of longing. At this time, Qin Wentian frowned, his eyes suddenly turned, looking at the side not far away, and then saw several figures staring at them, running straight here. One of them had golden pupils, as if sunken in, able to see through everything. When he saw Qin Wentian, his eyes gradually returned to normal, but still gave people a sharp feeling. Next to this person, it was the young man from the Destroying God Palace wearing a jade crown. In addition to the two of them, there were two young geniuses running quickly. "Let's go." Qin Wentian and the other two instantly soared into the sky and headed towards the distance. "Those eyes are evil. That person must have tracked us down." Behind Zi Qingsun, the wings of a divine eagle appeared, as fast as lightning. Among the three, Qin Wentian was the slowest. After all, his cultivation was still the lowest, at the peak of the 6th level of the celestial phenomenon. Qin Wentian and Zi Qingsun were still at the same level, at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon. A terrible sound of clattering was heard, and the blood in Qin Wentian's body was seen churning. A sharp whistle was heard, and then a destructive force rushed out. A demon beast rushed out of Qin Wentian's body. When its wings were spread out, they covered the sky and the sun. The whole body was filled with a terrible blazing luster, and there was also a faint dark light. There was a terrible demon light flowing on the surface of the body. This demon beast was the purgatory that had always existed in Qin Wentian's blood. The purgatory vermilion bird hovered over Qin Wentian and whistled, seeming to be extremely excited. "Go up." Qin Wentian took a step, and immediately the three of them stepped on the back of purgatory at the same time. Purgatory's wings spread out and flapped wildly, and it rushed like lightning. A vermilion bird monster, very good. The young man wearing the jade crown had a flash of excitement in his eyes. These newcomers actually dared to snatch their disciples from the God-destroying palace. They were so arrogant and bold. Today, they must be taught an unforgettable lesson. "Brother, do you want to fight?" Qin Wentian roared. "The four of them are all at the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and they all give me the impression of being a majestic and powerful genius with strong bloodlines. There are no mediocre people in the ancient emperor city, so it will be difficult to fight them head-on," Qin Wentian said loudly. After all, Qin Wentian's strength is only at the 6th level of the celestial phenomenon realm now. It is almost impossible to fight the geniuses of the ancient emperor city across two major realms. The later the realm, the stronger it is, approaching the immortal stage. Storm blessing. The strong man wearing the jade crown roared, and one of the four strong men bloomed the starry sky, and a tornado of destruction enveloped the four people, as if it had turned into a terrible wind wing. In an instant, the four people's already extremely fast speed increased again, chasing Qin Wentian and the others. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and suddenly a pure white monster appeared. Qin Wentian slapped it directly. "Little bastard, it's time to wake up. You woke me up again, you are a bastard." The poor little guy scratched his eyes, and his movements were extremely scary. He seemed to be unable to wake up. Since he started sleeping with the Medicine King, he could sleep for several years. "I use my blood to feed you every day, and I feed you white and fat. It's time to do something. The stars in the future are left to you," Qin Wentian said. "Oh." The little guy rubbed his eyes, and then his body became huge. This transformation instantly turned into a ferocious monster, and there was a terrible golden light on his forehead, just like a terrible demon king. He was seen standing at the tail of purgatory, and roared behind him. Suddenly, a terrible vortex appeared in the sky, and the storm stars continued to pour into the vortex. What kind of monster is this? It can devour the power of the stars. The expression of the strong man who used the storm blessing changed slightly, staring at the transformed little bastard. Is this monster a sky-devouring beast? It can swallow the stars? Not long after, the storm wrapped around them changed from earth-shaking power to a wisp of light wind, without any power. "Little guy, what is your current cultivation level?" Qin Wentian asked. "I don't know." The little bastard shook his head, and saw the young man wearing the jade crown blooming his constellations, and rounds of golden wheels frantically strangled out and rushed forward. The little bastard roared, opened his huge mouth again, and the strangled golden wheels were swallowed into his stomach again, shocking Qin Wentian speechless for a while. This little bastard is so powerful? It seems that his blood was not wasted. Whether it is the little bastard or purgatory, Qin Wentian is nurturing them with his own blood. It seems that we can have a fight. Qin Wentian murmured, "Get ready for the battle." "Okay." Jian Mengchen nodded, and the momentum on his body burst out, and the constellations bloomed. Zhikingsun seemed to have transformed into a divine eagle, and the purple gold light was dazzling. Purgatory's body suddenly stopped, and the three of them turned around at the same time. Qin Wentian's body suddenly grew to 10 feet, and the soul of the star was blooming. In an instant, a terrifying golden body came out to kill, turning into a shocking killing power. The godlike figure above the strong man wearing a jade crown stabbed out with a spear, and a round of boundless golden wheels strangled out. With a loud bang, golden light radiated out, and everything was destroyed. Next to him was a young man of the 8th level of the celestial phase. He was full of solid muscle lines, 3 meters tall, and his eyes were dark green. When his star image bloomed, a terrible green monster seemed to appear behind him, with terrible green arms, full of infinite power. These arms suddenly grew and grabbed Qin Wentian, the 3 people and the 2 monsters. Another person bloomed a terrible storm star image again, and the storm also contained the power of Thunder Sword, which directly cut through the void and swept out. The melee was about to break out. The 4 great celestial beings of the 8th level were all extremely terrifying figures. The little bastard roared again, and his body became even larger. He also turned into a giant monster like Qin Wentian, roaring like a monster king. The vortex of swallowing became larger and larger, swallowing all the attacks from the stars. This monster is immune to the attacks from the stars, and can also swallow the power of the stars. It is only useful if it is attacked directly with power. The Jade Crown strongman said. The sky above the purgatory was full of terrible purgatory fire, falling forward. Zhikingsun blasted out endless killing power of the divine eagle, and Jian Mengchen's chaotic kingship came out with a monstrous imperial aura. The war that broke out in an instant made the space violent. Many people below noticed a battle in the void, and they all raised their heads with interesting expressions, and each of them was in a posture of watching the excitement. Chapter 899, The Strongest on the Immortal Ranking. The people in the ancient Emperor City are all of the same generation. There are celestial beings in the city. There are always conflicts and contradictions. Sometimes there are even fair sect wars. Therefore, when seeing the war in the void, everyone was very calm. No one felt strange. They just wondered why these people were fighting. This is the land inside the city. There is absolutely no ancient and. The number of people on both sides is limited. It doesn't look like a sect war. There is only one woman. Although she is beautiful, she is also participating in the war, and the possibility of jealousy is ruled out. Those 2 monsters are good. One monster is a different species of Suzaku. The other monster is an unknown descendant of an ancient monster. It can actually swallow the celestial phenomena. It is directly immune to the attacks of the stars and celestial phenomena. If it is swallowed by it, it will probably have to be a close-range battle. Someone whispered, "It seems to be a battle for treasure. In this city, it is common for the strong to rob the weak. It is not new at all. Moreover, these two monsters can attract many people to rob." The battle broke out fiercely. Qin Wentian faced the jade-crowned strongman directly, and both of them seemed to have divine celestial phenomena behind them, madly strangling each other. In the constellation of the feather-crowned strongman, endless golden wheels flew out, cutting through the void and slashing towards Qin Wentian. At the same time, the godlike figure stabbed out with a spear, and the spear surged, trying to nail Qin Wentian to death in the void, with extremely fierce power. Qin Wentian's body was huge, with the light of immortal and demon armor flowing all over his body, wings on his back and a spear in his hand. His speed was as fast as lightning, like a rock crisscrossing between heaven and earth, shuttling through the endless wheels, and the endless repressive light behind him rumbled out and strangled, constantly smashing the wheels in front of him. Buzz! The terrifying spear stabbed out, piercing through the world with infinite power. The tip of the spear had a dazzling light that suppressed everything. The jade-crowned strongman slashed with a spear in his palm, cutting through the void. At the same time, his palm slapped out, and the endless golden light turned into an extremely huge golden wheel, blocking the front like a shield. Boom! The spear hit it, making a terrifying sound. The golden wheel cracked and collapsed directly. However, the spear also threatened Qin Wentian at the same time. His figure flashed again, incredibly fast. In just a moment, Qin Wentian's figure turned into many residual images, and the spear kept killing. Every time it killed, it was as fast as lightning, but it suppressed the world and had infinite power. The jade-crowned strongman stood in place and kept resisting. His defense kept breaking, but he was restricted tightly, which made his expression ugly. Interesting, this person at the 7th level of the celestial realm actually fought so violently with someone at the 8th level of the celestial realm. Someone saw the battle between Qin Wentian and the jade-crowned strongman and showed an interesting look. The jade-crowned strongman seemed a little angry. He shouted angrily, and a 1,000-foot-long light appeared on his body, swallowing and spitting out endlessly. Many terrible spears appeared in the void in an instant, and the power of the stars blossomed to the extreme. He slapped out with one palm, and suddenly thousands of spears penetrated the world at the same time, with a mighty power that shook the sky and killed everything. Not only did they kill Qin Wentian, but the remaining spears also killed Qingxun and Jiutian. "How dare you!" Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the terrible demon blood on his body rushed straight into the sky. His eyes were like demons, and the 3-level battle tactics continued to erupt. In an instant, the battle brilliance on his body became dazzling. Kill! The jade-crowned strongman seemed to have also fought with anger, like a god, and endless golden spears all penetrated the void and killed Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body turned into millions, and the endless Qin Wentian's body stabbed out spears at the same time. The terrible spear light destroyed everything. The suppression power under the cover of the stars was extremely strong. The golden spears kept breaking and tearing wherever they passed. The jade-crowned youth's expression changed, and golden blood seemed to flow out of his body. He raised his hand to attack, and a golden sky wall appeared in front of him, blocking all attacking forces. A terrifying rune light flowed on this sky wall, and there was a constant rumbling sound of vibration. Finally, the sky wall was broken, and the jade-crowned youth's eyes showed a fatal shot. It was Qin Wentian's annihilation spear that stabbed him, and the entire void became extremely heavy. There was a clattering sound, and the blood power of the jade-crowned strongman gushed out. A spear cast by endless golden runes appeared in his palm, and endless astral power fell on his body. When his spear stabbed out, there was a destructive power, as if a black hole was about to appear, and no one could stop it. Boom! The spear and the lance collided with each other, and an astonishing power of annihilation erupted. The supreme power converged, and the spears and lances in the hands of the two people exploded at the same time because they could not withstand the terrible destructive power. Qin Wentian's body retreated slightly, and the jade-crowned strongman was shaken away. He groaned, and it seemed that there was a power of a prehistoric beast raging in his body, as if to destroy his vitality, but he still resisted and did not spit out blood. The other strong men were also fighting madly. Qingxun, Purgatory and Qin Wentian each fought against one person. The little bastard was madly devouring the opponent's constellations to weaken the opponent's attack power. In the 3 battles, the collision between Purgatory and the opponent was the most intense. Although Qin Wentian's attack was strong, He was still suppressed by the strong man with thousands of green arms because he was 2 realms behind. He was bombarded and couldn't breathe. However, the little bastard occasionally rushed out like lightning, roared, swallowed it in one mouthful, and directly swallowed up the power of the constellations above the opponent, making those arms disappear. Evil beast. The green-eyed warrior saw the little bastard wandering between the 3 battles and constantly swallowing their attacks. He couldn't help but burn with anger. He stepped forward and headed straight for the little bastard. Endless arms covered the sky and earth, directly blocking the void. The little bastard soared into the sky, and his huge mouth directly bit off the opponent's arm and rushed out, but he saw the opponent's palms blasting out dark green palms, which slammed on the little bastard's huge body. The dark green palm print seemed to have a strong corrosive power, causing the little bastard to roar in pain. At this moment, a sharp sword fell from the sky and directly cut off those green tentacles. Qin Wentian's figure appeared, and his palms burst out. A pair of terrifying palm prints that could pick off the sun, moon and stars emerged and rushed straight to the opponent. The palm prints flowed with runes and had the power of supreme suppression. Behind the green-eyed warrior, the stars were flowing with dazzling light, and thousands of arms were attacking at the same time. With a rumble, the arms kept exploding. The warrior stepped back and stared at Qin Wentian's figure. Then the jade-crowned warrior also walked over and walked to the opposite side of him. "Little guy, are you okay?" Qin Wentian asked. "It's okay, just a tickle," the little bastard said in a baby voice, which was not consistent with his huge and fierce body. A dazzling white light emerged from his body, expelling the corrosive power on his body. Buzz! A gust of wind blew, and Qingxun's body also came here. Purgatory was hovering in the void. The 4 strong men on the opposite side also gathered together, and the 2 sides confronted each other. "Fortunately, I didn't join your God-destroying palace. A bunch of scum. People in the 8th level of the 4 celestial phenomena are just like this." Jiutian shouted loudly, and the eyes of the people below suddenly lit up. It turned out that they were from the God-destroying palace. The 4 great celestial beings of the God-destroying palace actually fought to a draw, while the opponents didn't even have a single celestial being of the 8th level. Someone below laughed, and the expressions of several strong men of the God-destroying palace suddenly became ugly. "It's just a warm-up. You have taken the initiative to hand over your storage ring and the 2 evil beasts to us now. Forget it now, we will let you go." The jade-crowned strongman still maintained his demeanor and said to Qin Wentian and the others, "Warm up. It seems that you were repelled by my senior brother before, who is 1 level higher. It's really a joke. It seems that you, the God-destroying palace, only dare to deal with people of lower levels. It's ironic that such a sect can exist in the ancient Emperor city. Your mouth stinks. I will let you know the consequences of these words," the green-eyed young man said coldly. "What's going on?" A voice came from afar, and strong men broke through the air and walked towards this side one after another. The strong men from the God-destroying palace sneered in their hearts when they saw the people coming, and said, "There are a few new guys who are very arrogant. They robbed the storage rings of our God-destroying palace disciples. I am teaching them a lesson." A group of people. Jiutian's expression sank. There were several strong men who appeared on the other side, and they all had extraordinary demeanor. There were also a few people stepping over from the distance, and the man in the middle had a terrible look. "The palace master is here too." The jade-crowned warrior looked at the handsome young warrior and said, "The palace master of the God-destroying palace, Jiutian." Everyone looked at the elegant young man in gorgeous clothes, with a faint gleam in their eyes. Jiutian, the palace master of the God-destroying palace, 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, a strong man on the ascension list, and the descendant of the immortal emperor. The strong men on the ascension list symbolize the strongest group of peerless geniuses in this ancient emperor city. Although Jiutian is ranked at the bottom of the ascension list, he is still a sharp figure in the entire ancient emperor city. As soon as he appeared, all eyes were focused on him. Qin Wentian and the others heard the whispers around them and immediately knew who this person was. It is recorded in the Jade Slip that Jiutian is ranked 321st on the ascension list, 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, palace master of the God-destroying palace, practices the Thousand Symbols Immortal Classic, has superb attacks, and is very powerful. Jiutian swept his eyes and looked at Qin Wentian and the others. He felt a little unhappy in his heart. The disciples of the God-destroying palace, who were at the 8th level of the 4 heavenly phenomena, couldn't even deal with these people. It was inevitable that the majesty of the God-destroying palace was somewhat weakened. Of course, as the palace master, he naturally had to protect the God-destroying palace. Since you are new here, I won't bother with you too much. Since you robbed the stored ring of my God-destroying palace disciples, then hand over everything you have, then admit your mistakes and apologize, and I will let you go. Jiutian stood in the void and spoke with a strong tone that could not be questioned. The strong men on the immortal list, their words still carry great weight in the ancient emperor city. Chapter 900 Defeat. Qin Wentian and the other two looked at Jiutian. His tone was calm. It seemed that Qin Wentian and the others had provoked the people of the God-destroying palace, and it was their fault. However, since Jiutian was a strong man of the God-destroying palace, he naturally protected the God-destroying palace. In one sentence, he threw dirty water directly on them, and asked them to hand over all the stored rings and apologize. Then, Jiutian let them go, as if it was a gift. This situation seemed ridiculous, but in fact, it would often happen in every place in the fairyland. The law of the jungle is normal. You said we are new here, but you said we robbed the stored rings of your God-destroying palace disciples. How ridiculous it sounds, or how bad your people are. Qin Wentian sneered and sarcastically said, and the people below did not understand this truth, but what does it matter if they understand it? The important thing is the result. Qin Wentian's people were obviously not good enough, and they could only be bullied. This was the price of being a newcomer, especially for newcomers who did not know how to endure. It was normal for them to be abused in the ancient emperor city. Since you don't want to, then you can do it yourself. Jiutian looked at the masters beside him, and immediately these people stepped out one after another, and surrounded Qin Wentian and the other two monsters. A terrifying aura burst out. Jiutian looked very calm, and said to Qin Wentian lightly, "It's not too late now. Apologize, dream on." Qin Wentian said coldly. With the personalities of the three of them, how could they obediently hand over their stored rings and apologize? That was humiliation. Even if they were defeated and abused, they had to be upright. Very good, newcomers, I remind you that it is best not to use immortal level magic weapons in the ancient emperor city. Once the immortal weapons appear, no one can control this situation. It is necessary to remind you of this. After all, no one in the city lacks immortal level magic weapons. Jiutian said lightly. Qin Wentian and others understood that Jiutian was telling the truth. He had immortal weapons, but the people in the ancient emperor city were all descendants of emperors, either heirs or disciples. Who didn't have useful magic weapons? In the battle of the ancient emperor city, everyone would leave a line and would not take the other party's life. After all, they were all people of extraordinary status. There was no need to make a life and death feud with their elders. Once everyone used immortal level magic weapons, it would be difficult to control them. After all, their own strength was limited, and they could not completely control magic weapons that were too strong. Not using immortal weapons is also a rule recognized by everyone in the ancient emperor city. Take it down. Jiutian said lightly. Qin Wentian and others looked livid. The situation was extremely unfavorable to them. In this situation, they were doomed to fail. Boy, let me play with you again. The huge green-eyed strongman Xingxiang attacked, and endless green arms burst out and grabbed Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky, covered with kingly armor, and the blue sky world map bloomed, dazzling, making many people look at him with shock. Kill! Qin Wentian roared wildly, and endless power attacked. The emperor's aura turned into a king's chariot, rolling through the void, and colliding wildly with the green arms, but there were too many and too strong arms, and Qin Wentian's realm was low, and it was still difficult to compete. The little guy flashed and turned into a huge ancient monster that devoured the stars. The jade-crowned strongman ran straight at the little bastard with a golden spear in his hand. The golden light was endless. His spear was extremely terrifying. This man did not choose Qin Wentian to fight again. He also had his own little thoughts. He had clashed with Qin Wentian before, and was repelled by Qin Wentian with the 8th level of the celestial realm. If he fought again in public, it would be very embarrassing if he still did the same. Boom! Qin Wentian's body was flowing with the light of immortals and demons. His body suddenly swelled to 700 feet, like a giant. He saw that his hands were flowing with extremely terrifying rune light, and his palms were directly struck at those strong men of the Destroying God Palace. The terrifying body and the terrifying palm print had the power to shake the sky. The expressions of the masters of the God-Destroying Palace suddenly changed, and their bodies exploded back, but the huge palm print was too huge and pressed directly towards them, making a terrifying roar. The masters of the God-destroying palace gathered the stars and celestial phenomena to fight Qin Wentian, shattering Qin Wentian's palm print, but they were also shocked back in an instant. What kind of magical power is this? The power is so terrifying. The crowd stared at Qin Wentian's figure, and the stars shining around his huge body were also super terrifying. These newcomers are not simple. The people below were a little surprised to see this scene. Qin Wentian seemed to have a terrible battle plan in a strange light. A terrifying ancient demon king appeared and surrounded his huge body. The masters of the God-destroying palace stared at Qin Wentian, and they actually felt a trace of fear. Jiutian frowned slightly, and then he also burst into a tyrannical aura. He took a step forward and looked at the other masters walking towards Qin Wentian. He said lightly, "Leave it to me. You actually took action yourself." The crowd was a little surprised. Jiutian, who was on the immortal list, had to personally deal with a master of the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon. This was interesting. Jiutian, who practiced 1,000 symbols immortal classic, instantly appeared with a 1,000-foot-high talisman light. A starry sky appeared above him. This starry sky was like an endless starry sky. The endless talisman light flickered wildly and fatally turned into a huge giant body. Jiutian's 1,000 symbols and stars can be combined at will to create a variety of superpowers. It is so powerful that Jiutian relied on the 1,000 symbols and his terrible stars to make him on the immortal list. His realm has not yet reached the peak of the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, and his ranking still has the potential to rise. Seeing this scene, everyone thought to themselves, Jiutian, the descendant of the immortal emperor, and the 1,000 symbols and stars were also the super powerful skills practiced by the immortal emperor. This powerful giant of thousands of runes raised its giant foot and stepped towards Qin Wentian. A huge tripod made of runes interwoven with each other came out to suppress and kill. This huge tripod was surrounded by thousands of runes, and golden light filled the sky, which could destroy everything. Qin Wentian felt its powerful pressure, and shouted angrily. His arms swelled up and blasted out a terrifying star-picking palm print. Practicing the one for record made his attack even more terrifying. He truly possessed the power to shake the sky and could wipe out everything when attacking. Boom! The collision between the ancient tripod of thousands of runes and the palm print actually shattered it directly, and continued to attack Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian slapped his palms continuously, and there were constant rumbling sounds. There were continuous palm prints, but the power in his body was also consumed very quickly. At this moment, Qin Wentian's attack state can be described as a super strong state. In this state, it needs to be maintained with a terrible consumption. It is only because he practiced a 9-yuan mansion that he has several times the star power of the same realm. Jiutian is 2 realms higher than him, and the star power in his body is obviously more magnificent. Qin Wentian finally smashed the 1,000 symbols cauldron, but saw Jiutian's body floating in the air, appearing in the middle of his starry sky. He waved his hands, and the star giant suddenly held a 1,000 symbols giant sword, revealing terrible power, and chopped down directly at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's face was ashen. Jiutian was the son of the immortal emperor, with outstanding talent. He was so powerful that he was on the immortal list. When the sword cut out, the void seemed to be cut off. Qin Wentian waved his hands, and the endless Henmi body rushed into the sky, frantically attacking the 1,000 symbols giant sword, but was directly cut off by a sword, and the speed of that sword was extremely fast, and it chopped down instantly. The ancient demon king on Qin Wentian's body roared, holding up the sky with both hands, and directly grabbed the giant sword. Puff! The 1,000 symbols giant sword slashed down, and the ancient demon king was about to be cut off. Qin Wentian's body exploded backwards, and the 1,000 symbols giant sword passed directly in front of him. The sword light left a sword mark on his body. Even though he was wearing armor with endless symbol light, he was still cut and bleeding. Not bad, you can catch my sword. Jiutian stood in the starry sky, staring at Qin Wentian, and said coldly. Qin Wentian flashed a sneer in his eyes, and said, "The 9th level of the celestial realm, the strong man on the immortal list, the descendant of the immortal emperor, is no more than this." Jiutian was stunned, and then said, "Very arrogant, but it is indeed a bit ridiculous for a defeated person to be so arrogant. You are not my opponent now." Qin Wentian was speechless. He turned around and saw that Jun Mengtian and Zi Qingxun were both in danger. Jun Mengtian was even injured. If it weren't for the strong man who was fighting with him, he would have been unable to hold on. Bang! There was another explosion. Jian Mengqian's body hit Qin Wentian's body hard. He coughed, his face was ashen, and he roared, "These bastards, fight them! Why bother? A man who knows the times is a hero." Jiutian spoke indifferently and glanced at the people. How could these people hold on in front of their god-destroying palace? It's over, it's over. I can't beat him. The little guy's body came to Qin Wentian's shoulder and muttered a little depressed. He also had scars on his body. You still don't know what's good for you. The jade-crowned strongman's body was suspended in the air, sneering and said. The strongmen of the god-destroying palace kept approaching, looking at Qin Wentian as if they were staring at prey. These newcomers are quite strong, but it's a pity that they have to fall here. The people below were talking about it. Jiutian has personally taken action, how could he not fail? However, this is also the practice of the ancient emperor city. Many outside geniuses who come here have to learn how to be low-key first. Many descendants of immortal emperors have also been robbed by others. They will be robbed back when they become stronger. Everyone laughed and chatted, but Qin Wentian and the others were unwilling to give up. Seeing their unwillingness, Jiutian stepped forward again, and the 1,000-symbol sword appeared. He sneered and said, "It seems that we are not cruel enough. In this case, let's make a deeper impression on them." Boom! A terrifying force began to burn on Qin Wentian's body. The terrifying pressure swept across the world, causing Jiutian's eyes in front of him to condense. Then a sword-killing star appeared in the starry sky, and infinite sword power flowed into Qin Wentian's body. P.S. I recommend a good fantasy novel, The Immortal Dragon Emperor by Yao Yi. You can go and have a look. In addition, Wuhan has customized a batch of signed t-shirts, which will be given away in a lottery on the WeChat platform for the next 3 consecutive days. You can see them by searching Jing Wuhan in the WeChat public account. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.